Rob, looking down, we have some diehards in our Ross 8 Brigade. Of course, they got here early and they want to hold their spots. But if you remember at Virginia Tech, we had some holdouts until about a couple of lightning strikes got a little bit closer, and all of a sudden, then common sense took over, and they were gone. So hopefully we don't have to get into that situation.
Can I tell the story when I was the sideline reporter, the home game against Indiana State or Eastern Illinois?
Eastern Illinois.
There you go. We had the lengthy delay at halftime, if I remember correctly. The lightning struck at halftime. So I've always got a kick out of the fact that the Eastern Illinois cheerleaders, they just left.
They left.
They never came back.
Well, another...
for the second half, they weren't there.
My job, Rob, is, as you understand at halftime, you've got to get back from all the commercials and everything in time for the second half kickoff. And for whatever reason, I miscalculated, and we were going to miss the second half kickoff. And Joe McConnell was tremendous. I mean, Hall of Famer, great to work with, but the one thing you didn't do is you didn't miss plays, right? And I've got another story, because we got a lot of time for stories now.
Now we do.
So I'm thinking, oh man, I was going to actually have you were down on the sideline, right?
Yep, correct. Yep.
Okay, I was going to have you run out in this field and said, we'll bail you out. I need somebody that's going to delay this second half kickoff. And I look down, and all of a sudden, everybody starts to leave the field, and they evacuated the stadium. So we got out of it. So that was good. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Jasper and Benton counties, it looks like, and again, all that stuff is headed our way. So I have a feeling this one may take a while today.
Yeah, Jasper just north of Tippecanoe County, Benton, I should say, county to the north and west, and then on further north, Jasper, which would include the towns like Rensselaer. Severe thunderstorm warning, as Tim mentioned, and it is headed this direction. This direction being West Lafayette, Indiana. So we'll do our best to keep you posted, fans. The field reports, the weather reports all day long will be brought to you by BW Fusion. They're going to get their money's worth. BW Fusion, they know the challenges farmers face, and they are here to help you win. Their biological and crop nutrition products are built on data and designed to drive maximum profitability from every acre. BW Fusion, less in, more out. This is how we farm now. Also worth noting, most of the warm-ups for both teams had taken place. They'd gotten most of the warm-up time in before they were sent to the locker rooms. However, that doesn't mean when the 30-minute window is up, we're just going to run out there and kick it off. They will be given some time, both teams, to get warmed back up, do some light stretching, and do those kind of things before we kick this game off. As Tim said, it's not going to be 340.
No.
Much we know.
I hope for 440, but maybe.
We'll keep you abreast the best we can. Big Ten report presented by True Blood Real Estate coming up next. The other teams in a Big Ten are having no problem playing their games today. We'll tell you about them. And when we come back, this is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
If you're a true Boilermakers fan, then you know the real season starts before the first game. Same goes for your home field. No matter how you're planning on managing your acreage, Case IH can help you hit the ground running. Mowing, digging, hauling, and more, our machines are built to handle whatever your land demands. Talk to your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Boilermakers to win big at home, season after successful season.
You deserve credit for the work you've put in, recognition for what you've learned. Purdue Global is designed especially for working adults, and it's backed by the power of Purdue, one of the nation's most respected and innovative universities. So you can earn a degree that you're proud of and employers respect. You're worth the work it takes to get an education you can be proud of. It's time for a comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
Hey Boilermaker fans, this is your football coach, Barry Odom. If you're looking to buy or sell a home, I highly recommend the exclusive partner of Purdue Athletics, True Blood Real Estate. They're locally owned by a third-generation Boilermaker with an office in downtown Lafayette and other locations throughout the state. True Blood is a tech-driven company that provides its clients with a winning game plan, which is exactly why they are our exclusive partner. If you're looking to buy or sell, call the team at True Blood Real Estate. Boiler up.
At Indiana Kitchen Premium Pork Products, just 20 miles down the road from Mackey Arena, we're not just really good bacon makers.
We're Purdue alumni, We're student interns.
We're student parents.
We're fans.
We're season ticket holders.
We're John Purdue Club members. We're boilermakers.
I'm Russ Sherwood at Indiana Kitchen, and on behalf of everyone here, we're proud to say our bacon is more than just locally made. Our Indiana Kitchen bacon is boiler made.
Visit IndianaKitchen.com, proud sponsor of Purdue Athletics.
The train is coming.
Touchdown, Boilermakers!
This is Boilermaker football from Learfield.
The anticipation before the big moment, the band playing, the adrenaline flowing, the confidence that you're about to hit the field and simply dominate. Now you know what it feels like to plant a field of Brevant seeds. Because when you choose Brevant seeds, you're not looking for a simple win. You're looking to turn heads and make a name for yourself. This is your turf, and when you get out there, it's sheer domination. Get started at Brevant.com/domination. Win, win, win.
It's designed to let you work more effectively and efficiently, and that's why more professionals go with compact equipment from Bobcat. This is Cole Stalder, your sales specialist for Bobcat of Lafayette. Look no further than Bobcat R-Series, the next revolution in loaders and excavators, engineered to raise the bar when productivity matters the most. So talk to me about product availability and some of our great financing offers. Call me at 765-474-4452 and let me show you the Bobcat advantage.
On the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Big Ten Report, brought to you by University Bookstore, the official textbook source for Purdue athletics. We're more than just a bookstore. We are Purdue.
Again, fans, those of you that are here in the West Lafayette area, maybe we're preparing to come into the game or are currently exiting the stadium. We are under a lightning severe weather delay of a minimum 30 minutes with lightning in the area located within the 10-mile radius of Ross-Ade Stadium. Originally scheduled for a 3:40 kickoff between Purdue and USC. That kickoff has been pushed back. No exact time yet given on when this game will begin. We will keep you posted. For now, let's get to our Big Ten report, brought to you by True Blood Real Estate. Looking to buy, sell, or build a home, but don't know where to start? Call trusted agents at True Blood Real Estate, the official real estate partner of Purdue Athletics. 2 games involving Big Ten teams were played last night, and they included Indiana winning at home. The Hoosiers are currently ranked 22nd in the country. They made it look easy last night with 680 yards of offense and beating Indiana State in Bloomington 73-0. Fernando Mendoza, the starting quarterback, threw for 5 touchdown passes. His brother, Alberto, the backup quarterback, threw 2 touchdown passes of his own as Indiana improves to 3-0 on the season. UCLA is headed the opposite direction. They're 0-3 after losing at home last night to New Mexico 35-10. For New Mexico, it's their first ever win in school history over a Big Ten team. UCLA committed 13 penalties. They were 3 of 11 on third down. They were a double-digit home favorite and lost. And as I mentioned, they're now 0-3. All 3 of their games non-conference. They now have a week off this coming Saturday, and then they're at Northwestern in 2 weekends. It's not out of the realm of the possibility if the Bruins can't get Northwestern on the road in 2 weeks, UCLA might be looking at a winless season because their Big Ten schedule is difficult. Games that have been played today and have gone final include the 4th-ranked team in the nation, Oregon. They beat Northwestern in Evanston 34-14. Northwestern falls to 1-2. Northwestern on the Purdue schedule October the 18th in Evanston. Purdue will not play Oregon this season. Also going final earlier today, out of conference, Wisconsin loses on the road at Alabama. 38-14 the final. Alabama improves to 2-1. Wisconsin falls to 2-1. Michigan, they're ranked 23rd in the country. They had no problem today at home against Central Michigan. A 63-3 win. Bryce Underwood, their freshman phenom quarterback, 253 yards passing. He also threw for a touchdown. He rushed for 114 yards and ran for 2 touchdowns in helping Michigan improve to 2-1 on the season. Games currently in progress. involving Big Ten competition, and then I'll set you up with a schedule later tonight. Late in the game, fourth quarter, Maryland leading Towson 44-17. That game's about 30 seconds away from going final. Nebraska has just finished off Houston Christian 59-7, the final score in that one. Coming up later this afternoon, 3:30 kickoffs for Villanova at second-ranked Penn State, Norfolk State at Rutgers, and Youngstown State at Michigan State. 7 o'clock tonight, Western Michigan at number 9 Illinois, UMass at Iowa at 7:30. In that game, Kirk Ferentz will be looking to become the Big Ten's all-time winningest coach. He's currently tied with Woody Hayes for the most coaching victories in Big Ten history. He needs one more to become the Big Ten's all-time leader. And a late game tonight, 10:30, Minnesota at Cal. For more of what's going on around the world of college football outside of the Big Ten, how about a scoreboard update from Brian Houseworth back at our Learfield studios? That's coming up next. Brian Houseworth to join us with our scoreboard update. Stay with us. You're listening to Purdue Football. And it's here on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Indiana farmers, building new markets takes time and pays back dividends with long-term demand for your crops. High oleic soybean oil drives new demand for Indiana soybeans to domestic and international markets. Plus, it's a healthier oil, more desirable to customers. Your Checkoff is building this demand right here in Indiana. Purdue Athletics is proud to offer their foods prepared in heart-healthy, high oleic soybean oil this season. Learn more about this oil at incornandsoy.org/premiums. This message was funded by Indiana soybean farmers and their Checkoff. Attention Purdue fans, we've partnered with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance to gift 2 lucky winners a VIP football game experience at either the home game against Indiana or the away game against Michigan this season. Prizes can include a VIP experience, 2 tickets, hospitality passes, parking, and hotel accommodations. Want a chance to be at home or on the road with the Boilers? Be sure to enter online at PurdueHomeAndAway.com.
McAllister Rentals. The Cat Rental Store is your one-stop shop for rental equipment and shoring supplies. Tough jobs call for tougher equipment. At McAllister Rentals, you'll find all the top quality equipment you need for the job. McAllister Rentals. We make your tough job easier.
Today's diesel engines produce fewer emissions, achieve better fuel economy, and create more power by utilizing a high-pressure common rail system. But when combined with inferior diesel fuel, deposits can cause sticking, misfiring, and power loss. Countrymark's Premium Diesel X4 with ProFlow contains detergency that lifts off and prevents deposits, saving diesel owners thousands of dollars in operating costs. Get more out of your engine with Countrymark's Premium Diesel X4 with ProFlow.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
Hey, Boilermaker fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Purdue football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Purdue Boilermakers. Let's go, Boilermakers! SeatGeek.
Boiler up, farmers. Just like the Boilermakers fight for every yard on the field, BW Fusion helps you fight for every bushel in the field. We know the challenges farmers are facing, and we're here to help you win. At BW Fusion, our crop nutrition programs are built on data, powered by innovation, and designed to maximize profitability from every acre. That's a game plan you can count on all season long. Learn more at bwfusion.com. BW Fusion. Less in, more out. This is how we farm now.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for today's Homegrown series brought to you by Brevant Seeds. Don't just win, change the game. I'm joined today by Antonio Harris. He's homegrown from Chandler, Indiana. Castle High School, the Castle Knights, if I remember correctly. Antonio, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you here. Antonio, there's winning, and there's winning so big that you're changing the game. How are you prepared to be a game changer this season for the Boilermakers?
I feel like it's all how we practice, coming in each and every week and watching the film on the next opponent or whatever, or on myself on the previous week, and just continue to getting better each and every day, locking in and doing what I'm coached to do, and continue to get better each and every day in order to prepare for the next opponent. So I feel like practice habits are definitely why I'll be a game changer.
Antonio, our sponsor, Brevant Seeds, likes to recognize farmers and their ag retailers for a winning harvest in the fall. Who would you like to recognize that has maybe helped you succeed, not only game day, but in your career?
Man, there's been so many people that helped me along this journey. Shout out to my coaches, all back home, and then my college coaches as well. My parents, big shout out to my parents. You know what I mean? They've been there every step of the way. And the one only Jesus Christ wouldn't be here without him. So yeah, a lot of people helped me succeed out here today. So very thankful.
In closing, Antonio, our sponsor, Brevant Seeds, likes to celebrate farmers and ag retailers for a winning harvest in the fall. How do you celebrate after a big win?
Man, just celebrating in the locker room with my teammates is probably one of the most fulfilling feelings, I guess. Like it's one of those things that you can't really explain. You kind of have to be in the moment. So just definitely celebrate with my team. After a big win is definitely how I like to celebrate it.
That's Antonio Harris, the running back from Chandler, Indiana, Castle High School. He's today's Brevant Seeds Homegrown Series Player of the Game. On the season, Antonio Harris, 8 rushing attempts for 38 yards through 2 games. Let's get a scoreboard update, see what else is going around the world of college football. Brian Houseworth has that for us next.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Indiana. I'm Brian Houseworth. We are live at our Learfield studios in this lightning, if you will, weather delay. Rob, appreciate it very much. Our scoreboard brought to you in our pregame show by the great folks at Purdue Federal Credit Union. Purdue Federal, they're proud to be the official credit union of Purdue Athletics. Discover their exclusive Purdue Visa card designs at PurdueFed.com. Well, we got some finals in right now. We got some football to cover. None bigger right now. Oh, my goodness. It just ended. Dabo Sweeney is on the hot spot. I'm telling you, he is on the hot spot after this. Georgia Tech has just literally moments ago taken down number 12 Clemson, 24-21. Georgia Tech, an amazing game from their outstanding quarterback, Haynes King, and Tech kicking the game-winning field goal. It happened just a few minutes ago.
Nichols the holder. Burr is ready. Snap back, set down, booted up. It's got the leg, it's got the chance. It is good! A school record tying 55-yard field goal, and the field is getting stormed in Atlanta. A whiteout knockout by Burr, and the Tigers go down.
That's how it sounded. Andy Dimitra literally almost lost his voice there. And again, they stormed the field after the game. Georgia Tech, that beat Colorado a couple of weeks ago. Look for them to go into the rankings. They have now, they snapped a 9-game losing streak in the series. They are now 3-0. Number 13, Oklahoma. That's a final. It's Oklahoma and Temple. That's just ended here a few seconds ago as well. Sooners win it 42-3 at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. Blaylock, 14 carries. He had 2 touchdowns in the game. John Mateer, their outstanding quarterback, 20 of 34, 262 yards, and a touchdown.
Mateer runs it himself 50. He's got room 40. Watch out, it's a race. Big John down the sidelines. High stepping 5-10. Touchdown. 51-yard touchdown run, untouched. John Pelletier.
That's Toby Rowan there with a call from Learfield. The Boomer Sooners' first trip to Philadelphia since 1942. Sooners have won 9 straight after this win against non-conference opponents. Big win there for Oklahoma. They will likely move up. How about number 19, Alabama, team that struggled several weeks ago. The opening game, they played very well in the last couple of games. Played very well today as they take down Wisconsin out of the Big Ten, 38-14. The Tide quarterback, Ty Simpson, spectacular today on the afternoon. He was 24 of 28, 312 yards for Alabama, and he had 4 touchdowns.
Riley in the backfield to the right of Simpson, who operates from the pistol. 2 tight end look. He will pick it up. He'll fire. It is caught. Touchdown. What a throw. What a catch. What a half from Alabama. Isaiah Horton on the receiving end of the 13-yard strike. And Bama leads it 20-0.
Chris Stewart there with a call from Learfield. Again, 38-14 the win. Kalen DeBoer's second year at the capstone. He was certainly on a little bit of a hot seat earlier in the year. That loss to Florida State. They're looking good right now. They're going to move up. How about War Eagle on the Plains? Number 24, Auburn beating South Alabama today, 31-14. Jeremiah Cobb, the outstanding running back for Auburn in this game, 17 carries, 102 yards. He had a touchdown. Auburn getting it done, both running but also throwing as well.
First down for Auburn from the left hash mark. The snap to Arnold. 2-step drop. He looks. He goes to the end zone. And it's caught. Cam Coleman with the touchdown down the left sideline. Touchdown Auburn.
Andy Burcham there with a call from the Auburn Radio Network. We thank them for that. Again, 31-15 is the final score there. A couple of other scores right now. Let me check over here at the monitor, folks. Literally, I got them. Yeah, okay, so they are now at the end of the third quarter. Number 25, Mizzou, leading Louisiana 45-10. They've had just an amazing game in terms of the heat, extreme heat. They've had several people literally pass out at the concession stands based on news reports that I have seen. Actually move the game up to noon, that they are playing it right now, almost done. They have 1 quarter left to go. A couple other quick scores. These are Big Ten. You heard Rob refer to them. Number 4, Oregon beating Northwestern 34-14 was the final. At number 22, Indiana pounding Indiana State 73-0. Fernando Mendoza had 5 touchdowns in that ball game today. We got a lot of other action. Then, of course, we got Texas A&M and Notre Dame. That'll be coming up. Huge game, and that will be in South Bend coming up. Our out-of-town scores are brought to you by Purdue Federal Credit Union. Purdue Federal, proud to be the official credit union of Purdue Athletics. Discover their exclusive Purdue Visa card designs. You can find them at PurdueFed.com. I don't usually do a pregame scoreboard. Normally I come on at halftime and postgame, so I get some extra time here. I believe, Rob, you correct me if I'm wrong, I believe I'm pitching it back right now to Rob Blackman, and hopefully they'll get this weather to cooperate. Take it away, Rob.
Yeah, Brian, thank you. And remember to invoice Tim Newton for the extra scoreboard update.
Good luck with that.
Do a little extra work for us today. Weather delay fans here at Ross-Age Stadium. I've just been told a lightning strike detected near Indiana Highway 43 around Battleground 5 minutes ago.
That's close to home.
Yes, it is for you. Which means that was 5 minutes ago. So the 30-minute clock resets to 30 minutes roughly 5 minutes ago. So at best case scenario, we'd be 25 minutes out from even allowing fans back into the stadium and allowing the players out of the locker room from both teams to begin an abbreviated warm-up period to get this game started. Again, if you are just joining us, Mother Nature gave us such beautiful weather for weeks 1 and 2 here at Ross-Age Stadium, but she is having her revenge today, delaying the start of this one well into after 4 o'clock. We'll keep you posted the best we can as we receive information from those here that handle security and stadium operations. I do need to get this out of the way, Mark, if you're ready. Our keys to the game when we do finally get it kicked off, they're brought to you by Ruoff Mortgage. Ruoff Mortgage is your local lender, ready to help make your dream home a reality. Start your journey home, visit ruoff.com, RUOFF.com. Mark, what will be the keys when we eventually get this thing kicked off?
Yeah, Rob, as glitzy as the numbers and mind-boggling that USC has put up, I found a stat that's pretty amazing and kind of encouraging that USC defense has given up 18 10-plus yard passing plays against them. So that's very encouraging for the pass offense for the Boilermakers. And so this is not an invincible kind of team. You can move the football. Points have not been easy against USC, but I think yardage can be attained, and then you've got to just cash those in for scores. So, you hope for a big day for Ryan Brown and his core of receivers, including George Burhan, who had a nice game last week with 3 catches. And so if the protection's there, I think Ryan can have some success today against this USC defense. So I'm counting on that as maybe being a big opportunity here for the Boilermaker offense. So I think number 2, I think, and I'm guessing the coaches have held back some offense and some defense and some special teams type plays for this very game. You'd think you were pretty vanilla for those first couple games, that you could just win on talent alone and just executing. But I think, knowing Mike Shear's past, I think he's going to bring a lot of different looks against SC, especially against Jaden Mayava, excuse me. Jaden they're familiar with, and they know his strengths and know what he succeeds against, and knows maybe what he has a little trouble executing. So, maybe some wrinkles. Expect that from Mike Shear, and maybe we'll see some reverse type plays, some plays that we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen a lot of special plays from the offense as far as trick plays or anything that you go, wow, where'd that come from? So maybe Coach Odom pulls that out today. So, and I think ultimately, Rob, you got to play fast today. This is a very fast, athletic USC team, and don't worry about making mistakes. If you do, make them full speed. And I think you've got to really get to where you need to be in a hurry, and certainly tackling is a big deal against outstanding athletes. And as Tim mentioned earlier, a couple of outstanding wide receivers, and Lemon and Lane particularly. Those guys really stand out for the Trojans. So, but ultimately it's a game of mistakes, and if Purdue can continue to do the things that they do, controlling the football, taking care of the football, and then keeping penalties to a minimum, I think you have a heck of a shot of staying in this game. And the later this thing goes on, I think the more advantage it goes to the Boilermakers. The fans will be into it, and I think you may see some fireworks in that fourth quarter.
Those are your keys to the game, and they're brought to you by Ruoff Mortgage. Now it's a matter of finding out when we can actually see if those keys to the game can be applied, because we are in wait-and-see mode with, again, severe weather here in the West Lafayette area. Lightning strikes have been abundant, not here in West Lafayette, but within the 10-mile radius of Ross-Ade Stadium, which, according to protocol, means every time there is a lightning strike within the 10-mile radius, a 30-minute reset of a clock begins. You have to wait till a minimum 30 minutes from the latest lightning strike until fans are allowed back inside to their seats and the players are allowed onto the field to begin an abbreviated warm-up period to get themselves ready to play. I guess the good news is here we didn't kick off and then have a delay. It does look, fingers crossed, that once this weather is through, we'll be able to play the game start to finish. But it's a matter of when can we get this thing kicked off. That's what we are all waiting to see for the moment. We'll take a short break, talk more about that when we return. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Helping farmers feed the world since 1927, Keystone Cooperative is centered on serving our customers and your local communities. Whatever your farm or commercial business needs to keep engines running and progress moving forward, look to Keystone Cooperative to supply premium Country Mark fuels to construction sites, schools, municipalities, and Midwest farmers. We strive to lead, serve, grow, and embrace our cooperative advantage. Keystone Cooperative, centered on you and proudly fueling the Boilermakers.
Attention Purdue fans, we've partnered with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance to gift 2 lucky winners a VIP football game experience at either the home game against Indiana or the away game against Michigan this season. Prizes can include a VIP experience, 2 tickets, hospitality passes, parking, and hotel accommodations. Want a chance to be at home or on the road with the Boilers? Be sure to enter online at PurdueHomeAndAway.com. Football fans know the only thing more exciting than a Boilermaker touchdown is a successful 2-point conversion. Purdue students can take that competitive advantage off the field and go for 2 with Purdue's Degree Plus. Earn 2 undergraduate degrees in 4 years for the price of 1. A Bachelor of Science and a Bachelor of Arts from the College of Liberal Arts. Go for 2 today. Convert your minor into a major career advantage with Degree Plus in the College of Liberal Arts. Higher education at the highest proven value, and then some.
You can just picture it. The anticipation before the big moment. The band playing, the adrenaline flowing, the confidence that you're about to hit the field and simply dominate. Now you know what it feels like to plant a field of Brevant seeds. Because when you choose Brevant seeds, you're not looking for a simple win. You're looking to turn heads and make a name for yourself. This is your turf. And when you get out there, it's sheer domination. Get started at Brevant.com/domination. Win, win, win.
We know to contact Indiana 811 at least 2 working days before every dig. But did you also know spraying a white line around the area you plan to dig means utility flags will only go in that area? Fewer flags in the yard? Easier mowing? Everybody wins.
Everybody except my kid. I don't want to mow the yard.
Everybody except for your kid wins. Contact Indiana 811 at least 2 working days before picking up a shovel. It's the only way to dig. Learn more at 811.safedigindiana.com.
It's designed to let you work more effectively and efficiently, and that's why more professionals go with compact equipment from Bobcat of Lafayette. This is RJ Gillen, your sales specialist for Bobcat of Lafayette. Look no further than Bobcat R-Series, the next revolution in loaders, engineered to raise the bar when productivity matters. Talk to me about equipment availability and financing offers. Call 765-474-4452 and let me show you the Bobcat difference.
He's at the 10, still on his feet to the near sideline. 5, touchdown, Boilermakers!
The train is coming. Purdue Boilermaker football is on the air. Brought to you by Indiana Kitchen Premium Pork Products. Get to know us at IndianaKitchen.com. Also brought to you by Case IH. Get in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Boilermakers.
Throws a fade to the far side. That pass is caught. Touchdown! Wow. And Purdue's right back in it.
Kickoff is just moments away. Now with a call of the game, here's Tim Newton and Mark Herman.
Well, we've had perfect weather to start the season for Purdue's first 2 home games against Ball State and Southern Illinois, and Mother Nature has decided it's time for revenge.
Big curveball.
Big curveball today. We are in a weather delay at Ross-Ade Stadium. We were supposed to kick off about 7 minutes ago, and we have lightning in the area. We have more lightning, it looks like, that is on the way. We have heavy rain that is coming on the way, and right now we can't really give you an accurate time for when this game will kick off. We do believe we'll get started at some point today, but as we look at the radar, Mark, the problem right now is that you've got these big blobs that are coming through. We've got one that's about 20 miles away. The problem is that continues to bubble behind these, and so these storms seem to be training and coming down in the same direction.
Yeah, big trail behind, and you just as soon as you think you're done with it, you're right. Something else bubbles up, and it follows right on that same path. You'd wish it would just either go north or stay west or whatever, but it just seems to be tracking here to West Lafayette and Ross-Ade Stadium. So we'll continue to monitor and look what Mother Nature continues to bring here. But, right now we can just push ahead and wait for that opportunity to kick this thing off. And I know the fans are anxious, and they've retreated to wherever they've needed to go, just kind of patiently waiting for this thing to get kicked off here.
Yeah, they have evacuated the stadium here. We got a couple of hardy people that are sitting out. They should be seeking shelter because, again, there is more lightning that may be coming on the way. This is the fourth weather delay that Purdue football has encountered in the last quarter century. About 20 years ago, we had one against Eastern Illinois. We were talking about that in the pregame show where we were late coming out of our commercial breaks to start the second half, and we're all worried about missing the second half kickoff, and turns out we had an hour plus to wait for that second half kickoff.
It was great. If you missed the story earlier, fans, the Eastern Illinois cheerleading crew at halftime, when they were told we had a delay, they just left.
And they were getting pounded at that point. It was like 35-0.
They never came back.
Another story about that one. So we were filling time, and if you remember, we were in our different, we used to be in a booth here on the north end at Ross-Ade Stadium, and so we were grabbing people to do interviews, and I had the great late Leroy Keys in the booth, and he was sitting to my right, and we're talking, and all of a sudden there was this huge clap of thunder, and he starts to get up like he's going to leave. Well, I put my foot up on the wall behind me. I'm thinking, if I'm up here, buddy, you're staying up here. So I became the only person to ever stop Leroy Keys one-on-one in Ross-Ade Stadium. So, I don't remember anything else about the game, but I do remember stopping Leroy from leaving.
Well, we talked about that Virginia Tech game, and I remember, we were 7 stories high, and I swear a couple bolts came into that stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing roared its way into Virginia Tech Stadium, and it came with a fervor.
And if I remember, we couldn't cover the equipment. They gave us this tarp after everything was soaked. So it was kind of like a napkin at that point, trying to soak things up. So that was 2 years ago. The other one was back in Jeff Brom's first year here in 2017, Purdue and Minnesota. If you remember, that one came in the fourth quarter. We couldn't see. Now, we're facing, as we look at Ross-Ade Stadium, we're facing toward the east. The storm was coming from the west. Had we seen the storm that was behind us, we would have all been underneath the table because it was a ferocious-looking sky and a fierce storm that came through. And, of course, that was a game that Purdue scored a couple times late. Jawan Bentley had an interception touchdown return that sealed that one. So the good news, if you're looking for a positive here, the last 3 times that Purdue's been involved in a weather delay in the last 25 years, they won all 3 games.
Love it. Yeah, that's let's keep that stat rolling.
Well, we have plenty of time here. We're going to start and at least give you the starting lineups of this one. So, again, we don't know. It will be at least 30 minutes after the last lightning stops, and then the teams will come back out, and I have to believe they'll give at least 20 minutes, if not 30, for the teams to warm back up. So I'd be very, very surprised in this one if we're not after 5 o'clock. I'm just taking a guess here before we get this one started, which would be about an hour and a half behind where we're supposed to be. Let's start with USC, and USC has racked up some great numbers offensively. Number 1 in the nation in points, 66 per game. Number 3 in the nation in passing offense at 405. By the way, they run it for 271 a game, 676 yards of total offense. They will start in the front line. Elijah Page is their left tackle, Tobias Raymond the left guard, Killian O'Connor is their center, Alani Noah the right guard, and Justin Tawanua is the right tackle. The tight end is Lake McCree. He is a Mackey Award nominee coming in, or at least on a watch list to start the season. The wide receivers, Jacoby Lane, who is a 6'4", 200-pound junior. You talk about the ability to grab a football. He wears size 5X gloves, and he made a sensational one-handed catch earlier this year that made all the highlight shows. Mekhi Lemon is a Bolitnikoff watch list guy. He's a junior from Los Alamitos, California. He scored a couple of touchdowns. He is dynamic from that slot position. Tanook Hines, who's an outstanding true freshman from Houston, Texas, he'll see time as well today. The running back, Wayman Jordan, he's on the Doak Walker watch list. They have 3 running backs, Mark, that are on the Doak Walker watch list. One of them is injured, Brian Jackson, but we'll see Wayman Jordan. We'll also see Eli Sanders this afternoon.
Yeah, this is a star-studded offense, no question, and they have put the yardage out there in the points. So I'm not sure there's a big weakness as you look at this club. Offensive line's outstanding. As you mentioned, the tight end is an excellent player as well. So, boy, Mike Shearer, I'm sure, has put in a lot of time in this one to get ready to put a plan together to slow this Trojan offense down.
The quarterback is Jaden Maiava. He is a 6'4", 230-pound junior from Hawaii. He started his career at UNLV under head coach Barry Odom. He was a freshman of the year in the conference that season, transferred to USC, did not start to begin last season, but got in the latter half of the season and started this year already 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's number 1 in the Big Ten and number 5 nationally in passing yards. So to summarize, it's a really good offense. They've been in the red zone 12 times. They've scored 12 times, 10 of those touchdowns, and they have scored in the 8 quarters they've played. They've scored double-digit points every quarter so far this season, so they can score. Defensively for the Boilermakers, it'll be C.J. Madden and C.J. Nunnally IV at the ends, Nunnally getting the start this week over Trey Smith. T.J. Lindsay and Jamarian Harkless will start at the tackle positions. The linebackers, Charles Correa and Manny Powell. The cornerbacks are Tony Grimes and Ryan Turner. Turner will start today over Hidori Hines. The safeties, Taj Rael and Miles Slusher, and the nickel defender is Andarius Coffey. Offensively for Purdue, Joey Tenona at left tackle, Jalen St. John at left guard, Braden Joyner as the center, Ethan Trent at right guard, and Bakeen Coley as the right tackle. We'll see George Burhen, Christian Moore, and probably several more players at the tight end position. The wide receivers, Armand Branch, Michael Jackson III, and Nitro Tuggle. Corey Smith, E.J. Horton will also play, as will Jesse Watson. Again, Denylin Morissette and Chauncey Magwood out of today's game with injury. The running back, Devin Mockabee, he needs 213 yards to pass Scott Durking for 4th place on the all-time Purdue rushing list. He has run for 100 yards 9 different times in his Purdue career, and he's coming off an effort last week with 32 carries for 126 yards against Southern Illinois. Ryan Brown, the starting quarterback. Ryan, 6'4", 210-pound sophomore from Clarkston, Michigan. He's completing 65% of his passes with 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. He also has a rushing touchdown. He's averaging more than 15 yards per completion. The last player for Purdue to do that through 2 games, Kyle Orton, who did it back in 2002 and 2004. Really important that Purdue's been able to stretch the field. I think they're going to need to do that today to beat the Southern Cal team.
Yeah, no question, Tim. They've got to make some big plays. It's going to be tough to march at 10, 12 play drives against this SC defense, and I think we've seen the capability of some big plays, and Armand Branch and Nitro Tuggle. You got Michael Jackson III, so you've got some guys that can make plays, and I think you're going to have to match, as much as that sounds like a difficult task, match the offensive output of USC, and they have been a juggernaut, but, hopefully the defense has a good plan to slow them down and, limit those opportunities for each quarter that Tim talked about with outstanding production. But, this is a game where, the offensive line, I think, has to do a great job to give Ryan protection, but Ryan has been outstanding, and, yardage per completion is great, but yardage per attempt is really the more accurate, and Ryan's been outstanding in that regard as well. You can attempt 45 passes, complete 20, and for great yardage, but you're not really efficient. But his per attempt has been outstanding, so let's hope he keeps that going.
Defensively, Southern Cal, and Mark mentioned this earlier in the pregame, they have been susceptible to giving up some long passes this year. Defensively, they'll have Cameron Fountain and Anthony Lucas at the ends. Devin Tompkins and Jade Abasiri are the tackles. The linebackers are Desmond Stevens II and Eric Gentry. When they run a third linebacker in there, it'll either be Tamir Robinson or Elijah Newby. The cornerbacks, Braylon Conley and DeCarlos Nicholson. The safeties are Kamari Ramsey and Bishop Fitzgerald, and typically they may play a 3-safety set, and that extra safety would be Christian Pierce. It's a defense that's giving up 16.5 points a game. Danton Lynn is the defensive coordinator. His dad was the interim coach for the Buffalo Bills for a while, and actually that was a place where he ran into Rob Ryan. Rob Ryan is the linebackers coach for this team. The most spectacular hair in either college or pro football. No question about it. But a guy that spent his entire career in the NFL, and now has decided to maybe finish his career in Southern Cal.
Yeah, that's a valuable asset. Rob Ryan has been around a lot of great defenses, of course, a son of Buddy Ryan, and so that defense runs in their blood. So I think that's a great opportunity for him to contribute to this program, and has a lot of good ideas and a lot of different schemes that have worked over the years for him. So I think that's a guy that you can really count upon for some guidance through tough times. But they've not faced a lot of adversity so far this season. But, it was not a terrific year last year. Expectations are always high out in Southern California. But, Lincoln Riley's been under the microscope a little bit. So this is, I think this is a big game for SC because they've not been great on the road in the Big Ten. They've struggled, against some fairly mediocre Big Ten teams. So, it's not out of the realm that Purdue can hang with this team here in 3 different time zones.
Well, a stat that's been brought up quite a bit this week, they are 0-14 in their last 14 games playing in the Eastern or Central time zone. And you mentioned, not exactly last year, Maryland waxed them in College Park, and so they were looking to kind of change their routine up. I know they're flying different kinds of planes coming in. Now we'll see how they handle a weather delay, just like the Boilermakers will have to settle. And if you're sitting and driving around or sitting in your house wondering why these guys are babbling on without a football game, it's because we have an empty stadium right now. We are in a weather delay waiting for Southern Cal and Purdue to kick things off. We were supposed to kick off about 20 minutes ago, but there have been storms that have been coming through the area for about the last hour now, and the stadium has been cleared out, and we're looking at the radar, and the radar says there's still a whole lot of red coming this way. So it's hard to give you an estimate at this point of when we will get started. Rob mentioned earlier, I think it's a good thing that we hadn't already played. We had that situation last year or 2 years ago with Virginia Tech, where not only was the game delayed at the beginning, but then you had that 5.5-hour gap in the middle. A really dangerous situation to get players loose again.
Yeah, and I remember that game in Virginia Tech because, Tim, I was working the sidelines, and I actually went into the locker room after the delay not knowing what to expect. What do you do? Are you sitting there kind of gathering your own thoughts? Are you moving around? I went in there, the music's blaring, guys are dancing around, everybody was loose, just trying to kind of forget about waiting around, just kind of doing their thing, and certainly it paid dividends because it came out, won the football game, and really executed well. So it'll be interesting to see how Barry Odom approaches this delay, and he's very good with his thumb on a lot of different things that he's experienced. So I'm sure he's keeping their minds occupied while let them gather their thoughts and be focused for what the task is at hand. But I'm sure maybe they're over at Ncaaf moving around a little bit, stretching, maybe running through some offense or in defense or whatever. But I guarantee they're moving around. Nobody sits and gets tight again. So
we'll have plenty more stories, but first we need to take a quick pause for 10 seconds for station identification. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Quick update, Tim, on the travel schedule for USC, visiting with some of their folks earlier this afternoon. They did not choose to come out Thursday. They came out yesterday, Friday, left Southern California at roughly 10 a.m. local time, so 1 p.m. in the East. Said it was about a 3-hour, 30-minute flight. Not certainly terrible, but they stayed in Indianapolis, downtown Indianapolis, just across from Victory Field. That's where their team hotel was. So they got up today and bussed all the way up I-65 here to West Lafayette. They did not stay here in West Lafayette as far as hotel accommodations.
By the way, the rain coming down a little bit harder now, and we just had another flash of lightning while Rob was speaking, so you can keep resetting that clock. And again, 30 minutes after a lightning strike before you can even bring people in, and it'll be probably another 20 or 30. So we're looking at least an hour before we kick this football game off. I mentioned one of the stories in the pregame about we were talking about Eastern Illinois not getting back for the kickoff. I got another one. Back in 1997, Joe Tiller's first year, and Rob will attest to this, as we're looking, as we may go to a commercial break, you're looking for the red hat or the guy that's waving the orange or whatever color it is. He will walk out on the field. Now they've got this clock that they have that tells you how much time is left. So I'm in that situation, and Purdue's ahead pretty comfortably. It's the second half, and I see the guy start to go out, so I hand Mr. McConnell the commercial, the card to go to commercial. All of a sudden, the guy turns around and walks back. Oh, that was a big lightning strike to our south here. That was a big one.
Too close for
comfort. Yes. So and Joe gives me that look like, you got to be kidding me, buddy. So I'm thinking, please nothing bad happen here. We hand the ball off to Edwin Watson. We're about midfield on a simple dive play. He goes 50 yards untouched for a touchdown. So Joe, I'm in year 3 in this, thinking, well, this is a nice run while we had it. So we start, we had him try to start the call in the middle of it, and it was just an abomination. It was the only time in my life I've been sad that Indiana was bad at football, because I needed them for that one play to be able to stop Edwin Watson on a dive play, and they couldn't do it. So, yeah, that's something. Have you ever been involved as a player in a weather delay, either at the collegiate or pro level?
I thought back, we had very little any weather problems. No rain to speak of. Maybe some flurries in Ann Arbor one year, but maybe some high winds, but absolutely no delays. Nothing. For 4 years, that's incredible that we really had no real terrible weather to deal with. So that's crazy in the Midwest, if you think about it.
Our engineer, George Bose, just sent me a picture of a smiling Mark Herman 2 years ago down on the sidelines at Virginia Tech. That's looking a little bit wet, but none the worse for wear. Yeah. And again, that was probably about 3 or 4 hours before we got that game restarted. Yes. Again, weather delay here in West Lafayette. It was a chance for us, Mark, last night. We're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Rose Bowl team. Another big bolt of lightning, by the way. Both to our south and to our north, so it's all around us. We had a chance to catch up with quite a few guys that played on that championship team that wound up playing Washington in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, nice turnout last night. We had a reception in Shively, and so it was good to have those guys get their weekend started, coming together. A lot of great names, great memories that these guys presented from that Rose Bowl team. Aiken Adele was there, Tim Stratton, Standiford, Chuck Jacoby, all the guys, and so it was fun to just see them, bring back those memories and just, you can't trade those experiences that you had with your teammates, and when you have a chance to get to the ultimate. Via the Big Ten is the Rose Bowl, so that's what it's all about. That's why you compete, and they made that, and that's what's special, and that's that bond that will forever tie those guys together. So, maybe it's been 5 years since they've seen one another. Maybe it's been 15 or 20. So, depending on when guys have come back, but really nice, and you were there to be able to witness these guys and some of the other folks that surrounded the program, and of course the First Lady of Purdue, Arnett Tiller, and her daughter were there as well. So, and she's treated like the queen, as she should. And so that was very nicely done. And it's a shame. There was going to be a group of them in the end zone for the whole first quarter, and, we'll see how that works its way out here. But a lot of guys back and their families, so it's just been a nice deal, and so it's just fun to witness.
By the way, the rain has increased in intensity here at Ross-Ade, and you can hear the thunder probably in the background behind us. We've seen some lightning strikes here. There are 2 large clumps of red as we look at the radar coming from north to south, and we're just about at the front edge of that first one, so I would imagine it's going to get pretty active here in the next few minutes. Again, hopefully after those 2 clumps are done, things will break up and we can get things started and get them going. You talked, though, about the Rose Bowl and how tantalizingly close you were as a player. You were set up in a couple of situations, I think back to 1980, where if you go to Michigan and win that last game, Purdue's going to go to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, we were so close there. We were playing great football at the end of that year and then go up to Ann Arbor, and they shut us down pretty good. So it kind of put put a damper on that season, but it was still a great year. But the year before, Tim, we didn't play Ohio State, and they ended up going to the Rose Bowl. We stubbed our toe in Minnesota that year. So it was always one game that kind of held us out. Year before that, we go up and tie Wisconsin in my sophomore year. So there were just that one game that always, just kept us out of the big one. So, to our credit, we were knocking on the door for 3 straight years and won 9 games, 10 games, then 9 games. I don't think we'll ever see. Maybe we will. I hope we will.
Hope we will.
But a 3-year period where we put up, 28 victories. So
and again, those were the days, Mark, before the college playoffs. So really, for a Big Ten player, the Rose Bowl was the pinnacle.
Yeah, that was the ultimate. Yeah, that's what you shot for, and that's what you strive for every day. Your focus was on winning that Big Ten championship and getting to Pasadena.
I'm always interested to see guys 25 plus years after they've played. Aiken Adele, who's now 45 years old, because I looked him up. If you put a pair of shoulder pads on him right now, he would be terrifying at the defensive end spot.
Yeah, that guy is ripped. There, his body fat's about -1.
It's a negative.
Yeah. So, I kind of bumped into him, and I thought, good Lord, this guy can still do it. But, and, they had big personalities on that team, as Kitch can attest to. And
you mean like Matt Mitrione?
Wallflowers
like that.
Off center kind of guys.
Tim Stratton, those guys?
Yeah. So, and it takes a great mix like that. You can't have everybody the same, and you glean things from different guys, and that's what makes it fun. All the different personalities, all the backgrounds, the different places that they've come from. So as the Lightning continues,
yes, it does.
Plop in our
Keep
lap.
resetting that clock.
Well, I do have an update from the facilities folks here at Ross-Age Stadium, just sent to me about 60 seconds ago, and that is, and I'm quoting here, forecasters saying we have at least another hour of these type of conditions. So, a minimum before these conditions move out of the area.
We were kidding that we were going to have a medley of Christmas songs that we could play. That may be coming more and more of a reality
now.
Starting
to get loose here. Yeah, get ready.
Get that. I know the crumble thing gets you started before the game. We may need you a little bit earlier than that. Another guy was fun to talk to last night was John Standiford.
Yeah.
Again, John's a guy that looks like he has no body fat on him.
No.
Never missed a game as a player with injury. He had some injuries, but he was able to play through it. And I didn't realize that he is in the Indiana High School Basketball Hall of Fame.
I didn't realize it either. And
Monrovia.
Monrovia, that's right.
It beat him to his football Indiana High School Hall of Fame. So that was oddly enough. He goes, I did play a little football, as you may recall. So, he looked great. He's, coaching his daughters. He coached a little football, and, he's back home doing what he likes, and that makes me happy.
No, the ironic thing is he played his entire college football career, didn't miss a game. He has torn both Achilles tendons playing basketball as an adult.
Stories,
And he said the first one is he tore his first one, and he was going out to play basketball, and again, his wife, as we've heard from our spouses before, telling him don't get hurt. He said, I couldn't even call her back that night. I had to wait until the next day, and he said, you're not going to believe this. But, ... So, so that's...
that was always my biggest fear in pickup basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Straggling off the floor with a torn Achilles, and that's the worst injury.
When you played professionally, were you prohibited from doing things in the off season?
No, actually. That was pretty loose back then. When I was with the Broncos, we were up skiing in the off season. We had a travel basketball team with the Broncos, and we'd go over the Western Slope, play pickup games, fundraisers for the local town. We'd play the local, faculty or the fire department or whatever. So, it wasn't quite as rigid back then. But nowadays, certainly, there's a whole list of things that you should be prohibited to do in the off season. So.
Rob, during your days as a collegiate player or a high school player, did you ever have a weather delay?
Oh, buddy. No. Nope. Do not recall one. I do not. Trying to think out loud here. No, actually. I'm sorry. I'm you caught me here, Tim. I'm Googling something. I wasn't sure of the year. I knew the artist, but I couldn't get the year. 1972.
Okay.
Albert Hammond. it never rains in Southern California.
But girl, don't they warn you, it pours.
It's pouring.
Man, it pours.
Yeah.
All right, let's shift gears then, Mr. Blackman, since before you came over here to Ross 8 today, you had a chance to watch some Purdue men's basketball practice.
Yes.
I know Purdue fans who are listening always want to hear about basketball, and especially about this team. We were talking before, the second team right now that Matt Painter could put on the floor might be a top half Big Ten team.
I think they'd certainly be an NCAA tournament team, the second five, at least from what I've seen here in the early going. By the way, practice officially begins September the 22nd, so it's not that far away. But the Purdue men's basketball team has been practicing twice a week, 2 hours at a time, which is currently allowed by the NCAA rules. But official practice begins September the 22nd. But yes, talk about a good problem to have. I'm not sure what Matt Painter, how he's going to split up those 200 minutes, because there are certainly enough guys that could make a very legitimate argument that they should play all 40 minutes when they got their own specific opportunity. But yeah, very deep team. Certainly like what you've seen from the two freshmen who both play in the backcourt in Antoine West and Omer Meyer. And then the transfers, Liam Murphy, he's finally healthy enough to go full speed. Transfer from North Florida, who led their league in three-point shooting last year. And Oscar Clough, who I know most folks are already very familiar with, who was ranked, depending on which service you follow, most had him ranked as the number one off-season acquisition from the transfer portal of all the players in Division I college basketball. So not bad to add him to a team that was a Sweet 16 team last year and was certainly an eyelash away from going to at least the Elite Eight. So, yeah, a lot of things alike. Obviously, Braden Smith is back. Fletcher Lawyer is back. Trey Kaufman-Wren is back. And Daniel Jacobson is now healthy. Right. And he had a great summer playing for Team USA in the FIBA games back in June. So it's, you look at the wealth of talent, just watching them go through their 2-hour workout earlier today, and I'm thinking to myself, man, the second five from this group would be a starting five for a majority of the teams in the Big Ten.
And I can almost hear Coach Painter as we talk about this. When people would ask him last year about this guy or that guy coming off the bench, he would say, well, do you want me to take Braden Smith out? Do you want me to take Trey Kaufman-Wren out of the game? Those guys are pretty good.
That's always the question, right? You say, well, this guy should play more. Okay, well, then who plays less? Who doesn't get to play?
We can't pull the goalie here and play six as much as we'd like to sometimes. So,
exactly right. But, yes, very encouraging. Again, it gets going for real September 22nd. I was told, now I don't have this, I don't know that this is 100% accurate, but I think it is. I was told earlier today that the get in the building price for Purdue at Kentucky exhibition game in late October right now is at a minimum $250 for an exhibition game at Rupp Arena. Wow. That's just get in the building.
And they got a lot of seats in that place.
so that tells you right there, a lot of folks pretty excited about Purdue basketball.
I've been to a couple practices, Rob, and I am just in awe of the ball movement, the crispness of the passing game, the unselfishness, the abilities of all these guys to shoot and pass and be unselfish. And that's the beauty of what Matt Painter is creating here in West Lafayette, a guy that buy into the bigger picture. The team is more important than my individual stats. And I think I saw Omer on campus yesterday. I was crossing the street, going over to get some lunch, and he goes by, and I think he's as happy as can be. He said, I've never loved playing basketball so much right now. So I think that's the culture that has been instilled here in Purdue basketball.
By the way, now another update from the National Weather Service. There is now a severe thunderstorm warning for Tippecanoe County and Warren County, and we can tell you it's raining right now harder than it has all afternoon, and there is still lightning around us. So we are still a long way away from kicking this football game off today.
And that severe thunderstorm warning is not, or is in effect until 5:13. So over an hour from now, 57 minutes until that is expected to expire. So if you're not comfy yet, you should get comfy, Purdue fans. This is going to be a while. We're going to take a break. We certainly have, we get paid by the word here at Purdue Radio Network. And
I'm going to retire early then.
Don't want to break the budget. And we won't break the budget. Here's here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short 60-second timeout here. For our affiliates that might be listening down the lines, our Purdue Radio Network affiliates, please know we're about to take one of our overtime breaks. This is an overtime break as it would show up on your game log, your commercial log, I beg your pardon, for our affiliates down the line. A short overtime break, and then we'll come back and reset the scene for you. Purdue and USC eventually here tonight at Ross H. Stadium. This is Boilermaker Football, and this is the Purdue Global Network, and it's brought to you by Learfield.
Electric Plus has the mission to be the best electrical contractor in Indiana, leading the way in new construction, modernization, commercial, industrial, and service repair. We are 100% employee-owned through our ESOP, meaning every job is powered by people who have a stake in our success. With offices in Lafayette, Avon, Kokomo, and Bloomington, we serve our communities with pride, offering 24/7 emergency coverage when it matters most. Visit electricplus.com to learn more. And as always, boiler up.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACTA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Weather delay at Ross H. Stadium. Purdue, USC, now Big Ten opponents. But their first opportunity to play as Big Ten foes has been delayed. Mother Nature has seen to that. We were scheduled for a 3:40 kickoff. We are now looking at a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 5:13 local time, 5:13 in the Eastern time zone. It is currently 4:19. And remember, once the lightning has cleared the area from at least a minimum of 10 miles away, we then still have 30 minutes worth of waiting before fans are allowed back into the stadium and the players will be allowed onto the field for their abbreviated pregame warm-ups. So with that, let us revisit last Saturday night's win over Southern Illinois. Purdue improving to 2-0 with a 34-17 win over Southern Illinois. That win gave Purdue head coach Barry Odom the program's best start in a Purdue coach's first year since 1916. It had been that long since a Purdue head coach had started his Purdue career 2-0. Ryan Brown leading a very balanced attack. He completed 14 passes, 170 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also added 50 yards of rushing. Devin Mockabee, he was the workhorse last Saturday night as he carried the ball 32 times for 126 yards and 2 touchdowns. C.J. Nunnally was a game breaker late for Purdue defensively, a game wrecker, probably the better words, as he had back-to-back sacks in that game as well. Let's take a listen to an abbreviated version of that game from last week. Purdue beating Southern Illinois 34-17 here at Ross H. Stadium. Here's what it sounded like.
Well, the calendar says September 6th, but it feels more like October in West Lafayette. 66 degrees, virtually no wind, just a few clouds in the sky, and we should be in the mid-50s by the time this game ends around 11 o'clock tonight. It's the second all-time meeting between the Purdue Boilermakers and the Southern Illinois Salukis. Purdue won the previous matchup back in 2014 by a score of 35-13. This is an SIU team, though, that is used to being a giant slayer. It has defeated 2 FBS teams in successive seasons, back in 2022 when it beat Northwestern and 2023 when it knocked off Northern Illinois. So don't expect the Salukis to be at all intimidated tonight when they come into Ross H. Stadium. Let's get to the starting lineups, and we'll start with SIU's offense. Coleon Smith and Cameron Dye are the tackles. Aiden Logan and Derek Harden Jr. are the guards. Noah Fensky is the center. Aiden Quinn is the tight end. We'll see Ryan Schwendeman at that position as well, and don't be surprised if SIU decides to use the tight ends extensively tonight in their offense. The receiving core is Jay Jones, Fabian McCray, and Vincent Davis III. Davis had 6 catches last week for 97 yards in SIU's 49-13 8-3 win over Thomas More. Sean Lester Jr. is the running back. He'll also split time there with Chandler Chapman. And the quarterback is DJ Williams. He is a 6'3", 218-pound senior, actually listed as a fifth-year senior, but in reality, he started in college back in 2020. He's a sixth-year senior, and he has another year of eligibility after this one. Started his career at Murray State. Last week, he went 18 for 24, 277 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. For his career, he has thrown 22 touchdown passes. The Boilermaker defense is the same as it was a week ago in the shutout win over Ball State. C.J. Madden and Trey Smith are the ends. T.J. Lindsey and Jamarian Harkless are the tackles. The linebackers, Charles Correa and Manny Powell. The cornerbacks are Tony Grimes and Hudori Hines. The safeties, Taj Rael and Miles Slusher, and Andarius Coffey is the nickel. Defensively for Southern Illinois, it is Jake Perella. It is what is considered the buck position. That's a combination linebacker and defensive end. His dad, John, was a longtime defensive tackle in the NFL. Also up front for Southern Illinois, Donnie Wingate, Peyton Reeves, and Caden Reeves. The latter two are brothers from Kansas. The linebackers are Chris Presto, Andrew Boehm, and Colin Bohannick. The cornerbacks, Gavin Shepard and Jeremiah McClendon, and the safeties are C.J. Parson and Vinny Pierre Jr. Offensively for Purdue, Joey Tenona at left tackle, Jalen St. John at left guard, Braden Joyner is the center, Ethan Trent at right guard, and Bakeen Coley the right tackle. The tight ends will see plenty of Rico Walker, George Burhan, and probably several others at that position. The starting receivers again, Ahmad Branch, Michael Jackson III, Nitro Tuggle. Expect again to see Corey Smith, Jesse Watson, and E.J. Horton Jr. get extensive action. Devin Mockabee, the starting running back. Devin tonight needs 70 yards to pass Markel Jones for number 6 on the all-time Purdue rushing list. And if he has a good night and has 124 yards, he'll move into the top 5 as he will pass Montrell Lowe at that spot. The quarterback, Ryan Brown. Ryan, a big game last week, 18 of 26, 311 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He was the leading passer in the Big Ten in week 1, and he also ran for a score as well. And that's the starting lineups for both teams as we're getting ready to get this one kicked off. The crowd's still filling in, but as expected, Mark, I look up now and we're almost at kickoff, and the student section is full and they're ready to go.
Yeah, looks pretty good to me, Tim. As always, we're a near sellout, and that's just a great testament to this Purdue faithful. But yeah, look for a very entertaining, competitive game tonight. I think DJ Williams, the quarterback for SIU, is very solid. They need to get him off balance a little bit, get him out of a comfort zone, and certainly from an offensive standpoint, just continue to be effective, efficient. Ryan Brown leading the way was awfully good last week. Let's see if he can continue his high effort. But I think offensive line play is once again critical. This is a veteran group, and I think they're going to do another great job tonight.
Just to give you an idea of how talented DJ Williams is and how dangerous at that quarterback position, he was injured last year in their 3rd game of the season. He was still the team's 2nd leading rusher on the season.
Yeah, good-looking athlete, and he can do it all, so this will be a challenge.
He was the Ohio Valley Conference Freshman of the Year when he was at Murray State, and again, a very dual-threat quarterback, and so it'll be interesting to see how the Boilermakers respond. And they defended, I thought, Ball State's rushing and running quarterback fairly well last week, so hopefully they'll be able to do more of the same this evening against Southern Illinois. The Salukis have won the toss, and that means Purdue's going to get the football first, and it worked out pretty well last week when Purdue just took 40 seconds to get on the board.
That's right, 2 plays, and you're on the board. So Ahmad Branch coming up big early in that football game. But, yeah, Southern Illinois coming in confident, and they'll be ready to play today.
Purdue fans, visit the Lafayette location to order Crumble in-store or for takeout, delivery, curbside pickup, or nationwide shipping. Kickoff is just moments away. So, Mr. Herman, what do we say just before kickoff?
Let's get ready to crumble!
We're going to change that. It actually will be Southern Illinois receiving this one, so that means we get to see Jaheim Merriweather, and I hope that everybody took Kelly Kitchell's advice and to come in. Jaheim Merriweather is number 23, and he is basically the wedge buster on these kickoffs, and his job is to just try to wreak as much havoc as he can. The Boilermakers in their home black jerseys with white numbers, black pants, and gold helmets. Southern Illinois in their white jerseys, white pants, and they've got red helmets and numbers. Purdue will be kicking from left to right, or from north to south here as we start this one. Seth Turner to kick it away for the Boilermakers. Very little wind. What is coming out of the north, so Purdue will have a little bit of a wind at its back here in the first quarter. All right, we're ready to get this one underway. The Boilermakers and the Salukis.
Well, Purdue special teams under James Shebest, they're very aggressive. You can really set the tone here on kickoff coverage. And we mentioned Merriweather, so let's keep an eye on number 23, as well as 9 others racing down this field to corral the returner.
Vincent Davis the third is the returner, along with Jimmy Athens. And Davis ripped off a 50-yard kickoff return last week in their win over Thomas More. Kick is in the air, and it is a yard or two deep, and Davis is going to take a knee. So Southern Illinois will start the first drive at the 25-yard line. I don't see any bodies flying, so everybody survived that opening kickoff. Boilermakers special teams over to the student section, trying to get the Ross Aid Brigade into the game early here.
Yeah, we talked about Jaheim. He was leading the charge over there to get the students going. So
couldn't hit anybody, so he's got to make sure he gets everybody fired
get that
up.
Energy.
All right, we'll see what DJ Williams and this offense can do. It looks like they'll start Chandler Chapman as the running back, although he's lined up right now as a slot to the left-hand side. They're showing an empty backfield. We'll see if they shift out of it. On 1st and 10 at the Saluki 25, and here comes Chapman in motion. And now he'll go out to the right-hand side as Williams throws it over the middle. Pass is incomplete. It was intended for Jay Jones, but the pass was behind him. Tony Grimes on the coverage for the Boilermakers.
Quick slant by the Salukis. Just a 3-step drop by DJ Williams, but the ball was behind. Good coverage. He was right where he needed to be, and that ball was significantly behind the receiver.
Last week, Purdue's pass defense only gave up 87 yards. That's the fewest against an FBS opponent since 2022 against Northwestern. Another man in motion on 2nd down and 10, and they fake the inside handoff. Williams keeps the ball, and he's swarmed under after a very short pickup. C.J. Madden the first to get to him after a gain of only 1.
Well, it didn't matter who got the football on that play. There were like 4 Boilermakers in the backfield. A little slow developing play, but excellent penetration by everybody in black jersey.
Manny Powell was in there as well. That was Vincent Davis who they brought into the backfield. It was a read option. The quarterback kept it, and now SIU facing a 3rd down and 9. They had converted 40% of their 3rd downs in their opening win last week. A bunch formation, 2 receivers on each side, but everybody in tight on this 3rd and 9. Williams is back to throw. Williams under pressure, throws the ball deep to the sideline. Pass is caught. Big gain on first down. That's Jay Jones on the reception. Miles Slusher on the coverage, but that's a 22-yard pickup and a Southern Illinois first down.
Yeah, nice corner route to the receiver. Excellent protection that time for DJ Williams, and he had nice touch on the football, and that's a good first down conversion for the Salukis early in this game.
Jay Jones, a 6th-year senior out of St. Louis, had a touchdown catch last week. Salukis with a 1st and 10 at their 47. Boilermakers shifting around defensively. Now they bring Davis in motion. They're going to run the option again. This time Williams keeps it and heads straight over midfield to the Boilermaker 49-yard line. Manny Powell on the stop after a 4-yard gain.
Well, DJ Williams, 6'3", 218 pounds, and it looked like it was going to be a shorter gain, but ended up being 4 yards. So that's actually a win here for the Salukis offense, but a good push by that front. This is a veteran offensive line here for Southern Illinois, so a good start here for Southern Illinois.
They've got good size up front, 310, 320, 310, 330, and 310. So they're not exactly small. As the Salukis facing a 2nd down and 6. They're going to our left here in the first quarter. Again, they bring a man in motion to the near side. Williams wants to throw. Williams throws a quick one. It's dropped. Davis had hooked up at about the 45-yard line and just dropped the football. Jones, that is, Jay Jones. Ball looked like it may have hit him in the shoulder pads, and that'll bring up a 3rd down.
Yeah, he let that one get to his pads. Just a quick drop, a good zone coverage type of route, but Jones just dropped the football.
Well, it may have been tipped, too,
yeah,
because it looked like it got tipped at the last minute. So now Southern Illinois, which converted on a 3rd down and long earlier, facing a 3rd and 6 at the Purdue 49. Clock stopped with 13:01 to play in a scoreless first quarter. See if the Boilermakers bring some pressure here on 3rd down. They only rush 4. Williams has time, throws the ball over the middle, pass is caught again, and another first down inside the Purdue 45-yard line. Smiley Bradford and Manny Powell on the tackle, but with the reception there for Southern Illinois, that was Fabian McCray, a seventh-year senior out of Chicago. He's played at both Northern Illinois and Jackson State.
Well, he came underneath, and the inside receiver ran like a go route, so there was a little bit of cluster there, and he was able to come free and get the necessary first down. So another third down conversion for Southern Illinois. 9-yard pickup. They send trips out to the left-hand side, trying to spread the Boilermaker defense out. They throw a quick one that way. Pass is caught by Lester, the running back. He's at the 35, 30, 25, and he's pushed out of bounds by Taj Rael, but all the way down to the Boilermaker 22-yard line. That's an 18-yard pickup, and Southern Illinois marching right down the field on its opening drive. They had three receivers out to the wide side and a big tight end blocking, and that time he was able to create a seam, and the runner was just able to take it right upfield for a nice gain once again. They've got a double tight end set with both Quinn and Schwendeman, and now on the 1st and 10 at the Purdue 22-yard line. Lester stays in there as the running back. He's lined up behind Williams, and Lester gets the carry, cuts it back at the 25, and he trips forward to the 24-yard line. Manny Powell again on the tackle, but that's a 4-yard gain on first down. Yes, the Salukis are kind of dictating tempo here. That was just an inside read, but it did get 4 yards. Now they put him down at the 19, so they only give him 3 on. Yeah, yep. So right now they're getting a push in the line of scrimmage and also protecting the passer. D'Amico Kennedy and Ian Jeffries have shifted in now as defensive tackles as they're trying to keep everybody fresh up front. 2nd and 7 at the 19. Williams with a quarterback draw again, coming to the near side. He's at the 20, turns the corner, 15-10, and he tight ropes the sideline, steps out of bounds. Miles Slusher forced him out, but it's a 1st and goal for Southern Illinois at the Boilermakers 7-yard line. You know, that time Purdue lined up in just a 3-man front, and they were able to attack the edge very quickly, and DJ Williams is quite the capable runner, was able to turn the corner for another first down. He had another foot outside on that run. He would have had a touchdown because he did not have a Boilermaker between him and the goal line. CJ Nunley, the 4th, has checked in for Purdue, and now the Salukis facing a 1st and goal at the Boilermakers 7, and this will be their 10th play of the drive, which started at their own 25-yard line. Williams out of the gun, brings a man in motion. Now they're going to take a timeout. The play clock had gone down to 1, and DJ Williams looked over and saw that they needed to take the timeout. We will take a timeout as well. Southern Illinois driving on its opening possession with 10:34 to play in the first quarter. No score between the Boilermakers and Salukis. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
The Southern Illinois Salukis are threatening. They're inside the Boilermaker 10-yard line. Tonight's annual Ag Day celebration with the Purdue College of Agriculture is presented by Beck's Hybrids, Primient, Haldeman Real Estate and Farm Management, Indiana Packers Corporation, Indiana 811, and Case IH. Time for a field report. Here's Kelly Kitchell, brought to you by BW Fusion.
I feel like that was a kind of a timely timeout for the Boilermakers. They're on their heels a little bit on this drive, gave up a couple big third down conversions, just maybe a chance to regroup. If you can keep them out of the end zone and keep them to a field goal attempt, that's a win on this drive.
Southern Illinois got into the red zone 6 times against Thomas More, and they scored 6 touchdowns. Ball State only got inside Purdue's 20 once last week. You remember they missed a chip shot field goal in the 4th quarter. They've got a 1st and goal here at the 7 on what will be the 10th play of this drive. Yeah, this is a capable offense, and so far they've been very balanced, an excellent game plan. I think Purdue's defense has been pretty vanilla so far. Let's see if we can get some added pressure on the outside. I think Southern Illinois has really taken advantage of what they've seen on film and put together a nice 5-minute drive so far. Chandler Chapman, the running back, DJ Williams, the quarterback. They bring Jones in motion, and it's going to be another quarterback keeper and a walk-in touchdown. DJ Williams with a huge hole on the right-hand side, and Southern Illinois slices through the Purdue defense on its opening scoring drive. Wow, that was a huge hole there for DJ Williams, and just a simple play action, and they just walled off all the defenders and goes in untouched for the first touchdown of the game. Paul Halen will attempt the point after. He's from the Netherlands. He's also their punter. So Southern Illinois gets on the board, and Purdue's shutout string ends at 64 minutes and 31 seconds. Snap is a little bit high. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So Southern Illinois scores first on its opening possession. It's 7-0 SIU, 10:29 to play first quarter. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Saluki quarterback DJ Williams, 3 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown tonight. He also has a rushing touchdown as SIU leads Purdue 7-0 here in the first quarter. On the go and want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country? Well, download the free Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android with new features this season. It's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now.
It was a 10-play, 75-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Lester had a 3-yard run. Other than that, the other 72 yards came on either passes or runs by Mr. Williams. So he's going to be a handful tonight. Michael Jackson III is ready to take this kickoff from Halen. We only had one kickoff return last week, and that was on the opening kickoff. So 7-0, Southern Illinois strikes quickly, and Purdue's offense will get its first opportunity. Again, the Salukis dressed in all whites with red numbers and red helmets. Boilermakers in their all blacks. Gold stripe down the side, white lettering, and gold helmets. And Kalen approaches, kicks it high, fairly short to the far side. Here's Michael Jackson at the 5. He's up to the 15, the 20. Stumbles, keeps his feet. He's at the 25 and finally falls down at the 28-yard line. He was stumbling from about the 20-yard line on, and I believe the tackle goes to the turf monster.
Yeah, one less stumble there, and maybe Michael's still running. It looked like he had a seam and a little short kick, and Michael's got some capability, but he stumbled a couple times, and I think it was the old turf monster.
It was the old turf monster. They'll probably credit it to Vinny Pierre Jr. on special teams, but it was a 23-yard kickoff return, and Purdue will start at its 28-yard line. 2 receivers to the left-hand side. That's the wide side. And Ahmad Branch to the short right side. Devin Mockabee is the running back. Ryan Brown looks over the defense. He brings a tight end. That's Christian Moore who's getting the start at tight end. And on the first down play, it's a handoff to Mockabee. No, it's a fake handoff. Brown still has it, trying to turn the corner, and he is going to be hit at the 30-yard line. He had room, and it looked like maybe a little bit hesitant to turn the corner, and Southern Illinois held it to a 2-yard gain.
Yeah, they sure strung it out very well. Ryan Brown trying to attack the edge. Good fake up inside. Got a lot of us, but was unable to really push it up the field, and then a short tackle on the outside.
Gavin Shepard made the stop after a 2-yard pickup. This time Mockabee does get the carry, drags tacklers to the 37-yard line. He'll get 7 on the play. That's a yard short of the first down, and the Boilermakers, who were 36% a week ago, facing a 3rd and 1.
Well, and all of a sudden, Tim, each possession now I think becomes very important. Yes. We've seen the potent offense here for Southern Illinois, so you sure wouldn't like to punt the football.
No, you would not. Colin Bohannick on the stop. Purdue looks very confused offensively, trying to get the right personnel out there. 3rd down and 1 at the 37. They bring Jackson in motion. Mockabee lined up behind Brown and gets the handoff, and Maccabee's got the first down. Over the 40 to the 41-yard line, a 4-yard pickup for Devin. Donnie Wingate on the tackle, but Purdue has its first down of the game.
Yeah, good push that time, and the just that inside zone play, which Devin runs very well. Good vision, but good push off at the right guard, and Christian Moore did a nice job coming down and walling off that interior.
Jackson comes out. Nitro Tuggle checks in. He's out there to the left-hand side with Moore on 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. And again, this time the handoff to Mockabee does have it, and Mockabee and the offensive line still churning, and finally they get a whistle at about the 46-yard line. So that's a 5-yard rugby scrum on first down.
Looks like the game plan is heavily tilted towards number 45 here early in the football game. Devin Mockabee with 3 straight carries here to get good yardage on the first down. Let's see if Purdue goes play action here on 2nd down.
Caden Reeves on the tackle. He's one of the 5th-year seniors. His brother Peyton Reeves lines up right next to him defensively. 2nd and 5 at the 46. Here comes a blitz. Purdue's able to pick it up. Brown throws to the near sideline. Pass is caught, and it's good for a first down into Southern Illinois territory. E.J. Horton Jr. with the catch. They'll put him out at the Saluki 41-yard line. At the 13-yard pickup, Gavin Shepard on the stop for the Salukis.
Yeah, Southern Illinois brought pressured, and Purdue had the right play called, the deep out route to the receiver. Nice first down pickup.
1st and 10, and here's a fake handoff, throwing to the near side. Horton's got the catch at the 40, and he's knocked down at the 37. Michael Jackson couldn't get his block in time, and that holds it to to a 4-yard pickup as Colin Bohannick makes the tackle.
Back-to-back catches for E.J. Horton. At that time, a fake up inside and then kind of an RPO. But Ryan Brown elects to throw the wide receiver screen. Pretty well defended there by Southern Illinois.
Brown 3 for 3 on this drive for 17 yards. Purdue with a 1st and 10 make that a 2nd and 6 now at the Southern Illinois 37-yard line. 2 receivers left, one to the short side. And a fake handoff. Brown throwing to the near side. He's got a man out there. It's Armand Branch, and he can't make the play. It was knocked away at the last second. A great defensive play there in the secondary. It looked like Branch had gotten free. But Southern Illinois, Jeremiah McClendon, a fifth-year senior from Delray Beach, Florida, able to knock it away at the last minute.
Yeah, Branch had a couple steps, I think. That ball was just a little bit underthrown. Armand had to kind of slow down. Nice recovery by the defensive back for Southern Illinois.
So 3rd and 6, the Boilermakers at the SIU 37. Purdue trailing here 7-0 with 7:08 to go in the first quarter. This time Southern Illinois rushes forward, but he's under pressure, throwing to the near side, and pass is incomplete. There is a flag down on the near sideline, and we're going to get a pass interference against the Salukis, and that'll give the Boilermakers a 1st down. Maccabee was the intended receiver, and he was interfered with on the near sideline by Andrew Boehm.
Yeah, pretty good defense, actually, by Southern Illinois, but the officials saw that there was contact.
Taking a look at the replay here. Oh, I don't know about that.
I know it.
I don't see. I don't see a penalty there, Mark.
I thought it was going against Devin.
I did too. That's a break. Yes. That's a break for the Boilermakers. Not that you're not going to take them.
Yeah.
But that was a break. So it's 1st and 10 now for Purdue at the SIU 25-yard line. That's a big call because then the Boilermakers would have had a choice there of going forward or punting it away. All right, 1st and 10 play. Here's Maccabee. 25, 20, skips through a man at the 15, down to the 13-yard line. And for the first time tonight, the Boilermakers are in the red zone. This trip brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. Andrew Boehm on the tackle after a 12-yard gain.
Yeah, Devin looks fresh tonight. The excellent juke that time enabled him to gain another 8 or 9 yards. Really outstanding run.
1st and 10. Here's Brown to throw. Over the middle, caught, touchdown. Armand Branch on a slant route, and the Boilermakers respond on their opening drive with a touchdown of their own.
Well, beautiful play action that time. The fake to Devin Maccabee. The linebackers come up. Armand Branch with a slant route right towards the goal post, and Ryan Brown put it on a rail and delivered the touchdown pass.
3rd touchdown pass of the season and 7th of his career for Brown. And for Armand Branch, it is his 2nd touchdown catch of the season. Boilermakers in to attempt the extra point. Spencer Porath puts it up, and he puts it through. Go for an extra point on the field and in your future with the Degree Plus program from the College of Liberal Arts. You can earn 2 degrees in just 4 years. So each team scores on its opening possession with 6:34 to play in the first quarter. It's Purdue 7, Southern Illinois 7. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Armand Branch scores Purdue's first touchdown of the game. Stop me if you've heard that before. We're tied at 7. Boilermaker Football brought to you in part by Twin City Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, and the Chariot Automotive Group at drivechariot.com. Time for a field report brought to you by BW Fusion. They know the challenges farmers face, and they're here to help. With their biological and crop nutrition products, they're built on data and designed to drive maximum profitability for every acre. BW Fusion, less in, more out. Here's Kitch.
Yeah, we talk about Ryan Brown's got some moxie. There was a play early in the series that he handed the ball off and then had to extend himself to get a block on the backside end, and just really laid out to make sure that Mock had a clean run through the hole. So that was a heck of a job by him. He's got whatever it is. He's got it.
Well, the Boilermakers 60 yards of offense on that opening drive. Southern Illinois was 75. Again, it was helped on a 15-yard pass interference penalty that kept Purdue's drive alive. And now the Boilermakers will kick it away as Spencer Porath, Seth Turner will kick it away to Vincent Davis III and Jimmy Athens. First one was a touchback. As Turner approaches, puts his right foot into it. That's a high, short kick. They're going to call a fair catch at the 2-yard line. And again, nobody blown up on the play. TJ Williams on that opening drive, 3 of 5 for 48 yards. He also carried it 4 times for 24 yards and a touchdown. He brings his team out with a 1st and 10 at the 25. They start with an empty backfield. I would assume that somebody will shift into the backfield shortly. And they do. And Williams is back to throw on first down. Throws it deep over the middle, and that pass is caught at the Boilermaker 45, 40 down the sideline, 30, 20, 10. Make that the 12-yard line. That is Fabian McRae, and a touchdown-saving tackle there by Taj Rael. But that's a 63-yard gain for Southern Illinois on a huge pass play over the middle.
Boy, no intimidation from this group. They came out firing once again with the deep in route and a huge play over 60 yards. DJ Williams just throws a dime for the big play.
All right, so the Boilermakers now will have to try to come up with a red zone stop here. Chapman is the running back, and they run a pitch to the left-hand side of Chapman trying to turn the corner. He's at the 15, he's at the 10, and he's pushed out of bounds around the 5-yard line by Taj Rael. But right now, Southern Illinois is winning the battle up front offensively.
They are, Tim. They are really blocking well. They are getting a hat on a hat. You see nobody coming free, and they're able to do what they want here in the offense. Just a quick pitch from the shotgun formation, and the running back turns the corner.
That's a 9-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd down and 1 for SIU at the Purdue 4. We're tied at 7, but Southern Illinois already 146 yards of offense in less than 10 minutes. 2nd down and 1. The wide side is the right side. They've got 2 players that way. And Williams fakes the handoff. He throws a pitch now to the near side. It's caught for the touchdown. Ryan Schwendeman, the backup tight end. And Southern Illinois is slicing up Purdue's defense here in the first quarter.
Boy, a quick little play action and a little jump pass to the tight end, and finalizes this drive. And impressive nature of this Southern Illinois offense so far early in this football game. So the defense is going to have to make some serious adjustments to slow this group down.
DJ Williams, 5 of 7, 115 yards and a touchdown. They've got 150 yards of offense already. Kalen in to attempt the point after. And the kick on the way is good. We have 5:08 to play in the first quarter. And SIU's offense is red hot. The Salukis lead the Boilermakers 14-7. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern Illinois leading Purdue 14-7 with 5 minutes and change to go in the first quarter. Take your life and career to the next level with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university built for working adults. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu. Let's get a BW Fusion field report from Kelly Kitchell.
Well, I hope everybody hydrated enough because it could be a long night here tonight. And Ross said, if the scoring continues on like this is unbelievable. But you got to believe Mike Shear and this defense will get some things figured out and slow down this Saluki offense.
Southern Illinois, this was interesting. They were picked 6th this year out of 10 teams in the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Illinois State, one of the teams ahead of them at number 4, and yet, Mark, they're ranked 14th nationally in the FCS poll.
Yeah, I mean, this is an impressive team. And,
yes.
Last week against Ball State, they rarely challenged the Boilermakers down the field in the passing game, and Southern Illinois has come out throwing the football very well to the edges and on the inside. So, boy, that Missouri Valley, it must be a tough league if this is the 6th-rated group. So, very impressive start. Boilermakers going to have to come up with another answer again on this offensive drive.
It is a team that has gone to the FCS playoffs in 3 of the last 5 seasons under head coach Nick Hill. Kalen in to attempt to kick it away. Jackson comes up the field at the 8-yard line. He's at the 15, the 20, up the middle, trying to slice his way up through the middle of the field, and he's cut down at about the 24-yard line. And Southern Illinois with the tackle there gets Grant Thompson on the stop. And so the Boilermakers will take over here just over their 20-yard line with 5:04 to play in the opening quarter.
Well, a little bit of adversity facing the Boilermakers in this second ball game. See how they react, both the players and the coaching staff. It's a 60-minute game, so you got to be ready to roll here.
Jesse Watson has checked in as one of the receivers out there with Nitro Tuggle. They're to the left-hand side, 2 receivers to the right side. They start this formation with no tight end. The running back is Maccabee along with Devin Brown, or make that with Ryan Brown on 1st and 10 at the 24. And Maccabee gets the carry, cuts up to the 25, the 30, and falls forward to about the 33-yard line. That's a 9-yard pickup on first down. Andrew Boehm, who was their leading tackler in week 1 with the stop.
Yeah, just 5 men in the box for the Southern Illinois defense, and George Burhan came in motion and picked up a nice block to enable Devin to get the corner.
Second down and 1. Brown again, this time hands it off to Maccabee, trying to turn the corner. He's at the 35 and dragging tacklers up to about the 37-yard line. Vinny Pierre went for a ride, but the Boilermakers do get the first down as they'll put Maccabee out at where? The 36-yard line. So give him 3 more yards, and that will give Devin 40 yards on 7 carries here, as Malachi Thomas now will replace Maccabee on this first down play.
72 yards of total offense here for the Boilermakers and 42 yards rushing so far in this first quarter. Good quarter for Devin Maccabee.
Thomas offset to the right-hand side. They bring a man in motion to the near side. That's Jesse Watson. First and 10 at the 36. Brown back to throw. He's got time in the pocket. Steps up, throws it deep to the near side, and the pass is incomplete. Horton was trying to run a crossing route. Defending out there for Southern Illinois was C.J. Parson. I don't know if he ever picked that ball up because he never seemed to look back for it at the last minute.
Yeah, the ball was not on target. It just didn't seem like they had the angles in sync that time. Certainly very good protection by the offensive line, enabling Ryan to get some look down the field, but just couldn't make that connection.
Second down and 10 at the 36. This time they pitch it to the near side of Thomas. Thomas makes one man miss. He's over the 40 up to the 42. They could have had a tackle for loss, but the first man whiffed, and Jeremiah McClendon eventually made the stop after a 6-yard gain.
Yeah, that was a good piece of running by Thomas. That could have been a no gain or a loss, and he made it about a 7-yard gain, so excellent job there.
Big third down here. The Boilermakers converted their only third down try in their opening drive. 3rd and 4 here at the Purdue 42 at the clock moving and 3:25 to play in the first quarter. 14-7, Salukis on top. Brown wants to throw for the first down. He steps up. Now he's going to scramble, and he's got the first down. He's all the way up to the Purdue 49-yard line. Fumble. The ball came out late. He was down, and that will be a Purdue first down on a 7-yard pickup as Boehm again makes the stop for SIU.
Well, good awareness by Ryan Brown. He stepped up in the pocket, and there was a lot of opening there. Nobody really in his face, so he did the wise thing, tucked it away, and we've seen that ability to make things happen with his legs for Ryan Brown, so that's a key conversion here on the third down.
Southern Illinois is trying to get some players on and off the field. Purdue substituted, so that gives the Salukis a chance to make a change as they change up a couple of their defensive linemen. First and 10, Boilermakers at their 49. Maccabee back in. He gets the carry, and he spins off one tackler, but he's stopped for a short pickup of 2 by Chris Presto, a junior from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Well, I think Devin Maccabee is on his way to about 25 carries in this game. It's certainly a focus with the inside zone play. Pretty well stacked up by the interior of the Saluki defensive line.
That's already 8 carries for Devin for 42 yards. Second down and 8 at the SIU 49. Brown looking for a screen pass. Maccabee's got it. Maccabee at the 45 and up to the 44. Devin had to try to cut it up. Joey Tonona was out there to try to get a block, but he couldn't get out in time.
Boy, he had a lot of room outside.
Yes, he did.
He decided to go up inside, and you're right, Tim. Joey Tonona was out there ready to lead the charge, but still positive gain. Now you're 3rd and short.
Boehm on the stop. It's 3rd and 3 at the 44. Brown looking, throws a deep one down the sideline. A lot of contact out there, and the pass is incomplete. Nitro Tuggle, the intended receiver. There is a flag down in the backfield, right about where Ryan Brown was standing.
Personal foul.
Roughing the passer. Well, SIU helped the Boilermakers with a pass interference penalty on the opening drive, and this time they keep this drive going with a roughing the passer call.
2 big personal fouls on SIU. Those are game-changing type penalties, both keeping drives alive. So unfortunate for SIU, but very fortunate for the Boilermakers.
Nitro Tuggle was the intended receiver on that play. Jeremiah McClendon was defending. First and 10, Boilermakers at the Saluki 29-yard line. They bring Burhan in motion, and Brown again wants to throw it. Brown throws it deep. He's got a man wide open. Touchdown. Touchdown, Boilermakers, and it is Nitro Tuggle with the score for Purdue.
SIU leaves the middle of the field open once again, and Ryan Brown has the right play called to Nitro Tuggle, who ran the post route for the score, and another great connection here in the Boilermaker pass passing game to tie this football game up.
Nitro Tuggle with the first touchdown of his collegiate career. He beat the true freshman Cameron Kaysen on a deep post route, and Purdue an extra point away from tying this one up as Spencer Porath in to attempt the point after. Well, if you love offense, stick around because it looks like we're going to have a lot of it tonight. 121 yards of offense for Purdue, 150 yards of offense for SIU, and we're still in the first quarter with the game tied at 14. Let's go down to Kelly Kitchell.
Well, I'll tell you, though, those last two drives, we were bailed out by penalties in about the same spot of the field. We had third down, didn't convert on either of them, but bailed out by a couple penalties. You'll take those every day, but, man, we got to find a way to convert on third down without penalties.
Well, let's talk a little bit defense here. Mark, how do you slow this rascal down? DJ Williams has had his way with Purdue in the first quarter.
Yeah, there's been very little pressure, and so I think it's time for Mike Shear to dial up some blitzes, maybe play some man-to-man in behind. There's been some zone coverage. DJ Williams looks far too comfortable in the pocket right now, so you got to get him off his mark, change things up a little bit, bring your outside linebacker, bring a safety down, but I don't think you can sit in your basic zone coverages because they're too good at both throwing and catching and blocking up front.
Seth Turner to kick it away. Vincent Davis III and Jimmy Athens are deep for the Salukis. 14-14. Each team has had the ball twice, and each team has scored 2 touchdowns. Turner ready to kick it away. And this one's a little bit deeper, and the fair catch called it about the 1-yard line by Davis. He was over by the sideline, and so Purdue had him pinned over that way, so they'll take it out to the 25-yard line. And again, the special teams goes over to the student section to try to get them revved up. Hey, while we have a minute, quick birthday shout-outs. We missed Kelly Kitchell a couple of weeks ago. Happy birthday to him. Mr. Blackman, I believe, went around the sun again this week, right?
All right. Wednesday.
Yes, Wednesday. And a
55,
special,
baby, 55.
a special shout-out. Speaking of milestones, my dad, who is listening tonight on the Learfield Varsity Network app, is going to turn 90 on Monday.
All right.
So we're going to go out and have a big celebration here. All right, let's give him something to celebrate here. Boilermaker defense needs to come up with a stop. Man in motion. That's the running back. And they're going to run a reverse to Davis. Or make that Jay Jones. Jay Jones is tripped up. Nice play to get into the backfield by Andarius Coffey. Taj Rael also trips him up, but they still get 5 yards on first down.
Well, Nick Hill for Southern Illinois is emptying the playbook tonight. He is pulling out all stops, this time a little reverse action. Southern Illinois got some athletes, and that was...
they got some speed.
They do, so that was a fortunate open field tackle. That could have been big yardage.
Edward Robinson is the running back now for the Salukis. 2nd down and 5 for SIU at its 30. Now they split everybody out to the right-hand side. This empties out the box. Williams throws a quick one that way. Is a catch by Robinson. He's close to a first down. Push out of bounds there by Miles Slusher. They'll put him out at the 34. That'll be a yard shy of the first down.
They motioned out 2 big bodies as lead blockers, so that's got to be a telltale sign for the secondary to get over there because they outnumber the Boilermakers. And another good positive game. 3rd and short here. This is a big down for the Boilermaker defense.
Well, each team is 2 for 2 here in the first quarter on 3rd down tries. Southern Illinois with a 3rd and 1 here at the 34. They will run from the gun. Williams fades back. He's going to try to throw it, and he is sacked back inside the 30. They were looking for the home run, and the Boilermakers had it covered. Charles Correa with a huge quarterback sack.
Boy, a big push in the pocket that time. A little bit greedy on offense for Southern Illinois. They've been moving the line of scrimmage all evening long, and they tried to go with the big one downfield, and the Boilermaker defense comes up with a big sack.
Hard to second-guess a team that's been moving like that, but wouldn't you let Williams try to run for the first down on 3rd and 1?
No question.
All right, that will be the last play of quarter number 1, so Purdue's going to get a punt when we start the second quarter. 15 minutes in here on a beautiful night in Ross-Ade. It is Purdue 14, Southern Illinois 14. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
And do not be fooled, fans. That is last week's game you are listening to currently. Purdue's victory over Southern Illinois here at Ross-Ade Stadium. 34-17, the final score last Saturday night, moving Purdue to 2-0 on the season. Rob Blackman is my name, and we greet you from a soggy and rainy Ross-Ade Stadium, where we are still under a current weather delay. A thunderstorm warning issued that is in effect until 5:13 local, which is about 12 more minutes from right now. now here in the Eastern time zone. At that point, we believe we'll be getting some type of a weather-related update as to when we can actually put this game into motion for an actual kickoff time. The stadium is empty. No one in the stands here at Ross-Ade Stadium, and the players, of course, have evacuated the field as well. Major thunderstorm passing through here, and it's delayed our 3:40 kickoff where we were scheduled for. Now here we are after 5 o'clock in the Eastern time zone, and still no definite word on when we might get this game started between Purdue and USC. More on that in a moment, but right now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield. Purdue and USC, we were scheduled for a 3:40 kickoff. Mother Nature had different plans, so we find ourselves in a holding pattern. It looks a little bit better along the radar, but
he said, hopefully.
It's a relative term.
Yeah.
A little bit better.
Well, looking, and we've been refreshing the radar every 15 seconds. The red stuff has gone by. There are some clusters now, a little bit up near Wolcott. Everything is now south of Rensselaer. That's good news, and if it'll stop filling in, I think we might be getting ready. Now, I don't know when the last lightning strike was, and again, you have to wait 30 minutes. It's a couple of minutes ago, so you figure it's probably 5:30 before we're lightning clear. So I'm going to guess that this game's going to kick off somewhere around 6 o'clock. Another hour, maybe.
6 o'clock.
Just a guess. Just a guess.
Fingers crossed. That would really be, at this point, about best case scenario. Again, that's if no more weather fills in behind what we've seen coming in from the northwest as it has traveled in a southeasterly pattern and worked its way right through the Lafayette, West Lafayette area. The rain for the moment has stopped, subsided. That is good. Lights are on here at Ross-Ade Stadium. And
nobody's home.
And literally, no one is home. So we'll do our best, fans. We'll keep you posted as we receive information. We will pass it along to you. For the moment, we are passing the time by replaying last weekend's victory over Southern Illinois 34-17. We'll continue on with that. And again, please stay with us as we'll do our best to keep you updated. Also, please follow all the different Purdue Sports social media outlets as they, too, will do their best to give you somewhat of an accurate start time kickoff for Purdue and USC. The Big Ten opener between Purdue and USC has been delayed for the moment by Mother Nature. Purdue and Southern Illinois last weekend was not delayed. It was played on time, and Purdue was on target in a 34-17 win as we continue to listen in to that broadcast. The second quarter, all square at 14 apiece. Want more college football after our game? Tune into the College Football Blitz. It's free on the Varsity Network app. Think of it as college football's versions of the NFL Red Zone, with nonstop action every Saturday from noon to midnight Eastern. Just open the Varsity Network app and search for College Football Blitz to keep the excitement coming. Speaking of excitement, a BW Fusion Field Report from Kelly Kitchell.
Boy, that's big shoes to follow there. Hey, James Shebas, special teams coordinator for Purdue, is known as one of the best minds in all of college football and special teams. It's going to be interesting to see if he wants to come after this kick or set up a return. I assume he's going to try to set up a return because this will give the Boilermakers really good field position if they get a decent return here.
Paul Halen, who is also, again, their kicker, is their punter. He'll be kicking it from inside his 15-yard line. Michael Jackson, III, ready to receive. First quarter yardage, 153 for Southern Illinois, 121 for Purdue. Williams, 6 of 8 for 119 yards and a touchdown. Ryan Brown, 5 of 7 for 64 and 2 touchdowns. So fourth down, our first punt of the game. And it's a high tumbling kick. Jackson's back inside his 30, catches it at the 25. He gets to the 30. He's the 35. Sidesteps a man to the 40, all the way up to the 42-yard line. That's a 48-yard punt and a 15-yard return. And what really impressed me is Pierre made the tackle. He put his foot in the ground and got going quickly.
Well, he eyed the coverage quickly, and Michael Jackson knows what to do with it. He gets upfield quickly, and then he's north and south, and a nice 15-yard return.
Sebastian Vargas also in on the stop at the 41. This is Purdue's best field position to start a drive. Antonio Harris will be the running back to start this series. Armand Branch to the far side. It looks like Horton, or is that Corey Smith? I think Corey Smith and Watson to the near side. On 1st and 10 at the 41. Purdue has scored touchdowns on both of its first 2 drives. Now they bring Watson in motion from left to right. Brown claps his hands, gives the handoff to Harris. Harris over the 40 to the 45, maybe the 46-yard line. A good 5-yard pickup for Antonio Harris on 1st down. Chris Presto on the tackle.
Well, 3 running backs have already seen action here early for the Boilermakers, just giving Devin Mockabee a little blow, and nice first down, 5-yard gain. Excellent job getting room to run up in the interior.
2nd and 5 at the 46. Brown this time fakes the handoff, throws it over the middle, pass is caught at the 40. Coming to the near side, Armand Branch, and he's going to be stopped. They'll put him as forward pro. Well, he's still going, although they're going to whistle it dead at the Southern Illinois 36. That'll be an 18-yard pickup. McClendon on the stop. I thought he had a chance to try to split straight up the field, but he bounced it to the outside looking for the home run there.
You're right, Tim. He tried to bounce it out instead of just heading right up the field where he had some room. Another excellent throw and catch there by this tandem. They're starting to develop some good things out there on the field.
So 1st and 10, the Boilermakers back on the Southern Illinois side of midfield at the 36. Again, a man in motion. Again, Brown wants to throw. Rolls out this time to his left. He's looking deep. He throws it down the field, and that pass is incomplete, although that should be, and it is. That's the pass interference. The defensive back there, Jagger Williams, was all over the intended receiver, Armand Branch, and was almost tackling him in the end zone.
Yeah, a lot of jersey. Both hands had jersey at different times, and definitely slowed the progress of Armand Branch. Once again, Ryan Brown with his eyes down the field, trying to get the big play.
We've seen the Boilermakers with the running game, Mark, but it's also clear they want to stretch the field tonight against this team.
Yeah, they're going to have to push it down the field to keep those running lanes open, and I think to the width of the field, there's some room. I don't think SIU has done a great job of covering the width of the receivers on the attack.
Devin Mockabee back in there as Purdue has it 1st and 10 at the SIU 21. Brown waits for the snap, hands it off to Mockabee. He's at the 20, spins off one tackle and falls to the 17. Boilermakers back in the red zone. This trip brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. Shug Walker, a transfer from Murray State, on the tackle.
Boilermakers starting to get a nice tempo here, a nice balance of run, pass, and play action. Once again, moving the football up and down the field.
They give Devin 5. It'll be 2nd and 5 at the 16. Mockabee gets another carry. He's over the 15 and sliced down at about the 13. I think he'll be a yard short of the 1st down. Chris Presto on the tackle. It'll be very close, but it looks like it's 3rd and a short yard. Not even probably about the length of a football.
I think Purdue has found something up in the interior. The center and both guards are getting a nice push, enabling Devin Mockabee to get some good running room, and I think you'll see maybe this a couple times of getting the 1st down.
Well, it is actually a full yard. Purdue with a 3rd and 1 at the 12. Mockabee gets the carry. He's hammered, but I think he's got the 1st down. Yep, they're going to give him forward progress inside the 11. It'll be officially a 1-yard gain. Vinny Pierre on the stop. Purdue is just outside the 10, so technically not 1st and goal, but they would have to get within inches of the goal line to get a 1st down.
Well, sometimes as a running back, you've got to BYOB, be your own blocker, because there was a guy waiting in the hole, and Devin ran over him to get that. That just shows you his ability to get outside, make people miss, but also be very physical up inside and overrunning tacklers.
1st down just outside the 10-yard line. High snap. Brown with the handoff to Harris, and Harris is cut down after a short pickup to the 8-yard line. And it was C.J. Parson, a fifth-year senior from Memphis, from his safety position to make the tackle.
Well, 4th straight run here. Let's see if Purdue goes to maybe a little play action, trying to get that post route in behind, which has been very good.
How about a first completion of the year to a tight end?
Yes,
this would be a good time for
we're
one.
Still waiting on that one.
George Burhan is in there. Antonio Harris, the running back. 2nd down. The ball is at the 8-yard line. 2nd down for the Boilermakers, who are looking to take the lead for the first time with 11:25 to go in the first half. Here's Brown with a play action. He's going to keep it, and he is hammered at about the 7-yard line, and that'll bring up a 3rd down.
Yeah, Purdue elects to fake the jet sweep and send Ryan Brown up in, and well defensed by Southern Illinois up inside. They were not fooled in the least, and now brings up a big 3rd down here for Purdue.
The Akron transfer, Andrew Bain, with the tackle again. He's another 6th-year senior for this team. 3rd down for the Boilermakers. 3rd, and you'll technically say not goal, but it's basically 3rd and goal at the 7. Trips to the right-hand side. Brown back to throw. Throws to the near side. Pass is incomplete. The intended receiver out there was Corey Smith. The ball was out to the outside, and Jagger Williams on the coverage, and that's going to bring out the field goal unit to try to give Purdue its first lead of the night.
Well, Purdue tried to go with the back shoulder fade to Smith outside, but pretty well defensed. Almost a catch there as he was diving. That would have been a heck of a play, but pretty well defended.
Spencer Porath 1 for 1 last week. This will be a 25-yard field goal from the left hash mark. Snap is down, the kick is on the way, and the kick is good. So the Boilermakers score on their third straight possession, and with 10:41 to play here in the first half, it's Purdue 17, Southern Illinois 14. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Spencer Porath gives Purdue its first lead of the night. Boilermakers up 17-14. Purdue Athletics would like to thank and recognize members of the Black and Gold Club who support Purdue Athletics through their sponsorship at the highest level. Black and Gold Club members include BW Fusion, Indiana Packers Corporation, Purdue Federal Credit Union, Bex Hybrids, Purdue Global, Riley Children's Health, State Farm Insurance, and Wabash, each great partners of Purdue Athletics.
The Boilermakers trying to go 2-0 tonight. The last time a first-year coach at Purdue started 2-0 was in 1916. The immortal Cleo O'Donnell did that feat. He was a Holy Cross grad, was a high school football coach in Massachusetts, was hired here to coach at Purdue for 2 years, 2 unremarkable years, went back to being a high school football coach, and then coached and was the athletic director at Holy Cross for more than a decade.
Oh, my. Okay.
Seth Turner to kick it away, and this one is boomed deep into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. So Southern Illinois will start at the 25. We don't have any Cleo O'Donnell statues here in West Lafayette.
No, but he still has that nice record.
Yes,
we'll see if Barry Odom can match it. Yeah.
All right, let's see if the Boilermaker defense can make it 2 stops in a row, as Purdue was able to keep Southern Illinois in check on the last drive. And Crew Wakely is in now at one of the safety positions for the Boilermakers defensively, as SIU will start first and 10 at his 25. The Salukis with 153 yards of offense, Purdue with 158. It's been a tight game throughout. Chandler Chapman is the running back. He's a junior from Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Junior college transfer. They start with a tight formation, everybody in close on first and 10. And Williams fakes the handoff, throws to the far side. That pass is caught by Davis. He's at the 25, the 30, and run out of bounds by Miles Slusher and Charles Correa at the 34-yard line. That's a 9-yard pickup on first down.
Yeah, SIU has done a nice job of attacking the edges off of play action. It's just a simple dump pass, but it brings you 9 yards, and now you're in control in this offensive set.
They run trips to the right. Now, they've run screens on this before, and this time they go the other way, and the pass is incomplete, and no flag. Wow, I thought that Hudori Hines got a little bit hazy out there, but no penalty, and so it'll bring up a 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, a little aggressive in the man coverage. Once again, Southern Illinois takes a shot on short yardage situation.
I would be shocked if Williams doesn't run the ball here on 3rd and 1.
Or a little short play action or something.
Ball is sitting on the left hash. They bring 2 receivers, McCray and Jones, to the near side. Now they overload both tight ends that way as well. And now they bring a man in motion that way, and Williams will run it, and Williams is stacked up, and he did not get the first down. He is not at the 35, and now let's see what Southern Illinois decides to do on 4th and less than a yard at its 34-yard line.
Boy, outstanding pressure that time, and the safety from this side was able to get them out of a little rhythm, and a nice push. Yeah. Let's see if Southern Illinois looks like they're deciding to go.
Jamarian Harkless, are we going to stop for a review here?
The previous play is good.
You know, the best part of last week's game, we didn't have a single booth review.
It was
now,
beautiful.
This close shave instant replay is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value. I think if you're Southern Illinois and you're an FCS team and you're right toe-to-toe with Purdue, this is a chance. You got to go for it here.
Oh, yeah, and there's a lot of bodies there to overturn this thing, so I think they're going to have to get ready to go here on 4th down. But, yeah, you got to push the envelope here and go for it and see what happens.
And I would think, Williams is a fairly big guy, 6'3", 218. I'm a big believer in the quarterback sneak.
Yeah. So, we'll see if they've bbeen lining up in shotgun and going from there. But I'm with you, Tim. I don't know why you go back 5 yards just to try to get 1 yard. Yeah, so.
Because it's maybe 18 inches away.
Ruling on the field, short of the line to gain is upheld. 4th down.
By the way, you will hear upheld is the official verbiage now. It's not a stands or confirmed. It's upheld.
Okay.
So just so you know.
I'll take that away.
Please do. Southern Illinois last week was 1 of 2 on 4th downs. Boilermaker defense gave up 1 of 2 4th down conversions to Ball State. Williams, it looks like, will run from the gun here with Chandler Chapman as his running mate. It's 4th and less than a yard. Now they empty the backfield, and now it looks like he's going to come under center. And he's going to quarterback sneak, and he has the 1st down. And again, why everybody in the world doesn't do that is beyond me.
You're right. And he's a big physical guy. They emptied the backfield and only had a 4 or 5 man box that time.
He got 4 yards.
Yeah.
He got 4 yards on that play, all the way up to the 38. Now Purdue shifting around defensively at the last minute. Williams throws a quick one to the near side. Pass is caught by Chapman, and he is hammered down after a short pickup to the 41-yard line. 3-yard gain. Taj Rael was out there with Crew Wakely and Darius Coffey, and it'll bring up a 2nd and 7.
Yeah, much better job of rallying to that football on that wide receiver screen. That has been a good play so far for Southern Illinois, and that time 3 tacklers were there to make the play, so good sign there for the defense.
2nd down for Southern Illinois at its 41. 9 minutes to play in the first half. Boilermakers holding a 17-14 lead. Williams brings Davis in motion from right to left, and he throws a swing pass to Davis. Davis with the catch, trying to turn the corner, and he's got the 1st down or close to it. They will give it to him right at the 48-yard line. Great block out there in the perimeter. Dory Hines couldn't get off the block, and that gave Southern Illinois a 7-yard pickup and a 1st down.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, attacking the edges, and they feel like these physical wide receivers are doing the job on the corners, and they're making yardage and getting 1st down.
That was Fabian McCray with the stop. Now Hines comes out of the ball game on 1st and 10 for the Salukis. They're trying to retake the lead. Here's a quarterback draw, and Williams is tripped up after a short pickup. That was Ian Jeffries, the transfer from Central Arkansas, sophomore from South Haven, Mississippi, on the stop after a pickup of 3.
Southern Illinois is really spreading this defense out and lightening the box for the defense. They like their chances when there's only 5 guys in there, so you're seeing 5 guys detached here with an empty backfield.
They've got the running back, Lester, all the way out here to the right side on 2nd down and 7. Williams throws it over the middle. Pass is caught. Davis stumbles down. He's going to be short of the 1st down. He would have had the 1st had he not fallen, but he goes down at the 43. That'll be about a yard and a half shy of the 1st down.
Purdue goes zone against that wide set, and easy pitch and catch. Unfortunately for Purdue, the receiver stumbled on the play. That would have been a 1st down.
The turf monster, or the P that's painted on the field at midfield, got him down. They put him at the 44. We'll call it 3rd down and a long yard. Lem Walsh is in there now for Southern Illinois. They have a lot of different running backs so far, but you got to believe Williams is going to keep this football here on 3rd and a yard. Now they're going to take a timeout. I don't think they knew what they wanted to do. That'll stop the clock here with 7:09 to play in the first half. And a big 3rd down conversion coming for the Salukis. It's Purdue 17, Southern Illinois 14. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Kohl's has back-to-school styles that'll spoil them and prices that'll spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. A big third down coming here for the Salukis of SIU. Let's get a field report from BW Fusion and Kelly Kitchell.
Yeah, you got to believe the Salukis are in 4-down territory again. They already went for it on 4th once, and so what you got to be careful here for the Boilermakers is them taking a shot here on third and short. So you got to play in coverage and make sure that you don't get beat deep on one that you think they may run the ball. So they've got to play solid all across the line of scrimmage here.
Sometimes, Mark, in life you have to ask what you want, and Southern Illinois hasn't turned the football over now in almost 6 quarters. This would be an awfully good time
yes,
for them to fumble it away.
Generate a little pressure here and get a big hit or a big sack on DJ Williams.
It's a third down, officially third in the yard, but it's really closer to 3rd and 2. They've got to get to the 42, and the ball is sitting just inside the 44-yard line. Southern Illinois 2 of 4 on third downs and 1 for 1 on 4th down. That 4th down conversion came on a 4th and 1 earlier in this drive. They do run out of the gun with the running back Sean Lester, or make that that's Walsh. And here's Williams with a keeper, and he stopped. He lost a yard back to the 45-yard line. Boilermakers did a great job. Crew Wakely leading the charge, and that'll be a loss of 1 on the play, and now they're facing a 4th and 3 at the 45.
Boy, great tackle for loss that time by Crew Wakely and others. Good push on the line of scrimmage. First negative play we've seen for DJ Williams.
I'm a little bit surprised here with a 4th and 3 that it looks like they're going to go for it. Boilermakers have to be really aware here and not jump offside. 4th down and 3, Southern Illinois at the 44-yard line. They detach everybody to the left-hand side. Let's see if they run a screen that way. Williams is back. He's going to run a quarterback draw, trying to turn the corner, and he is hammered short of the first down. Smiley Bradford comes up and makes the tackle, and Purdue takes over on downs.
Smiley Bradford comes up smiling after a big hit on DJ Williams short of the first down. Southern Illinois rolls the dice and comes up snake eyes, and the Boilermakers take over.
So the big defensive play there by the Boilermakers, and it was Smiley Bradford who made the stop, but Purdue was able to string that one out. They basically tried to spread Purdue's defense out and run that quarterback draw, and Boilermakers weren't buying it.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, but it was just so well defended by Purdue. They looked spread out, but Smiley Bradford came quickly and had a great, solid open field tackle for the short gain.
Kelly Kitchell had to be excited about that one. Let's see what he says on the sideline.
I gave a pretty good fist pump after that one, and I will say, hey, when you have a big stop like that, usually you don't want to time out right after because you want to come right back out on offense. But look for Boilermakers to take a shot here, especially on you get a change of possession. That's almost like it's pretty much a turnover. It's a turnover on downs, and so you look for the Boilermakers to come out here and take a shot maybe early in this thing and see if we can get some big momentum and keep it going on our side.
Well, Purdue's been balanced as far as yardage here in the first half. Ryan Brown has thrown for 82, but they've run it for 76. So Purdue with 158 yards of offense. SIU has done most of its damage in the air, 10 of 13 for 144, but on that drive when they needed a couple of pickups of short yardage, they couldn't get it done. Nick Hill is the head coach. He's in his 10th year at Southern Illinois. He was a quarterback there when Jerry Kill was the head coach, and Rob Blackman was telling us before the game he actually had the opportunity to play more than football.
Interesting story. An outstanding high school player at DuQuoin High School in Southern Illinois. He was recruited to play basketball at Southern Illinois by none other than our own Matt Painter. Coach Paint was an assistant at Southern at the time. Coach Payton doesn't normally miss out on too many recruits, but he couldn't get Nick Hill to come to SIU to play basketball.
Well, and Jerry Kill said, as soon as he saw him play quarterback, I think, you're not getting my guy on the hardwood.
Yeah,
he's a little too valuable for us. A lot of famous alums have come through the Carbondale campus. Walt Frazier, one of the all-time great NBA players. Dave Stieb, who was an outstanding pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays. Dick Gregory, famous comedian and activist from the 1960s. And Kurt Jones. Now, you may not recognize the name Kurt Jones, but Kurt Jones invented something that you see at almost every amusement park in the world, Dippin' Dots.
Ooh, I'm a big fan, yeah.
And I've always wondered, they're the ice cream of the future, but they've been the ice cream of the future for about 30 years now.
Yeah, they've been around for a whole lot of time,
look ahead, maybe.
What, was Jim Hart there at some point?
Yes, yes, he was.
Yes.
All right, so Purdue will start this drive at its own 45-yard line. Devin Mock will be the running back. Devin, 10 carries, 53 yards so far. And Mock this time they fake it to him. Ryan Brown throws in the near side and it's dropped. Nitro Tuggle was all alone on the sideline at the SIU 40 and just took his eye off the football. That would have been a 15-yard pickup.
Yeah, Nitro was all alone on the sideline and maybe a little too open. He kind of lost focus on the football. Well called play here. Ryan Brown attacks the short side. Wide open, but Nitro just couldn't see it in.
I think he was trying to think about running it before he brought it in. 2nd and 10 at the 45. And this time, Maccabee gets the carry. Maccabee, great cut at the 45 and then down to the 44. He made a terrific jump cut and gets an 11-yard pickup on the first down, and that is true Devin Maccabee style right there.
Yeah, that's terrific effort, and if he gets one more block, I think Devin goes a long way. That was just single effort there as he makes a man miss and then gets the necessary yardage.
1st and 10, Boilermakers at the SIU 44. And this time, again, Maccabee with the carry, and this time they stack him up. I think they're going to give him maybe a yard to the 43. That'll be 65 yards now on 12 carries for Maccabee. Chris Presto on the stop. He needs 5 more yards to pass Markel Jones and become the 6th all-time leading Purdue rusher.
Well, you'd love to get a score on this drive, eat up some clock, and then get the football to start the second half. So this is a big play or drive here for Purdue to double dip on the scoreboard, and they've been really mixing things up well. Devin's gotten off to a great start. Now let's see if Ryan Brown can put together a big passing play.
2nd and 9 at the Saluki 43. Brown wants to throw, rolling out to his right. Now throws back over the middle. Pass is caught. Nice spin move by Michael Jackson III, but he's stacked up short of the first down. They'll put him down at about the 37. And that'll bring up a 3rd down and 3. Chris Presto on a nice open field tackle with the stop.
Yeah, good field awareness. Michael Jackson making the play. And as you mentioned, Tim, a great spin at the end of that. Just couldn't quite come free, but still positive gain there, 3rd and short.
They'll put him down at the 36, so it's 3rd and a long 2 for the Boilermakers. 4:40 to play in the first half. Purdue leading 17-14. And they're going to hand the ball off, and Maccabee is stacked up. He got a loss on the play back to the 37-yard line, and now it's decision time for Barry Odom. You have a 4th down and 3, probably too long for a field goal, and I think it's too short to punt it away.
Yeah, that play tells me he had 4th down in mind, trying to go up inside, but now a little consternation by Barry Odom. Maybe he's going to let the time run down and call timeout.
Cameron Miller on the tackle for Southern Illinois. So, yeah, the Boilermakers with 14 on the play clock. They are going to let the clock run down, and they will take a timeout here. They're facing a 4th and 3 at the SIU 37. Purdue will have its first 4th down try after going 2 for 2 last week. And there is the timeout with 3:52 to play here in the first half. All right, Mr. Herman, you've been under center. You've been on the sidelines calling in plays. What are you calling here on 4th and 3?
Well, I like play action, and I'd love for that tight end to make his first catch of this game. And, it's been heavily focused on the wide receivers to this date. And so maybe a little sneak underneath, a little crossing route, bootleg action, and I'd love to see either the tight end or Ryan Brown tucking it away for the first down run.
Lee Pronchinsky is a first-year defensive coordinator for the Salukis. He's been on their staff for a while, but he was elevated to the DC position. And now let's see what the Boilermakers and Josh Henson dial up here on this 4th down and 3 play. You've got Watson out there as a receiver, Tuggle, Jackson, and E.J. Horton. So it's not going to be a throw to the tight end.
That's right.
We don't have a tight end on the field right now.
4 wide receivers.
4 receivers.
Yep.
3, the trips to the left-hand side. That's the wide side. Watson to the short side. Maccabee now goes out that way. So an empty backfield here on 4th and 3 at the 37. SIU may be bringing some pressure. Brown waits for the snap. He's back. He throws it quick over the middle. Pass is caught. First down. Jesse Watson on a big catch. Jagger Williams hit him down hard. I saw Watson after practice on Monday taking extra throws from the jugs gun, and he needed it there with a good hands on the 4th down catch.
Boy, he put that away because the ball was a little bit behind, and he got a big hit right as he received it.
SIU brings a blitz. There's the throw to the far sideline for Watson. It's incomplete. Jagger Williams on the coverage, and that'll stop the clock with 3:27 to play here in the first half. Purdue will face a 2nd down and 10 at the Southern Illinois 32-yard line.
Well, you still got a lot of time here in this first half, so anything's at your disposal. But that was best coverage we've seen from Southern Illinois on all these pass plays.
Ryan has spread it out. 6 different receivers so far in this one. Now it looks like he may be changing the play, or at least changing the blocking at the line of scrimmage. He has Maccabee offset to his right. Play clock is at 10. Second down and 10 at the 32. Maccabee with the carry, and Maccabee is stacked up after a 2-yard pickup at the 30. Andrew Boehm again on the tackle. So Purdue will face a big 3rd and 8 here with 3:15 to play in the half.
Well, the one man that came unblocked was the inside linebacker. A 5-man box, you'd like your chances there, 5-on-5, but they were unable to get to the linebacker. Now, Devin Maccabee was just short yardage on that carry.
George Burhan is in, replacing Jesse Watson, so Purdue will have one tight end here. He's lined up as a slot to the left-hand side on 3rd and 8 at the 30. Southern rushes 4. Brown steps up in the pocket. He's got plenty of room to run. He's at the 25. He gets a block. He's got the first down at the 20. Skips out of bounds at the 17 and takes a late hit. And that'll be a flag, and that'll take it inside the 10-yard line. This trip to the red zone brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. Ryan Brown with a good, quick decision to pull the football and run it, and another mistake penalty-wise for this defense.
Well, I worried that he bounced the football outside, but boy, that was clearly a late hit out of bounds into the white.
Yes.
And so Ryan Brown, late hit.
Yeah, Jagger Williams with the personal foul. And so the Boilermakers are going to have a 1st and goal here with less than 3 minutes to play in the half, and a touchdown will put them up 10. It'll be 1st and goal at the 9-yard line, and that is penalty number 3, make it number 4 against Southern Illinois. Purdue has not been penalized yet this evening. Only had 3 last week against Ball State.
You know, as odd as it sounds, Tim, I would still use some clock here, not be in a big hurry to put this in the end zone. Surely you'll take any opportunity, but you don't want to put Southern Illinois back on the field before the half.
Malachi Thomas, the running back, on 1st and goal at the 9. Brown claps his hands. Brown fakes the handoff. He's going to run it. He's inside the 10, inside the 5, down to the 4-yard line. Maybe even the 3. It'll be 2nd and goal from there. Andrew Boehm again with the tackle. He's been all over the field for the Salukis, but that should take us down to the 2-minute timeout as Purdue now brings in the extra offensive lineman, Jude McCoskey, and this might be that straight Wildcat formation that we saw last week, but we'll find out after the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes to play here in the first half. The Boilermakers facing a 2nd and goal at the 3, and I don't know why we're coming up to the line of scrimmage, and they just showed what they're going to do offensively. So,
the 2-minute timeout.
Well, so much for the surprise there.
That's right. They tried to get it under the gun.
They change it. 17-14, Purdue on top, and we'll take a break. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Purdue fans want a chance to win a VIP experience at either the home game versus Indiana or the away game against Michigan? Go to PurdueHomeAndAway.com for a chance to win. Brought to you by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance and Purdue Athletics. As we head downstairs to get ourselves a BW Fusion Field Report, here's Kelly Kitchell.
Well, fellas, I wish you were down here with me. It's a beautiful sight in Ross-Ade Stadium. You've got a full crowd. The moon is just peeking over the student section. It's absolutely electric down here, and it'll make it even more electric if we can get these Boilers in the end zone right before half.
It is a full moon here in West Lafayette, 62 degrees right now, and again, by the time we finish, we should be in the 50s. Now, the weather next week for the USC Big Ten opener is supposed to be back into the 80s, so it'll be more like what you would expect early in the season, but who would have believed 2 straight games where we're going to be in the 60s to start the season. All right, Purdue came out before that 2-minute timeout in their Wildcat formation with an extra offensive lineman. And let's see what they decide to do on 2nd and goal at the Southern Illinois 3. Last week, they snapped the ball directly to the running back in this situation. He just ran directly up the middle.
Yeah, Ryan Brown took the wide receiver position. It looks like he's doing it again. So this is kind of the hippo formation, they call it.
They get up to the line quickly. 2nd and goal at the 3. Man comes in motion. Here's Maccabee with the carry. Maccabee cuts back, runs over a player, runs over another player, and he's spun down at the 1-yard line. And guess what play they're going to run again here on 3rd and goal at the 1.
Yeah, that was a good push there, a couple-yard gain. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking down. You've got a couple more chances. Devin Maccabee continues to drive those legs, but you've got the same grouping in there, and we'll see what happens.
And you're in no hurry here. They've got a minute 35. It's just 3rd and goal at the 1. You're certainly in 4-down territory here. 3rd and goal at the 1. Again, it'll be a straight snap. Jackson comes in motion. Maccabee follows on the right side. Maccabee is in for the touchdown. Devin Devin Maccabee, his second rushing touchdown of the season, number 21 for his career, and the Boilermakers have stretched the lead to 23-14.
Well, I love the confidence that the coaching staff and the players have in that formation. They just said, we're going to line up, you try and stop it.
We told you what's coming.
That's right.
We told you what play we're going to run, and still, 12-play, 55-yard drive, and again, that was keyed on the fourth down stop by the Purdue defense. So there's your complimentary football as Spencer Porath is in to attempt the kick. 1:21 to play here in the first half. And the kick on the way is good. 24-14. Remember I talked about that turnover? This would be an even better time to get a turnover. Now here late in the first half.
You're right. There's always a good time, but that would be a great time. So Devin Maccabee finishing that drive with another great effort, and that's another wonderful drive. Lots of good plays by Ryan Brown along the way. Good line play, a lot of good catches. So Boilermakers have found their niche with scoring and moving on offense. They've now gone over 200 yards total offense.
Well, and 110 of that on the ground. By the way, Devin Maccabee is right at 69 yards. That means he is dead even with Markel Jones for number 6 on the all-time list, and he is now just 55 yards away from Purdue's top 5 in rushing career stats.
Just a brilliant career, and he keeps marching up the ladder of Purdue greats, and, added, he's that kind of person as well. Just a terrific young man.
Vincent Davis III and Jimmy Athens are deep. Now, Southern Illinois has only one timeout left. It'll be interesting to see how wide open they want to be here with 1:21 to play in the half. They're trailed by 10, and Purdue will get the kickoff to start the second half. Let's see if Turner can put it through the end zone as he's done several times, and he does it again here as Davis watches that one sail and hits 5 yards deep. So Purdue is going to bring the defense back out with a 1st and 10, Southern Illinois at the 25. Crew Wakely, who's seen a lot of action here in the first half, is in the game along with Taj Rael as the safeties. We've seen Wakely in the place of Miles Slusher here on the last couple of series.
Well, this is not a timid crew, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them coming out firing. They know they got to keep up somehow. 1:21 with just one timeout, but it just takes a couple big plays to get in Purdue territory.
I think they've got 4 wide receivers and a tight end right now. Let's see if Williams runs a quarterback draw here on 1st and 10 at the 25. He's back to throw. No, he is going to throw. He's under pressure. Throws to the near side. It's caught. Yes. It's Ty Mario, the junior, at the 34-yard line. Tony Grimes on the coverage. 1-0 covering another 0. It's a 9-yard pickup. Clock moving with 1:05 to play. 2nd down and 1 at the 34. Now Chandler Chapman comes in as the running back. Southern Illinois doesn't appear to be in much of a hurry here. On 2nd down and 1, Williams is back. Williams looking, got all sorts of time. Now he's rolling out to his left. He's under pressure. He throws the ball to the sideline. It's incomplete. Coverage out there for the Boilermakers by Ryan Turner. And it was Fabian McCray, the intended receiver.
Yeah, sorry, Tim. Boilers have used a lot of personnel in that backfield. Ryan Turner on coverage that time. Excellent job. It was just a 4-man rush, but they were able to flush DJ Williams out, and they overthrew the receiver on the far side.
Now, if you're Southern Illinois, you got to get the first down here, because if you don't get the first down, Purdue will take a timeout and make you punt. 3rd down and 1 at the 34, and again, you would expect Williams on a quarterback keeper here. We'll see. 3rd and 1 at the 34. Trips to the left-hand side. Play clock is down inside 5. Williams claps his hands, takes the snap. He's back to throw. He's under pressure. He's going to run. He's got the first down. He's at the 35. Actually, Purdue got an assist there from the umpire who slowed him down, and they tackle him at the 38, but it looked like he could have gotten more yardage out of that one.
Yeah, he was starting to cut back against the grain, but he hit the official, and there was a yard sale out there. He talked about everything on the field. Oh, the poor guy.
Taj Rael at the stop. That's a 4-yard pickup. Clock stopped, and now it's rolling again with 38 seconds. 1st and 10 at the 38. Williams back. Williams has time. Williams throws over the middle. Pass is caught by Jones. He's close to a first down. I think he has it at the 48. Crew Wakely on the stop, and with Southern Illinois marching down the field to mark, they've still got 28 seconds left here.
Yep. They're doing a good job now. They've actually picked up the tempo and now getting the quick snap.
Here's the throw over the middle. It's tipped and incomplete. Oh, the receiver there took a huge hit from Wakely. Smiley Bradford got his hand on the football, and that was a huge hit, and that receiver, Fabian McCray, is down. The ball was tipped, which allowed the defensive back to come in and hammer him. And, boy, he took a shot in the small of his back.
Boy, did he ever. And, yeah, nice job by Bradford that time. But, yeah, big hit by Crew Wakely.
Yep. Crew Wakely looked back at him and said, well, sir, you've been tackled. Again, Crew, a great story, has a career selling solar panels before he came to West Lafayette. All right, Southern Illinois is facing a 2nd and 10 at its own 48 with 19 seconds to play, and McCray is gingerly being helped to the sideline. Again, took a shot, and if you've ever been hit like that in the small of the back, it will not make you feel good.
Yeah, and if you're not Gumby, that is when it's really going to hurt, and that was a heck of a hit there, and fortunately he was able to walk over to the sideline.
Trips to the right, 2 receivers to the left, Williams all alone in the backfield on this 2nd down play. Boilermakers are only going to rush 4. Williams looking. Now he scrambles. Now he's under pressure. He gets out of one tackle, and he gets out of another tackle, and he steps out of bounds. He did a lot of running and took a lot of time there. It took them 8 seconds to get 4 yards, but it does bring up a 3rd down and 6 with 11 seconds to play in the first half.
Well, I like the way the pocket collapsed that time on DJ Williams. Nobody was able to finish the deal, though, and that just shows you the ability of DJ Williams on the open field. But as you mentioned, Tim, he ate up about 8 seconds on that play.
So it's 3rd and 6. Southern Illinois at Purdue's 48. They send 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Williams has now run it 12 times for 31 yards. Both teams over 200 yards of offense here in the first half. Williams is back. Williams throws a quick slant, and that ball is, I think, incomplete. I thought it hit the ground. Well, it looked like it hit the ground. Davis makes the catch at the 41. They're quickly up to the line of scrimmage, and now they spike it with 4 seconds left. I'm a little surprised that one didn't get looked at.
Yeah, that was awfully close. He kind of short-armed that as he threw it, and boy, that ball skimmed the turf. It sure looked like.
Well, it's too late now because they've already run a play, so they can't go back and review it. All right, so Southern Illinois has 2 choices here, a 58-yard field goal or go for it on the 41-yard line and throw a Hail Mary because you've only got 4 seconds. Yeah, that ball, it really looked like that ball hit the ground. And again, with all the plays that are reviewed, Mark, sometimes you wonder why they don't stop the clock. All right, they're not going to bring the field goal unit. Taj Rael is back at the goal line. He's playing deep safety, and Purdue's going to take a timeout here, I think, and talk about what they want to do. One thing I am a big fan of in these situations, put pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't let him just stand there and heave that Hail Mary.
Yeah, you don't want all 5 receivers getting down there in quick fashion and then unloading it.
Start on the snap.
So 4 seconds left. They put the ball back at the 42. This will be the final play, barring a penalty, of the first half. Purdue with a 24-14 lead. And again, the Boilermakers will get the second half kickoff. All right, Williams back. They're going to throw a quick one. They throw it to the sideline, and, the clock says 0. The tight end, Schwendeman, goes out of bounds. Let's see if they say, or if they're going to put a second back on.
Yeah, I think they're going to put a second.
Well, they are going to put, I think. Yep, the official said the half is not over. Halen, by the way, his long in his career is 50 yards. This would be a 57-yarder.
To determine if there was any time left on the clock.
Okay, so they're going to review that, but they did review what should have been an incomplete pass.
Yes, yeah.
Rule number 635, why I hate instant replay.
Well, as we look at a 57-yard effort here, he's going to try not to drive that football.
It did look like they got out of bounds.
Runner was out of bounds with 1 second left on the clock.
So the field goal, they're going to actually put it down at the 49. This will be a 59-yard field goal. Field goals, a lot of these are low.
Yep, you could get a block and see what happens.
Just saying. And Purdue has a player back at the goalpost. He can goaltend if the kick is low. So here we go. 59-yard field goal attempt on the final play of the half. The snap is down. The kick is on the way, and it's way short. Way short. In fact, it can be returned. Here's Andarius Coffey at the 5. He's at the 10, and he's snowed under there. And that will end our first half of play. And boy, we got a little pushing and shoving after the whistle, but looks like everybody's good to go back to the locker room. So the Boilermakers, after a slow start, have scored the last 17 points, and Purdue will get the ball to start the third quarter. Halftime here at Ross 8. It's Purdue 24, Southern Illinois 14. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
And welcome back, everyone, live from Ross-Ade Stadium. We hope you're enjoying the replay of last weekend's Purdue victory over Southern Illinois University, 34-17. Halftime of that replay here, live and real time at Ross-Ade Stadium. Purdue and USC now over 2 hours into a weather delay, originally scheduled for a 3:40 kickoff. In the Eastern time zone, it is now 5:46. Here's what we can tell you, first of all, with what we see with our own two eyes and what we have been told from stadium officials. Number one, there is now activity once again back onto the field. As a matter of fact, some of the support staff for both Purdue football and USC football have begun uncovering some of their electronics equipment, the stuff that the coaches would wear as far as headsets and things for them to talk up to the press box with their coaches that are up in the booth. They have also reset the orange pylons in the end zones at both the north and south end zones. Those were not out earlier. And we also have plenty of activity with folks milling around now down on the field, mainly media personnel who appear to be trying to get themselves back into place to get put us closer and closer to a kickoff. Now, here's what we can tell you about the kickoff. And again, this now comes to us straight from security and safety personnel here at the stadium. The last forecast was to have all of the lightning, or looked as if all of the lightning would be out of the 10-mile radius by 5:45, which was 2 minutes ago. 5:45, all lightning was anticipated to be then out of the 10-mile radius, which would allow them to start the 30-minute clock and then would allow fans back into the stadium around 6:15. We've also been told the players will be given 20 minutes for an abbreviated warm-up period once they're let back onto the field. What does all of that mean? We try to piece together some of the different information we've been given. I think, Tim, will be right around a 6:30 start.
That sounds about right to me. Knock on wood, please.
Also, our referee, our lead referee of the officiating crew, he is also out on the field. I've seen him milling around, working his way both between Purdue officials and USC officials, and it looks as if, he's obviously bringing them up to speed on what's going on here. So, if with the information we have gathered, as well as what we can just see with our own two eyes, we are getting closer and closer to some football here at Ross-Ade Stadium, with the Big Ten opener looming between the Boilermakers and the USC Trojans. Again, if we can just stay with the original message we were given, with all lightning out of the forecasted 10-mile radius by 5:45, which was now 3 minutes ago, that means by 6:15, if not maybe slightly earlier, fans could be let back into the stadium and players would be let onto the field for a brief 20-minute warm-up before the kickoff. Add all those things up, right around a 6:30 kickoff, it looks like, for right now. And Tim was knocking on wood, I'll cross my fingers, it looks as if all the weather is out of the area for the rest of the night. So if we can get through this rather lengthy delay, which is going to end up being close to about 3 hours, delaying the kickoff, we should be good to go once we begin. Purdue and USC. I promise you it's coming up, fans. It's just going to take us a little while to get there. For now, let's listen to some third quarter action from last weekend's Purdue victory over SIU. 34-17 the final. The win moved Purdue to 2-0 on the season. We open up the second half. The Boilermakers with the lead against the Salukis.
Halen will kick it off. The Boilermakers look like they've made a change here in terms of their kick returner to start the second half. It has been Antonio Harris, but it looks like it will be Jaheim Merriweather to return this one, as Southern Illinois will be kicking from north to south or from left to right as we look at play in the second half. They're dressed in all whites with red numbers and red helmets. Boilermakers in all blacks. They've got white numbers, gold stripe down the pants, and gold helmets. 24-14 Purdue as the third quarter is underway, and it will be an unreturnable kick about 8 yards deep in the end zone.
Let's take a listen to what Coach Odom thought about the first half. Just a moment ago, he visited with our own Kelly Kitchell.
After the first two series, you guys settled in on defense. Give me your overall assessment of the defense in the first half.
Yeah, not very good, obviously. Started off the game the way that we did. They hit us on some plays, made some plays. We didn't communicate early on in a couple of different adjustments. We made some changes. Now we just got to go play with urgency, find a way to get the ball back and match what they're doing. Hadn't anything we've seen that wasn't expected. We got to be better in the game of play.
Offensively, really leaning on Devin Mockabee in the run game. Talked about the offensive line, especially the outside blockers, too, to give them those extra yards.
Yeah, we're making a push there up front. It's looking better. We're going to be able to lean on them and run the ball. And then we get on the perimeter. How do you play when the ball's on your hand? That'll be important how we go finish here.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Well, the Boilermakers start their first drive of the second half with a Devin Mockabee running. He picks up 10 yards to the 35. Andrew Boehm on the stop. Coach Odom's halftime comments presented by Keystone Cooperative, proudly serving Midwest farmers for nearly 100 years. Keystone Cooperative is centered on you. That run puts Devin Mockabee all alone in 6th place on the all-time Purdue rushing list. He now has 79 yards on 17 carries. 1st and 10 at the 35. Ryan Brown to throw. They bring a blitz. Brown has to roll out and throw it away. He was under pressure up the field, and it'll bring up a 2nd down and 10. It was Donnie Wingate who brought pressure off the edge. That'll be a 2nd and 10.
Yeah, got pretty good pressure quickly, and Ryan Brown had no chance to look down the field, wisely threw it away and avoid that negative play, but a nice adjustment there by the SIU defense to bring a little pressure.
Christian Moore is out. They bring in George Burhan as the tight end on 2nd and 10 at the 35. Mockabee is offset to the left in the backfield with 2 receivers each side. Boilermakers going toward the horseshoe here in the 3rd quarter. Brown claps his hands, takes the snap. Pump fakes, throws it over the middle. He's got a man open. George Burhan with a nice leaping catch into Saluki territory at the 47. Jeremiah McClendon on the stop, but that's a pickup of 18 on George Burhan's first catch of the season.
Well, his first catch is a beauty. George Burhan climbs the ladder. He went right down the numbers, and Ryan Brown threw it right where he needed to over the defender, and George reels it in.
1st and 10, Brown with a play action. Pump fakes. He's looking long. He throws it deep down the middle, and that pass is going to be intercepted. Intercepted inside the 10-yard line. Vinny Pierre Jr. with the takeaway for Southern Illinois. That is their 6th takeaway on the season. Armand Branch, the intended receiver, but that ball was well underthrown into double coverage.
Yeah, they tried to double move with the wide.
And welcome back, everyone, live from Ross-Age Stadium. I am Rob Blackman, joined by my broadcast team of Kelly Kitchell, Mark Herman, and Tim Newton. And by the way, while I have a second, a huge thank you to our in-studio audio engineer today, Brett Otto, who has been doing the yeoman's lifting of the work here in this extended weather delay. We have just been given an update here from stadium officials, a 6:15 reopening of the stadium for fans to re-enter to your seats. 6:15, which is roughly about 21 minutes from right now. The stadium will reopen for fans to come back and find their seats. 6:15. The game will kick off at 6:45. A 6:45 kickoff. 6:15 for the stadium reopening for fans to come back in and find their seats. It has been a lengthy delay. By the time we eventually get it kicked off, we'll be 3 hours behind schedule, but it does at least look as if football is on the way.
Isn't West Lafayette the city that never sleeps?
It is. Tonight it is.
Tonight it is.
Before we go further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield. And fans, you thought you were only going to get one night game at Ross-Age Stadium in the month of September. Nope, we're going to get 2. This one wasn't scheduled that way, but that's how it's going to go down. 6:45, the kickoff between Purdue and Southern Cal. 6:15, fans, you may re-enter the stadium. So those doing the tailgating, enjoying some time with friends and family, You can begin making your way to the stadium anytime after 6:15. You'll be allowed to re-enter and find your seats for a 6:45 kickoff. We'll kill a little bit more time while we can, listening to some more of that third quarter from last week's Purdue win over Southern Illinois University, the 34-17 victory. But again, we'll reconvene here in about 30 minutes or so to bring you up to speed. 6:15, gates open. 6:45 the kickoff. Purdue and USC. For now, here's Purdue and Southern Illinois from last Saturday night. Purdue's in good field position, taking the ball over at the 49 of Southern Illinois. Tonight's annual Ag Day celebration with the Purdue College of Agriculture is presented by Beck's Hybrids, Premiant, Haldeman Real Estate and Farm Management, Indiana Packers Corporation, Indiana 811, and Case IH.
Another nice crowd here tonight at Ross-Ade Stadium. 54,663 to watch the Boilermakers and Salukis after Southern Illinois had jumped out to a 7-0 and 14-7 lead. Purdue has scored the last 17, and they're in position here at the SIU 49, and you have a feeling this is a big drive, Mark. If Purdue can score here and get a 3-score lead, it's going to put them in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and a great job by the defense there. After the turnover, they caused a 3-and-out, and now gained some field position in the exchange. So, yeah, this is a big drive. You hope put 7 on the board and put yourself in really good shape.
Well, let's see if the Boilermakers go back to the ground after throwing a pick on the last drive. Tuggle goes in motion, and they are going to give the ball to Maccabee. Over midfield, he runs over a defender at the 45 down to the 43-yard line. C.J. Parsons going to field that one in the morning as Maccabee gets another good pickup. They're going to put him at the 43, so that's a 6-yard gain. That gives Devin 18 carries tonight for 85 yards.
Yeah, and he delivers the blow at the end of the run, which you like to see from a running back. You don't want to take that and let the defender win.
Tuggle again in motion. Again, Maccabee gets the carry, tries to cut it back, but this time Southern Illinois swallows him up after a short pickup at the 42. Jake Perella, the fifth-year senior out of Cleveland, transfer from Oregon State, makes the stop. That'll bring up a big third down, 3rd and 3 for Purdue at the Saluki 42-yard line.
Well, let's see if Ryan Brown can be a goldfish and have a quick memory loss there and come back firing and get this third down pickup. He's done a nice job most of the game, just had that little slip up. 2
tight ends in there for the Boilermakers, Earls and Moore. 3rd down and 3. This time they're going to play action. They got a man open in the flat. They throw it to him. That's Moore. And I don't know. I think he's short of the first down. He needed the 39, and he got sliced down just inside the 40. Vinny Pierre Jr. on the stop. Let's see if Purdue brings McCoskey in. Doesn't look like they're going to do that. It's a 4th and 1. I thought they might go to that Wildcat. It doesn't look like they're going to go that direction.
That was a heck of an open field tackle there.
Yes, it was.
That's a big
because he had a lot of room.
Yes, he was rolling.
And here, 4th and 1, and Mark, they're going into the shotgun here. Less than a yard to go. Let's see. 4th and 1 inside the 40. Jackson in motion. Now he stops on the right side. Hand off to Maccabee. Maccabee's got the first down. What me worry, Mr. Maccabee says. Easy pick up to the 34. Another 6 yards for Devin, and he's over 90 now for the night.
Well, you give a lot of credit to that right side of the offensive line. Bakeen Coley and
Ethan Trent.
And Ethan Trent as well. Able to get a very good push, and Maccabee able to find in behind.
Malachi Thomas now replaces Maccabee. Devin, 20 carries for 92 yards. 1st and 10. Boilermakers at the SIU 34 with 8:55 to go in the third quarter. Purdue looking to stretch a 10-point lead. Brown with the handoff to Thomas. Thomas, big hole over the 30. He's inside the 30 to about the 29-yard line. Another 5-yard pickup on 1st down. Bame with the tackle. He's in double figures in tackles already, but now the Purdue offensive line getting that push that it wants.
Yep, starting to get a little push there, a little momentum, but Bame has been a busy man in that middle of the defense for the Salukis, but you kind of like what you're seeing here from that offensive front. And now Malachi Thomas getting the call to get some yards.
Ball sitting at the 29, make it to 28. 2nd down and 4. And this time Brown's going to keep it. Brown goes to the outside, and he's got a first down. Thought he had a chance to cut it inside. They've been bound and determined to get to the corner tonight. Wingate on the tackle, but it was good enough still for the first down.
Yeah, Ryan's done that a couple times. You just got to take what you can get. I know you're trying to avoid that big hit, but north and south is where you get the yardage.
Now Maccabee is back in along with George Burhan. Michael Jackson split out to the right side. It's been a quiet night for him so far tonight. Let's see if the Boilermakers keep it on the ground here with the 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line. E.J. Horton in there as well. Now they bring a man in motion. That's Jackson coming to the near side. Maccabee with another carry, and this time he's swallowed for a loss. That'll be a tackle for loss, and that was big Noah Freet in the backfield for a loss of 1 back at the 25.
Well, you go to the well just a little bit too often there. I think that zone play has been good, but you'd like to, and maybe they're worried about Ryan Brown settling in after the turnover, but, that time, obviously, the Salukis were ready.
Boilermakers have dominated time of possession, almost 22 minutes in this one. And they face the 2nd and 11 here at the 25. This time, Brown hands it off. Maccabee steps out of one tackle, but he's going to be tackled for another loss. They try to sweep on the right-hand side, and he is hit by Cameron Miller for a loss back to the 26, and that'll bring up a 3rd down and 12 for Purdue.
Yeah, they've gone a little conservative here in this drive. Only the one throw with the flat and a lot of runs, so Salukis are really kind of tuning into the, just when you thought Purdue was taking charge in the run game, Salukis have had an answer the last couple times.
Now you got to get the ball to one of your playmakers on the outside. It's a 3rd down, 3rd and 12 at the 26. Brown is back. Brown has time. He can run it. Now he throws it the last minute and throws it away. Horton was open, but Ryan Brown had 10 or 15 yards in front of him. Mark, he could have walked for the 1st down there.
Yep, he sure could have. And then he throws a laser to Horton, and that thing, so that's a tough decision there by Ryan Brown. And maybe he's taking too many hits, but that thing was wide open to get the 1st down.
And this is not a gimme. Spencer Porath with a 44-yard field goal. His career long last year was 45. This will be from the right hash. Out of the hold of Jack McAllister. Snap is down. The kick is on the way, and the kick is off the upright and good. It bounced through. Do you get extra points for that, for the carom shot? I didn't think it had a chance when it started, but it caroms off the upright and through, and the Boilermakers stretch the lead now to 27-14 with 6:15 to play in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break.
Spencer Porath with a field goal. Purdue extends the lead 27-14. Take your life and career to the next level with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university built for working adults. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Oh, we dipped down to 59 degrees now with 6:15 to play in the 3rd quarter. Spencer Porath, officially they'll give him a 43-yard field goal that dinked in off the upright, but Mark, you feel like that was a wasted opportunity because on that 3rd and 12 play, it looked like Brown either could have run for the 1st down or he had Horton wide open for what could have been a walk-in touchdown.
You're right. That was a missed opportunity for sure that they want that one back, but at least the Boilermakers are able to put 3 on the scoreboard.
Seth Turner drills another one through the end zone for a touchback. Well, Southern Illinois scored touchdowns on its opening 2 drives. They have not scored since, and we're at the 6:15 mark of the 3rd quarter. And so let's see if Purdue's defense can come up with another stop and maybe that first turnover of the season.
Yeah, we're anxiously awaiting that first turnover. Certainly Southern Illinois came up with one tonight, and that was Purdue's first of the season. But the defense Southern's going to be forced to throw it a little bit more than they did in the first half, so maybe there's an opportunity to get a pick.
Sean Lester Jr. is the running back along with Williams. Williams has carried it 14 times for 35 yards. He's also thrown for 175. They bring Davis in motion. Now they're going to run a keeper to the right-hand side, and Tony Grimes makes a nice stop after a short pickup. He came in from his cornerback spot and hit Williams at the 27 for a 2-yard gain.
Well, they're counting on them being over with more numbers on that side, and Tony Grimes came in and really stuck his nose in there and made a good solid tackle on DJ Williams.
C.J. Nunnally had also helped set the edge there to keep that to a 2-yard gain. 2nd down and 8, an empty backfield. Williams throws a quick slant, and that ball is caught over the middle. That's Davis. They're going to put him down at the 35. That'll be a 1st down. That's Vincent Davis III. He had 6 catches for 97 yards last week. That'll be his 5th catch tonight. And that is good for a pickup of 8 and a Southern Illinois 1st down. Nice tumbling catch there in front of Andarius Coffey. Clock moving. 5:24 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Purdue leading 27-14. They've scored the last 20 points in this one. Southern Illinois, if they get a touchdown here, they're going to tighten up a little bit at Ross-Ade. Now, again, they empty the backfield with Lester going out to the left-hand side. Williams takes the low snap, looking, throws a quick one over the middle, incomplete. They tried a slant pattern there to Jackson Parker. He's a 60-year senior, a transfer from Albany, but the pass was behind him, and that'll bring up a 2nd and 10.
Boy, good pressure from the Boilermakers that time. Yeah, big defensive tackle, putting the heat on, and maybe sped up the delivery here and caused the inaccurate throw.
Williams now with that incompletion, 17 of 24, 183 yards and a touchdown. Parker goes out to the left-hand side. They bring 2 receivers to the right side and now bring Davis in motion. And Davis gets the ball in a handoff, trying to turn the corner. He's over the 35. He's at the 40. We got a flag down. Tajrai Allen the stop, but you would think this is some sort of an illegal block from where the flag comes. We'll find out. They've had 4 penalties for 51 yards. Knock on wood, Purdue has not had a penalty here in almost 3 full quarters. I say that.
Well, they're pointing over their sideline.
No, it's going the other way. There's a 5.
Carrying the run. Personal
10,
foul.
15. Chop block.
For 28 of the offense.
Yep.
15-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
That's Sean Lester Jr. That is a 15-yard penalty for a low block. That takes it back to the 25-yard line, and that'll bring up a 2nd down and 20. And that's their 5th penalty of the day for 66 yards. So now 2nd down and long. The Salukis with trips to the right-hand side. This time Purdue brings 3 defenders out that way, and they scramble around to get in the right order. Williams looking, throws it over the middle. That pass is caught, but it's a diving attempt, and the catch is made there by Ty Mario Jr., but he had to go leave his feet to make the catch at the 32. Coffee defending. If that ball's a little bit better thrown, that would have been
he's
a
on the run. The Boilers were in a nickel defense, just 1 linebacker, 5 defensive backs, and 4-man rush. So now a 3rd and long here.
3rd and 13 for the Salukis, and what do we have?
The ruling of a completed pass is being reviewed.
All right, I didn't see any sort of a bobble, but so another replay. So it will either be a 3rd and 20 or a 3rd and 13 here. Didn't mention Landon Johnson tonight as the honorary captain. Played 7 years in the NFL with the Bengals, the Panthers, and the Lions. Great to see Landon back. An outstanding linebacker.
Outstanding. I said, Landon, what'd you weigh back then when you were playing? He said, I was about 198 playing linebacker.
In the NFL.
Yeah, so nice visit, beautiful family, and it was great to see him back. He had a nice career, and he said he really enjoyed his time with Cincinnati, but he really loved Detroit. He loved the coaching staff there, and so nice 7-year career. So good for him, and love to have him back.
Boilermakers are trying to buck a trend here tonight, Herm. They've lost their last 7 straight at night, and it would be awfully nice to turn that around. We're looking at the replay. Mario went to the ground diving for it. Hard to tell if the ball moved. It looked like it does, and that should, from what I saw, that should be an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
I've never been right, but I'm going to try and break that string tonight.
Yeah, that ball certainly looked.
The play. The ball contacted the ground.
There we go.
The receiver had possession. It is incomplete. It'll be 3rd down at the previous spot.
Hey, broken clock is right twice a day. I'm halfway home.
That's right.
So that'll bring up a 3rd down and 20 for the Salukis at their 25. That's clock is stopped with 4:16 to play here in the 3rd quarter. And let's see if the Boilermaker defense can get off the field. Southern Illinois hit their first 2 3rd down conversions, but since then, just 2 of 7. And they've got a 3rd and very long here. Now Williams surveying the defense, maybe changing the play. Chapman is the running back. They've got Parker split out to the left side, 2 receivers to the right side with a slot that way. Williams is back. Williams has time. Now he's under pressure. Gets away from Lindsey. Still rolling out. Still rolling. Now he throws back the other way. He's got a man open and overthrew him. He had Chapman, the running back, running free in the flat. The Boilermakers had one defender out that way in Trey Smith, but he makes that catch. He may have gone to the end zone.
Yeah, there were maybe one defender there, lucky, because that ball was way across to the other hash mark, and not a lot of defenders over on that side. So
now he broke every cardinal rule there is in football, throwing late against your body over the middle.
Former quarterback, I almost just choked right then watching him do that, but
he's failing in to kick it. There's a flag. Boy, the Boilermakers, again, leaving a little bit early. Michael Jackson calls a fair catch back at the 30. Let's see what the flag is about. We got some extracurricular going in front of the SIU sideline. The flag came right at the snap, so somebody was lined up illegally or we had too many men or something. It's a 45-yard punt if it stands. And Purdue would love to have him re-kick here if it's penalties against SIU, because I think you can do better than the 30-yard line.
Yeah.
I think this one's going against Purdue, though. If I'm SIU, I'm declining the penalty because I'm going to take my chances with Purdue back at the 30. We'll find out.
Illegal formation. 43, the receiving team, covered the center. The penalty is declined. Be first and 10, Purdue.
Yeah, you're not allowed to line up over the center. It's a safety issue on kicks. Yeah. And that time they had Tony. Richard Tony Jr. was lined up over the center, but the penalty is declined, so Purdue still officially does not have a penalty. They do have the football with 3:58 to play in the third and a 27-14 lead when we come back.
Hey, Purdue fans, your new favorite podcast has arrived to check out For Pete's Sake, the official podcast of Purdue Athletics with Joey Molinaro and the star of the show, Rob Blackman. New episodes available on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, and the Purdue Sports app, or just go to PurdueSports.com to find the podcast. Let's check in with Kelly Kitcher with a BW Fusion Field Report.
Boy, it's a good thing Joey's on that podcast. He's got to carry, his back's probably hurting after that thing. But hey, coming out here for this offense, it looks like after the interception, Josh Henson decided to just take the ball out of Ryan Brown's hands and said, we're just going to pound it and see what happens. I have a feeling they'll come right back out now and maybe be a little more balanced and keep SIU on their toes a little bit.
Well, let's give the Boilermaker defense some credit here. The first two times they had the ball, Southern Illinois went right down the field, 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. Since then, Purdue's defense has given up 91 yards and 0 points. Purdue has scored the last 20 points and leads 27-14. They take over on the 30-yard line with a 1st and 10. Devin Mockabee 10 yards away from the century mark. He has 90 yards on 22 carries. Burhen comes in motion from the left-hand side, and Mockabee gets another carry. He's over the 30. He's over the 35, spun down at the 39-yard line. Chris Presto on the tackle. They'll put him down at the 38, so it'll be 98 yards for the mock train.
Yeah, quick hitter that time, and excellent job at the point of attack and blocking and running. Nice way to start this drive. Devin Mockabee has been a stalwart tonight as he approaches 100 yards.
2nd down and 2. The Boilermakers with the ball with 3:30 to play in the third quarter. Moving toward the horseshoe here from right to left. Burhen again goes in motion, and again Mockabee gets the handoff, and this time Maccabee's strung out, but he's close to a first. I think they're going to put him down about a foot short of the 40-yard line. You know what I'd like to run here? Well, here comes the jumbo package, and I think they have the same idea. Nate Tronzo is going to come in, so here's going to be a direct snap to a running back, and they're going to say, you know what, we got a foot to go, try and stop us.
Yep, and they bring the big people in as well to counteract what they think is going to be this hippo formation.
Yep. So Mockabee will take the shotgun snap. Jackson comes in motion. They fake it to him. Mockabee gets the first down and falls forward. And actually, now the blocking line is still taking him forward to the 45. So that's a 6-yard, maybe a 7-yard pickup. You know, the thing he does, he gives a little bit of hesitation to let that hole open, and then he shoots through it. Shug Walker on the tackle.
Yeah, good patience that time, as you mentioned, and Devin just has a good feel. Next time, I want him to give it to Jackson.
Yes.
Nobody's paying attention
at some
to him.
point, they're going to do that.
Yeah.
That's a 7-yard pickup. That puts Devin over the century mark. 25 carries now, 106 yards. 1st and 10 for Purdue at the Boilermaker 46. Tight formation. This time, Brown wants to throw on 1st down. Ryan has time. Now he throws short. This is Miles Malachi Thomas with the catch, and he's close to a first down in Southern Illinois territory. They'll put him out at the 44. Parson on the tackle, but that is a gain of 10 and another Purdue first down.
Yeah, really nice job by Ryan Brown, just being patient, just take what the defense gives you and give it to Malachi Thomas. Excellent second effort by Thomas, breaking that first tackle and finding the sticks.
Malachi Thomas, fifth-year senior out of Harwell, Georgia, transfer from Virginia Tech. And he's got the ball down to the Saluki 44 with 1:38 to play in the third quarter. They bring a man in motion to the near side. That's Jesse Watson. And the fake handoff, they're going to throw quickly to the tight end Burhan, 35-30. Cuts back to the inside at the 25, dragging tacklers, still on his feet, and finally put down at the 23-yard line. 21-yard pickup, Colin Bohannick on the stop. George Burhan with his second catch of the game.
Well, absolutely love the call by Josh Henson. Fake the interior run, and then George Burhan all alone in the flat. The wide receiver to that side just cleared everything out, and nothing but green turf in front of George Burhan.
First and 10 at the 23. They bring a man in motion to the near side. That's Watson. And Malachi Thomas gets a handoff. And this time he's stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. And Andrew Bain, who's having a sensational day defensively, that will be his 14th tackle and his 10th solo of the game. And now we've got a player down for the Salukis. Just inside the 25. We'll identify the player and give you an update when we come back. We have a timeout with 47 seconds to play in the third quarter. Purdue leading 27-14 over Southern Illinois. The injured player for Southern Illinois was Noah Freet, big defensive tackle. He was helped off to the sideline as the Boilermakers come back to the line of scrimmage. Second down and 11 at the SIU 24. Brown claps his hands. He's rolling out to his right, looking for a throwback. He's got a man open. It's Burhan. He's hit down short of the first down by Jeremiah McClendon, but the Boilermakers back inside the 20. And this trip to the red zone is brought to you by the team on top at Case IH.
Well, nice job of throwing George Burhan short. There was a defender out there waiting, kind of waiting in the shadows there, and a nice catch underneath there to bring back a lot of yardage in the third and short type situation.
It's a pickup of 9. That'll be a 3rd and 2, and that will be the final play of the third quarter as the final seconds tick off. So Purdue will start at the fourth quarter with a 3rd down and 2 at the SIU 15-yard line. After 3 quarters, our score, Purdue 27, Southern Illinois 14.
We begin the fourth quarter. Purdue leading 27-14. The 2025 Purdue football season presented by Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Let's get a field report brought to you by BW Fusion. We know the challenges farmers face, and we're here to help you win. Our biological and crop nutrition products are built on data and designed to drive maximum profitability from every acre. BW Fusion, less in, more out. This is how we farm now. Here's Kelly Kitchell.
Boy, shout's a lot sweeter when you're up and going into the fourth quarter, but this is a big third down here. If the Boilers don't convert and have to kick a field goal, it's still a 2-possession game. If they get this thing first down and punch it in the end zone, it makes it a 3, and it makes it a lot tougher on the Salukis to try to make a fourth quarter comeback. So big third down here for the Boilermakers.
Through 3 quarters, Purdue has outgained Southern Illinois 310 to 241, and again, the Salukis with just 91 yards in the last 2 quarters. Devin Mockabee, 25 carries for 106. This is his 9th time over the century mark, and that ties him for 4th place on the Purdue list with Scott Deerking and Corey Sheets. Harry the Horse Silborski did it 11 times, Otis Armstrong 13, and the A-Train Mike Allstott with 16 100-yard rushing days.
Well, Devin has been a great story from a walk-on to one of the all-time leaders in rushing at Purdue. So he's been fun to watch. Let's see if he can do some more magic here to close out this fourth quarter.
All right, I think they've got the hippo package in, I believe. No, they don't. They've just got Brown in the backfield along with Mockabee. They bring a man in motion, and they fake a pitch. Brown keeps it, and he's got the first down. He needed to get to the 13, and that's exactly where he got. Caden Reeves on the stop for Southern Illinois. but they fake the pitch, and actually they give Ryan an extra yard to the 12-yard line, so Purdue keeps the drive going with 14:40 to play.
Yeah, a lot of misdirection that time, and actually copying what Southern Illinois did with DJ Williams. Ryan Brown able to get that first down.
Good block by the left-hand side and the tight end Christian Moore on that play. First down and 10. Again, a man comes in motion to the near side. Maccabee gets the carry. He's trying to turn the corner. He's dragged down for a loss. Back at the 16-yard line. It was Colin Bohannick, 60-year senior out of Chicago, transfer from Eastern Illinois, who made the stop. He spent most of last year injured, and that's one reason this team went 4-8. Mark, they were devastated by injuries.
Had total injuries on both sides of the football. So it's just crazy to hear 6-year senior coming out. But these guys are doing a heck of a job this year after a really frustrating year last year.
So second down and 14 for the Boilermakers at the 16. They've got two receivers to the wide right side. Brown claps his hands, and he hands the ball off to Maccabee. Maccabee slips one tackle, keeps his balance, and finally falls forward to the 9. He'll get 7 more yards. C.J. Parson made the tackle, so Purdue now will face a third down, and they have to get the ball to the 2-yard line, so it's 3rd and 7 from the 9.
Yeah, another great individual effort. Didn't go down that first hit and drug the tackler another couple yards, and the Boilermakers are just steadily letting that clock run and shorten this fourth quarter.
So 3rd down and 7 at the 9. Ball sitting on the left hash. Brown claps his hands. They run a twist up front. Brown scrambling out to his right. He's going to try to run it. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. He turns the corner, hits the pylon, and he's got a touchdown. No, they're going to put him out. They're going to put him out. I don't know about that.
Oh, boy.
It looks like it'll be at least a first down, but they said he stepped out of bounds at the 2, and let's take another look at that. Let's see. Taking a look at the replay. Brown turning the corner. I don't think so. I don't think so, Herm. Let me look at it. We're going to look at it on the big screen here.
Let's get a look here.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see.
No, you got to take a look at this.
Well, it's really close. Yeah, they've got to take a look at this. They have to take a look at this. This is ridiculous. There are 4 seconds on the play clock, and now the official coming out on the field. And
previous ruling short of the goal line is being reviewed.
So the question is, Brown planted his right foot at about the 2. Is there green between his foot and the sideline, which would indicate he's in?
Boy, from
it
this
looked like
it did look like green there.
Yep.
You don't know if it rolled over there at the end, but initially I saw green before he leaped.
Yeah, worst case scenario, it's not a touchdown. It's 1st and goal at the 2. Yeah. But, boy, that sure looked like a touchdown to us. We'll see.
But a very similar effort by Ryan Brown to the Ball State score as he was able to turn the corner. He has good speed.
And we've seen him have that opportunity tonight. And sometimes he's done it. Sometimes he's been a little bit hesitant. Kelly Kitchell, is he in?
Yeah, I was right down here on it. It looks like the foot divot actually looks, I can see right now, I'm looking at it, looks like where the foot divot was, that he was in bounds. But it's going to be tough because the angle of that may not be very conclusive to overturn it. The tough part is they called him out. And the official was right on it, but man, I'll tell you what, officials love to make those tough challenging plays.
Now they're spotting the ball at the 1, so that doesn't make any sense. Either he's out at the 2.
After reviewing the play, the runner stepped out of bounds at the 2-yard line with the ball at the 1.
Well, they're going to say he stepped out of bounds at the 2, which he still doesn't look like he did. But they said the ball is at the 1. So it'll be a 1st and goal at the 1. Purdue brings its hippo package out, which is 6 offensive linemen. The crowd doesn't like it. Ryan Brown says, great, but let's quiet down so we can get a snap here. Because the Boilermakers just 1 yard away from really breaking this thing open with 12:32 to play. And Ryan Brown split out to the left. They're going to direct snap to Maccabee, and he's going to try and run it through. Jackson in motion. Maccabee runs it, and Maccabee this time is stacked up, maybe even lost a yard back to the 2. That'll bring up a 2nd goal. The only good news, Colin Bohannick on the stop, it's taking more time on the clock.
The clock's still running, as we near 12 minutes, but you'd like to certainly punch this in now and not have to go down, go to a 3rd down.
I still disagree with the call, with the officials' call. What was that? Numbers, that's 6:51 now, why I hate replay, I think. All right, second down and goal, officially still at the 1. Now, Barry Odom wants a timeout. He ran out on the field. He did not like the formation. And so the Boilermakers are going to take a timeout, and we will take it with them. With 11:53 to play, Purdue leading Southern Illinois 27-14.
Devin Mockabee, his second rushing touchdown of the night. Purdue extends their lead to 34-14. Which schools will win the Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the upcoming year? Check out how your favorite school is doing at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at directorscup.com. Winners announced in June of 2026. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACTA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Well, Jack McAllister's having an easy night tonight. The Boilermaker punter has not seen action except for holding on extra points. Purdue has had the ball for 7 possessions. They've scored 4 touchdowns, kicked 2 field goals, and thrown an interception. So that's been good. By the way, Devin Mockabee, now 29 carries. That is 1 away from his career high. He did that against Nebraska. He has 29 carries for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he's now 14 yards away from the 5th place on the all-time list. Seth Turner will kick it away to Vincent Davis III and Jimmy Athens, as Purdue has rolled off 27 unanswered points in this one and leads 34-14 with 11:48 to play. Turner approaches and booms another deep kick, about 7 yards deep. And so it'll be a touchback, and the Salukis will start 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. Again, they started off a house of fire in the first quarter with 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, but just 91 yards since that point. And now you really don't have to respect the run very much anymore. They've got to go to the air here.
And Tim, they've only run 46 plays to Purdue 63, so that has really changed. We thought it was going to be a long offensive evening against the Saluki attack, but you're right. They're going to have to go to the air much more and a quicker pace here. See what kind of pressure they can generate with their 3- and 4-man rush.
Edward Robinson is the running back. DJ Williams has gone all the way at quarterback. He brings Davis in motion, and Williams is back to throw. Williams looking. Now he's under pressure. He throws the ball at the last minute to Robinson. It's complete, but it's going to be a loss on the play. And Darius Coffey made the stop, but Purdue had great pressure. Trey Smith and Jamarian Harkless were in the backfield and very close to a quarterback sack.
Yeah, heck of an effort there by DJ Williams. It saved him about 8 yards as he shoveled it forward to the receiver. But as you mentioned, good pressure that time, and now you can just pin your ears back and get to the quarterback. 2nd and 12 at the 23. Still waiting for that first takeaway on the season as they hand it off inside, and that's a short pickup to about the 25. That's the original line of scrimmage. And it was Braylon Charles, the transfer from Lamar, who made the tackle. And that'll bring up a 3rd down, and they'll put him at the 26 and make it 3rd and 9. This is what you want as a defense, 3rd and longer. They've got to hold the ball just a touch more to get it downfield, and maybe that enables you to get home here with the sack.
See if the Boilermakers bring any blitzers here, or just goes with the standard 4-man rush on this 3rd down and 9. Davis again in motion. Now he circles back, and here comes a blitz. Williams rolling out. He's got room on the corner. Now he's chased down. He's going to throw the ball at the last minute, and he throws it away. He was right in front of these. They're going to get a flag, and I think maybe a late hit. We'll see.
Well, a lot of momentum towards that sideline. Everybody's giving chase to DJ Williams, and it's hard to...
Or it could be an ineligible downfield. But it looks like the offense is staying out there.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, 58 of the defense, 15-yard penalty with an automatic first down.
That is Purdue's first penalty of the night, and it comes with 10:30 to play. And unfortunately, it also keeps this drive alive at the 40-yard line. They were chasing him on the sideline, and I didn't see who it was that made the late hit. Now we're going to see it. Yeah, you got to pull up there.
Yeah, you sure do.
You got to pull up. That was Breon Ishmael, who's called for the penalty, the transfer from Michigan. So 1st and 10 at the 40. Williams throws to the sideline. Pass is caught, and that'll be another first down at the Purdue 49-yard line, an 11-yard pickup. We got another flag, and I think we're going to get another roughing the passer penalty.
Well, I don't know. That was a big hit, but
all of a sudden,
let him play here.
All of a sudden,
personal foul, roughing the passer for 5 of the defense, high hit to the quarterback.
That's Charles Correa. So after going 50 minutes almost without a penalty, Purdue has had two majors on back-to-back plays, and we still have 10-16 to go. It's a 34-14 lead, but there's plenty of time left in this one.
Yeah, the Boilers have been so disciplined these last couple games. Penalties have not been an issue at all, and now two personal foul penalties back-to-back.
So that'll put the ball at the Purdue 34-yard line. Chapman is the running back on this first down play. They've overloaded everything to the short right side. We'll see if they try a throwback here. Now we have I heard a whistle. The ball was complete to the sidelines. Somebody blew a whistle somewhere. I have no idea if it came out of the crowd. A fan apparently blew a whistle. And they said the pass is incomplete. Well, everybody's confused here. Yeah, he was out of bounds when he caught the ball. That's why it's incomplete. But somebody in the stands blew a whistle, and that you shouldn't do that. 2nd and 10 at the 34 with 9:58 to play. With that incompletion, Williams now 19 of 29 for 190 yards. They give it to Davis on an end around. He's got a hole. He's at the 25, circling the corner at the 20, and he's knocked out of bounds at the 17-yard line. That's a pickup of 17. Taj Rael on the stop, but after being dormant for more than 3 quarters, these two penalties have really jump-started this Southern Illinois offense back up.
A little over-aggressiveness by the defense, just getting bad angles on tackles and just a little over-exuberant.
And welcome back live, everyone, to Ross H. Stadium, where the waiting is the hardest part, but it's almost over. We're less than 15 minutes away from the kickoff between Purdue and USC. The Boilermakers and the Trojans about to meet for the first time as Big Ten competitors in the Big Ten opener for both teams, who are 2-0 coming in to this Week 3 matchup. My name is Rob Blackman, and now in my best announcer voice, it's almost time for the kickoff. Here's Mark Herman and the voice of the Boilermakers, Tim Newton.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we're about ready to kick this one off in a few minutes. It'll be the 5th all-time meeting between Purdue and Southern Cal. The Boilermakers won back in the 1967 Rose Bowl. Southern Cal has won the last 3, including back in 1998, a day that we all remember as the hottest day in recorded history, it seemed, in the LA Coliseum, the Pigskin Classic in 1998, where USC won 27-17, but the Boilermakers found their starting quarterback for the next 3 years in Drew Brees, who, by the way, is here, and he'll be part of the celebration today with the 2000 Rose Bowl team. And Mark, it's we're going to be past the 3-hour mark in terms of a delay before we kick this one off today. The fans are still filing in. I don't know if anybody has an advantage. I don't know what kind of field conditions we're going to have, but there's a little bit different feeling now than there was about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, we thought we'd be wrapping this game up at 6:30 or so, and now we're just beginning. And yeah, it's been kind of a mentally tough day for the players and coaches just to keep that focus. You've had weather delay after weather delay. It just kept adding 30 minutes to the ledger, but now you're back on the field, ready to get refocused and ready to go into a very important game here as the Boilermakers kick off the Big Ten season. So tough time here, but you're young, you're ready to play, and you're competitive, and now it's time to tee it up.
While we have a moment, Brian Houseworth gave us some scores a couple of hours ago, so let's update you on what's happening in the Big Ten today. A couple of games are still underway. In the 4th quarter at State College, Penn State is leading Villanova 38-0. They're early in the 4th quarter in New Jersey. Rutgers over Norfolk State 46-10. And midway through the 4th, it's Michigan State over Youngstown State 34-17. Earlier today, Oregon knocked off Northwestern 34-14. That's the only other conference game being played today. It was Alabama over Wisconsin 38-14. Michigan rolled Central Michigan 63-3. Nebraska knocked off Houston Christian 59-7, and it was Maryland over Towson 44-17. 2 Big Ten games were played last night. Indiana a 73-0 win over Indiana State, and New Mexico beat UCLA 35-10 in the Rose Bowl. Later on tonight, actually about a half an hour from now, it's going to be Ohio against Ohio State. Western Michigan will take on Illinois. Massachusetts will be at Iowa, and Minnesota plays against California. We've talked about earlier in the pregame about this Southern California offense and the fact that it's rolled up so much yardage and so many scores in the first two games. Let's see if the Boilermakers, one of the things that Barry Odom talked about was trying to make Jaden Maeva a little bit uncomfortable in the pocket. If they let him stand back there, it's going to be a long night.
Oh, yeah, he can spin it. And he's a big guy, a great leader, great young man, and they know what he can do with the football. So if he gets into a comfort zone with these receivers and this offensive line, it's going to be a long night for the Boilers. So they got to get him off his spot, get him a little uncomfortable, change up the coverages, don't give him the same look every time, and bring pressure from different areas, maybe an area that he's not expecting, maybe get a big hit on him and cause a turnover. But the last thing you want him to do is sit back there with a lot of time on his hands with those guys getting able to get open very quickly.
On the other side, I think the Boilermakers have gotten off to great starts in the first two games, 14 points in the first quarter in each of their first two. You want to get the crowd, which was kind of buzzing about 2 hours, almost 3 hours ago. You want to get them re-energized early. Another quick start would certainly help with that.
Yeah, I think Barry Odom said it in your interview, Tim, that quick start is really important for this team to feel good about their chances to compete against USC, get some positive things happening on the early downs, and get a couple scores on the board, make you really get a good feel about yourself and what the plan is going against this Trojan team. And but I think that's it's important to get a lot of guys involved in the offense early on.
It has been well documented that USC has lost its last 15 games that were played east of the Rocky Mountains. This one's being played east of the Rocky Mountains, although it becomes a little bit more on West Coast time now. I mean, for us, it's nearing 7 o'clock. For them, it's about normal for their kickoffs.
Yeah, that's really an amazing stat. And, it gets to be a mental thing. And when you head back east, different time zone, and you're out of your comfort area, and it becomes a thing where you start thinking about those as things start to go negative on you. So let's see if the Boilermakers can continue that drought east of the Rockies and make sure USC goes home with a losing record here.
The Boilermakers with a 2-0 start this year. It's Barry Odom is 46-33 in his 7-year career. The last Purdue coach to start 3-0, you have to go back to 1905. Albert Herrnstein, who was a member of the Fielding Yost point-a-minute football teams at Michigan, a great player there, ironically coached at Ohio State, where he had a great career, had 10 total losses, but 4 were to Michigan. He could not beat his alma mater, and then he went into business and opened his own hardware store. So that's, last week we were chasing somebody from the 1910s. Today we're chasing somebody from the 1900s.
We're always dipping back into history, and history will tell you a tale, but it's now time for this Boilermaker team to chart their own history going forward.
A little bit more recently, the last Boilermaker coach to win the Big Ten opener, they have to go back to Joe Tiller in 1997 when he beat Northwestern.
Yeah, so some big things on the line, and this has all the makings of a great matchup tonight. And I think Barry Odom would love to start his career with a Big Ten opening win here in Ross-Ade against a very tradition-proud USC program. I think that would make him feel awfully proud.
Well, one of the things we're going to be wondering about today is the condition of the field, because we've had somewhere around 1.5 inches of rain here in the last 3 hours. It's gone on to Kelly Kitchell, who will tell us what it's like down on the floor at Ross-Ade Stadium.
I'll tell you what, it's amazing down here. My teammates from the Rose Bowl team just all walked out of the tunnel and gave Arnett Tiller, Mrs. Tiller, a big hug out here with tears streaming down her face. It's pretty amazing down here right now, guys. But the field itself is great. I walked out here about an hour ago to come. I just went down to check it out, and my feet. The water was squishing over my shoes a little bit coming out. Now it's almost bone dry as you come out here. There will be some slipping and things because it is wet. But as far as having a muddy game, I don't think you're going to see a muddy game. It's going to be just spectacular with how this field drains, and it should be a fast track, and it should be amazing.
Well, let me ask both you, Kitch, and Mark, as people who've played this game for a long time and played at the collegiate level, and Rob has too. you're in a situation where you've been geared up all day to play at a certain time. You've had your pregame meal, you've gone through your warm-ups, and now you've sat around for 3 hours and waited for this game to start. Mark, how do you get regenerated quickly?
Yeah, you got to kind of recalibrate. You get over okay, we got a delay. You don't know how long it's going to last, but I'm going to continue to collect my thoughts, focus on what I need to do to be successful, not only as an individual, but as a team. And you've got to keep that your eye on the ball, and you just got to kind of keep yourself loose. Don't get all tight and think, oh my God, what's going to happen and when are we going to kick off, all those things. But just, keep loose in your mind, keep good positive thoughts, and, be around your guys, get excited for one another. We know it's going to kick off at some point, but as a competitor, you trained yourself for a lot of different scenarios that are going to happen to you during the course of a competition, and sometimes the weather throws you a curveball, and you got to just go with it and be ready when the whistle blows.
Kitch, I want to get to the nutritional part of this thing. You eat your pregame meal at a certain time. We remember 2 years ago with that long delay at Virginia Tech, they had to bring food into the locker room. I wonder what the situation has been with the Boilermakers here in the last 3 hours.
Well, they have been eating. I got a text from an inside source that I cannot name, but they were eating meatballs there for a while. At least the coaches were. I know that. But they did feed them. They gave them an extra. Because you usually want to eat 2 hours before the meal, so they or before the game. So they were trying to time some things out and make sure guys were fed. You don't want to overeat, but you got to have that energy. And so they're making sure that the guys had enough energy to get this thing going. And you're right. It's an interesting deal when you have a delay like this, and it comes with mental toughness, and it's going to be, you find out who's going to start this game quick and who's going to be mentally tough and be able to come through a little bit of non-traditional types of football. So we'll see how they go, and this is going to be a fun one.
Rob, the Boilermakers just ran to their side of the field, and it's a little anticlimactic. Usually they've got the video that plays, and they come through the tunnel, and you got all the cheering. It reminds me again of that game 2 years ago. We had heard all the stuff about Enter Sandman with Virginia Tech. That never happened.
Right. We didn't get to see it. And I would also add this to what Kitch and Mark Herman are talking about. For those that have never been in the visitors' locker room here at Ross-Ade Stadium, it ain't
big.
Purdue has had the luxury of using their own very spacious home locker room, plus all of Ncaaf, the indoor practice facility for stretching, running, taking a nap, whatever it might be. I can promise you USC did not have that luxury, all cramped in together in that very tiny locker room, which sits just under the stadium here in the southwest corner at Ross-Ade Stadium.
The Boilermakers are wearing their black jerseys with white numbers. They've got black pants with a white stripe down the side and black helmets, while Southern California is in its white jerseys with red numbers, gold pants, and red helmets. And we'll get to our coin toss here in a couple of minutes. We're less than 4 minutes away from kickoff. We are right now at 3 hours and 1 minute past our scheduled start time, which was supposed to be 3:40. We believe, and I'm pretty sure on this will be the second longest weather delay in Purdue football history. Again, we were 5.5 hours waiting for that Virginia Tech rain to stop, but it's been a long time, and Mark, it's time to play football.
That's right, and the fans have filed in nicely. We weren't sure how many were going to stick around, but we felt like it was going to be a pretty good percentage, so it's going to continue for these next 3 minutes to get everybody back in this stand and be able to really make an impact for this Boilermaker team. Let's get through the tough times, but let's celebrate a lot of big plays here tonight, and hopefully with a great victory, pulling it out against USC.
I'm hoping we can get a late surge from the student section because they were here in force 3 hours ago. Of course, they had to wait outside after the gates were closed because of the weather, and now I think a lot of them have either gone back to their residence halls or their fraternities or sororities, and hopefully they're on their way back here for kickoff, which is just a few minutes away.
Well, Doug DeVos, the honorary captain, is walking out, and with the four captains, and so this is we've been waiting for this moment for 3 hours.
Yes, we have.
We're getting close to that coin toss.
I've never more eagerly anticipated a coin toss than I have this one, just because it means we're playing. All right. The Boilermakers have Nitro Tuggle out there with Manny Powell, Ryan Brown, and Michael Jackson III.
USC, you are the visitor. You get to make
and we're Again, getting ready for the Trojans and the Boilermakers. By the way, the Trojans are the only FBS school that has never put their names on the back of their jerseys. And that tradition is continuing now. USC has won the toss and has deferred, and that means the Boilermakers will put their offense on the field to start this one. It looks like Southern California will be going from right to left, or from south to north, and that is in the direction the wind is blowing here in Ross-Ade. Purdue fans, visit the Lafayette location to order Crumble in-store or for takeout, delivery, curbside pickup, or nationwide shipping. Kickoff, believe it or not, is just moments away. So with that, Mr. Herman, let's get this thing kicked off.
I've been waiting for 3 hours to say, let's get ready to crumble.
The Boilermakers and the Trojans, both of them coming in at 2-0. It is the Big Ten opener for both teams. Purdue will be back in non-conference play a week from today to take on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That game scheduled to kick off at 3:30 Eastern. Our broadcast will start at 2:30 for that one. The sun is shining somewhat here, and you can see it on the northeast corner of the stadium. The sunset, by the way, is about an hour and 15 minutes away, so the majority of tonight's game is going to be played, today's game is going to be played under the lights, and I believe since it'll start after 6, that does make this a night game.
Yep, we're back-to-back night games. We weren't expecting this, but let's bring it on. And so we've been all excited for this matchup ever since the schedule was announced, and after these 2 first wins by the Boilermakers, all eyes were set for USC.
The only other Trojan visit here to Ross-Ade Stadium came back in 1976 when Ricky Bell led USC to a 31-13 victory. USC to kick it off, it'll be Ryan Sari, and he is replacing Caden Chittenden, who was also a kicker for Barry Odom at UNLV. He's injured right now. Antonio Harris is deep for the Boilermakers, and we are about ready after 3 hours and 5 minutes of waiting to kick off the Trojans and the Boilermakers. And I would say we've got probably, I'm going to guess 45,000 in the stadium right now. And again, hopefully a few more will come. We were going to have very close to capacity, but I'm sure some people could not wait out that 3-hour delay. There we go. Sayre to approach it. And the Big Ten opener is underway. It's a line drive kick to the near sideline, and it goes through the end zone for a touchback. And Purdue will start 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. Ryan Brown making the start. The transfer from North Carolina, technically, played last year at Purdue. 65% completions in the first 2 games with 4 touchdowns and 1 interception. And we'll see which package Purdue comes out in to start this one.
Yeah, Ryan has put up good numbers so far in this season. He's been very efficient with the football. He has taken care of the football with just the 1 interception last week, but he's been outstanding distributing the football throughout the offensive weapons.
Christian Moore gets the start at tight end. He's lined up as a wing to the right-hand side. Maccabee alongside Brown on 1st and 10 at the 25. Maccabee gets the carry, and Maccabee is stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. Christian Pierce comes up from his safety position to stop him for no gain.
Yeah, 4-man front. This is a physical defense here for USC. That time they really clogged up the point of attack. Devin was only able to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Boilermakers have run for an average of 153.5 in the first 2 games. Facing a 2nd and 10 here. They send trips to the right-hand side. Empty backfield right now with Brown on 2nd and 10. Ryan claps his hands. He's back to throw. Looking out, and he rolls out. He's under pressure, and he throws it away. He was under pressure in the backfield from Devin Tompkins, the 6'5", 290-pound nose tackle from Tracy, California, and the Boilermakers right away facing a 3rd and 10.
Yeah, it was 2 deep safeties, but man coverage underneath, so there was quick pressure on Ryan, forced him out of the pocket, and he had nowhere to deliver the football, had to throw it out of bounds, and you don't want to get in 3rd and long situation against athletes like this. This is a pretty athletic secondary as well.
Purdue hitting 52% 3rd down conversions, but USC gives up only 24% defensively. 3rd and 10 at the 25. Trojans rush 4. Brown again rolling out to his right. He's got room. He's at the 20, the 25, the 30. He's got the first down, I think, with the reach. No, they're going to put him out at the 34. I don't know about that spot. I don't know about that spot. It looked like he reached the football out past the 34, and they're going to put him short of the first down.
Boy, that was awfully close. Great effort by Ryan, but their offense is going to stay on the field.
Yeah, and the Boilermakers are lined up like they're going to run it here. I hope they realize it is 4th and 1. Ryan is going to look over to the sideline. Well, I don't know about that spot. Right away, we got a questionable call. So Boilermakers lining up like they're going to go for it here on 4th and 1, and they are going to go for it. Maccabee gets the carry. Maccabee gets the first down over the 40 to the 44-yard line. Statement made in the first 2 minutes as Bishop Fitzgerald makes the tackle.
Boy, you got to love the aggressiveness of Coach Odom. An early 4th and 1 in their own territory. Well blocked at the point of attack. Devin Maccabee squeezed in off tackle for the first down.
1st and 10 for the Boilermakers at the 44. 2 receivers to the wide side. Brown throws that way. It's caught by Burhan. Burhan at midfield at the 45. Down the sideline. Cut down inside the 40 by Christian Pierce at the 39-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 17 and a Boilermaker first down.
Athleticism on display for George Burhan. He catches the quick flat pass, breaks the tackle, and gets another first down for the Boilers.
Purdue has scored on its opening drive in its first 2 games. They hand it off here to Maccabee, and again, he's stacked up. Maybe a loss back at the 40. Cameron Fountain, a sophomore from Mobile, Alabama, on the stop.
Tried to get up inside. Pretty tough nose tackles. That was difficult footing there. But I like the pace, and just you got to continue to feed Devin Maccabee up in the middle.
Antonio Harris is the running back now on 2nd down and 11. Purdue in Southern California territory at the 40-yard line. Purdue going from left to right as we look at play in the first quarter. They bring Burhan in motion. He stops on the right-hand side. Brown is back to throw. Brown scrambling, and he is going to be sacked all the way back at midfield. And again, it was Christian Pierce, a junior from Fontana, California, coming up with the 10th quarterback sack this year for the Trojans. It's a loss of 11 on the play.
Yeah, safety blitz from the weak side, and Antonio Harris was not able to protect Ryan Brown's backside, and the number 24, the safety, comes in, Christian Pierce, for that sack. So big play there for the defense for USC.
3rd and 21 for the Boilermakers. USC this time with only 3 down linemen, but they do bring some extra linebackers to rush. There's a pass to the far sideline, and our first slip of the day, Nitro Tuggle, as he was making his outcut, fell, and the ball goes out of bounds, and they'll bring out the Boilermaker punt team.
Well, certainly a difficult conversion opportunity. As you mentioned, Tim, Nitro Tuggle up top there, trying to get the out route and stumbled in the route, and the ball goes awry. So a couple of good first downs for the Boilermakers, but some difficult negative yardage plays as well.
Jack McAllister, who did not have to punt it last week, is in there to kick it to Mekhi Lemon, and he is a real threat in that punt return spot. It's a high kick. Lemon calls a fair catch, and he makes it at the 8-yard line. So a 42-yard punt with no return, and Southern California will take over deep in its own field position with 11:39 to play in the first quarter. Purdue and USC are scoreless. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Boilermaker fans, you have the power to save lives. Did you know that just one organ donor can save 8 lives? And the need for life-saving organ donations is real. There are more than 100,000 people waiting right now. Here at Purdue, we believe in rising to the challenge. On the field, in the classroom, and in our communities. So why not rise to one more? Visit DonateLifeIndiana.org to sign up as an organ donor today. Let saying yes to organ donation be your next giant leap.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletic season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACTA. the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Today's game. Well, now tonight's game. Sponsored by Ream Manufacturing. Ream, engineered for life and a proud home of Purdue grads around the country. Let's get a BW Fusion Field Report. Here's Kelly Kitchell.
Yeah, a lot of times on the first drive, you're going to see teams, try some different things. It's a little bit of a fact-finding mission to see how the defense is going to line up to different formations and motions and things and how they're disguising their coverages. So I think the Boilermakers, in extending that drive and going for it on fourth down, was able to get some good intel in that first. Too bad the sack really put them out of position on defense here. What's going to be interesting, look today, guys, for multiple kinds of fronts. You're going to see a 3-man front, 4-man front, sometimes 5. They're going to throw a lot of different looks at USC here to see how they react.
I think, Mark, one of the keys we could see right from that first drive, you got to stay out of long yardage situations. Southern Cal had 2 tackles for loss, including the sack. That's 23 already this season.
Yeah, they were very active with their twist stunts up front, and then you bring the safety off the edge, so a lot of guys coming from different directions, and it kind of confused the protection for the Boilermakers.
Trojans start at their 9-yard line. They bring a man in motion. Mayava waits for the snap, and he hands it off to Jordan. Jordan cuts it back over the 10, and he's stacked up at the 13-yard line. A pickup of 4 on first down. Manny Powell, one of several Boilermakers in on the tackle.
Yeah, good gang tackling that time. A lot of black jerseys. Boilermakers got to do a good job on early downs and trying to create those longer yardage situations.
Second down and 6 at the 13. 2 receivers into the boundary side, and they hand it off again to Jordan. Jordan bounces off one tackler, but Charles Correa rips him down at the line of scrimmage, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 6.
Yeah, so far, very active from the defense. Charles Correa coming back in and tackling the ball carrier from behind. Now you're in a 3rd and 6.
Southern Cal quickly up to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers into the boundary on 3rd down. Back to throw, Mayava. He's got time. He throws to the near side. He's got a man out there, Jacoby Lane with the catch in Purdue territory, and he's finally dragged down by Tony Grimes all the way down to the Boilermaker 28-yard line. That's a 59-yard pitch and catch.
Well, beautiful throw and catch. That was so well placed over the outside shoulder, and Tony Grimes getting a little bit blown by there in coverage.
The 15-yard penalty being forced from the end of the run. The play resulted in a first down.
All right, there's a penalty at the end of the play against Southern California. And it was a sideline infraction. Apparently, one of the officials must have run into somebody, because usually they give you a warning unless there's contact. So instead of having the ball at the 28, they'll take it back to the 43-yard line. Jacoby Lane, the wide receiver, he is 6'4". I think I mentioned this early. He has size 5X gloves. He has, let's say, large hands.
Yeah, unbelievable specimen. He's a big receiver, big target, and great hands, as you mentioned.
1st and 10 at the 43 of the Boilermakers. So a big play for Southern Cal in its opening drive. And again, Mayava wants to throw. Rolling out to his right. He's got plenty of room and plenty of time. Now he throws deep. He's got Lane again, and Purdue's going to be called for interference. Taj Rael was beaten deep, and he had to just basically tackle him to stop a big play inside the 10, and that's going to get that 15 yards right back.
Yeah, tough start here for the Boilermakers secondary. They've got to be able to locate, and this is a fast unit wide receiver-wise, and you've got to stay deep, and that time got lost in coverage.
Defense number 21. 15-yard penalty.
I didn't have time to mention it before that 3rd down try. Southern California coming into this game 69% on 3rd down. That's number 1 in the Big Ten, number 4 nationally. It's one of the reasons they've scored 66 a game.
Yeah, that certainly helps the cause. You're continuing to keep drives alive, and we can see the potent nature of this this USC attack.
That's only the Boilermakers' 6th penalty of the season. They have a tight end now in the backfield as a blocking back on 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line. Mayava hands the ball. No, he fakes the handoff. He throws on the sideline to Lane. He's got the catch. He's inside the 10 to the 5. Make that Makai Lemon on the catch and Taj Rael on the stop. But it's a 1st and goal for Southern California at the Boilermakers 7-yard line. Well, that's a pickup of 21.
Yeah, extremely dangerous tandem of wide receivers with Lane and Lemon that time was the recipient of the throw, and he breaks a few tackles and down inside the 10.
So the Boilermaker defense all of a sudden facing a 1st and goal for Southern California at the 7. USC has scored in double figures in all 8 quarters it's played so far. They bring Lemon in motion from left to right on 1st and goal. Mayava hands it off to Jordan. Jordan is sliced down. Great open field tackle there by Miles Slusher coming from his safety spot. That's a loss of 1.
Yeah, beautiful open field tackle that time. It was the outside zone play and comes up quickly in support. And that's a heck of a job by Slusher on the play.
2nd down and goal for the Trojans at the Boilermakers 8-yard line. We have 9:15 to play in a scoreless first quarter in a game that was delayed 3 hours and 5 minutes with severe thunderstorms. They've got 2 receivers to the left side and a slot that way. That's the wide side of the field. Mayava waits for the snap. He's back to throw on 2nd and goal. Looking. Now he rolls out to his right, pointing toward the end zone. He's going to run it. He's at the 10. He's at the 5, and he's forced out of bounds by Slusher at about the 3-yard line. That'll bring up a 3rd and goal.
Well, Mayava, big guy, 6'4", 230 that time. Couldn't really locate anybody open in the end zone, so he just tucked it away wisely and did get a positive gain, but pretty good coverage there by the Boilermakers.
3rd and goal for the Trojans at the Purdue 3-yard line. Jordan stays in the backfield. They tighten the formation on the left side. Ball sitting on the right hash mark. Mayava waits for the snap. He's back. He throws a swing pass. It's caught by Jordan, and Jordan is tripped up on a tackle for a loss by Smiley Bradford. Bradford gets him for a loss all the way back at the 7-yard line.
Well, Smiley Bradford had a TFL last week and got another tackle for loss this time. Great open field tackle once again from the secondary, and a nice job eliminating that 3rd down conversion opportunity, and now USC attempting a field goal.
Ryan Sayeri is 2 for 2 on the season. This will be a 24-yard field goal from the left hash mark. He's replacing the injured Caden Chittenton at that kicker position. So the Boilermakers stiffen inside the 10. Sayeri trying to put USC on the board early. Snap a little bit low. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. So it's 7:39 to play here in the first quarter. Our score is USC 3, Purdue nothing. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining build Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hey, this is Ethan Trent, offensive lineman with the Purdue Boilermakers. Before I earned my scholarship, my parents were investing in my future with an Indiana 529 education savings plan. As proud Hoosiers, they knew planning early gave me the freedom to focus on my goals, on and off the field. Whether your kid's headed for college, trade school, or beyond, Indiana 529 can help them dream big. Learn more at myindiana529.com.
Please read the disclosure booklet carefully before investing. This message is part of a paid endorsement.
Whether you're cheering for the Boilermakers or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling, our equipment designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
3-0. The Trojans of Southern Cal strike first. Purdue fans want a chance to win a VIP experience at either the home game against Indiana or the away game at Michigan. Go to PurdueHomeAndAway.com for a chance to win. That's PurdueHomeAndAway.com. It's brought to you by Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance and Purdue Athletics. We'll get a BW Fusion field report from Kelly Kitchell 10 seconds from right now. But for the moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
line stand where they got first and goal inside the 10, and you're able to get a goal line stand, make them kick a field goal inside the 10, that's a win. I truly believe that, especially when you're playing the Big Ten. That's a big goal line stand for the Boilermakers to only put 3 on the board, and hopefully some of that intel they got on the first drive, the offense can use it on this one.
Sayre will kick it off after booting through that 24-yard field goal. Antonio Harris hoping to get an opportunity on the north end zone here. Again, the student section not quite full. It would have been full if we had kicked this thing off 3 hours ago, but a good representation of students. And, considering the delay we had, you can't be too unhappy with what we've got here.
Totally impressed with our crowd once again, filing back in, waiting 3 hours to get this thing kicked off and ready to really get behind this team and will them to a great performance.
Sayre again boots it about 7 yards deep, and so the Boilermakers will take their second possession at the 25-yard line. Let's see if the offensive line can give Ryan Brown some time. It looked like Southern California was able to get some pressure in that opening possession.
Yeah, they've got to adjust to those twist stunts. You've got to play as a cohesive unit up front and be able to pass those things on, and also be aware and do a great job protecting when they bring safety blitzes off the edge. That's where the running backs have to do their job.
George Burhan is the tight end on this set. You've got Ahmad Branch to the near side, and Nitro Tuggle and Michael Jackson the third to the far side. Jackson, a transfer from Southern Cal, also played at Georgia. He comes in motion to the near sideline on 1st and 10. Brown is back. Brown's going to step up, and he's going to take another sack back at the 20-yard line. It was Eric Gentry, a transfer from Arizona State, the fifth-year senior who made the tackle, but he had time there, Mark. You got to make quicker decisions against this team.
You got to pull the trigger, and you've got to trust your eyes and be able to deliver it, hit that back foot and turn it loose and make that quick next read into your second progression, and that time the pocket collapsed again on Ryan Brown.
So that's a loss of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 15 back at the 20. Again, they bring Jackson in motion to the near sideline. Brown claps his hands the ball off to Ncaaf. He's at the 20, 25, 30. He's got the first down over the 35 to the 38-yard line. They'll put him down at the 37. Christian Pierce on the tackle. That's a 17-yard pickup for Devin Ncaaf.
So well blocked that time. Kind of a quick draw play, and just George Burhan did a nice job of collapsing that defensive front and giving Ncaaf a slice.
Gentry had a chance to make the tackle and whiffed on it. Here's Brown, throw over the middle. Pass caught. Ahmad Branch is into Trojan territory at the 48-yard line. That's a 15-yard pickup. And again, Marcellus Williams on the tackle for Southern California.
That's what I'm talking about. Set that back foot and turn it loose. And that's a really good route by Ahmad Branch. He hung on to the football after a big hit.
Boilermakers need I didn't see Purdue substitute. I thought that they were able to get a free snap here, but now Southern Cal substitutes after Purdue does. 1st and 10 for the Boilermakers at the USC 48. Trojans bring a blitz. Brown throws it deep over the middle. Pass is caught. The first down for E.J. Horton Jr. at the 29, make it the 30-yard line. It was Desmond Stevens and Marcellus Williams on the tackle, and that'll be another Boilermaker first down and a pickup of 18.
Another extra rush of that time, and Ryan Brown throwing the ball on time.
Here's a play action. They throw to the near sideline. Horton makes another catch inside the 15. The Boilermakers in the red zone. They'll put him down at the 9. This trip to the red zone brought to you by the team on top at Case IH.
Boy, you like your matchup there. E.J. Horton with back-to-back catches. That time the back shoulder throw right along the sidelines, and great footwork to stay in bounds.
1st and goal for the Boilermakers at USC's 9. Purdue down 3-0. And here's a handoff to Ncaaf. Ncaaf is hammered down on a tackle by Desmond Stevens II, a sophomore from Clarkston, Michigan. He's their middle linebacker, and he makes the stop after a 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, it looked like Devin may have lost his footing a little bit. He usually stands up and runs through those tackles, but...
Got a quarterback change here. Malachi Singleton has checked in for Ryan Brown. So obviously they have a package here down near the goal line, and they'll run it on a 2nd and goal at the 7-yard line. Singleton has 2 of 3 on the season. Had very limited playing time in the opening game against Ball State. 2nd and goal for the Boilermakers at the 7. Here's Singleton with a quarterback draw. He's at the 5, and he's tripped up on a touchdown-saving tackle by Jaden Walker, an outside linebacker, and that'll bring up a 3rd and goal.
Boy, he had one man to beat. It was very well blocked that time, but you USC with a solid tackle, and it was a nice hole, and Singleton hit it pretty quickly, and so now you've got 3rd and goal inside the 5.
And they bring Ryan Brown back in here. 3rd and goal for the Boilermakers at the 3. Play clock is at 18, game clock at 4:18 for the first quarter. Purdue trailing 3-0, but on the doorstep here to try to take the lead. Southern California very slow getting off the field. They bring Horton in motion on 3rd and goal from the 3. Brown claps his hands. Brown back, looking. Now he steps up in the pocket. He throws at the last minute, and it's intercepted. Intercepted in the end zone. It was bobbled and intercepted, and it was Bishop Fitzgerald who came up with the pick. And the Boilermakers squander a scoring opportunity.
They sure did. Ryan Brown trying to make a play that time. Looked like he was going to run it and threw the receiver in the end zone, and it was behind him, and it's another turnover.
Bishop Fitzgerald makes his 2nd interception of the season and the 13th of his collegiate career. We have a timeout with 3:56 to play in the opening quarter. It's USC 3, Purdue 0. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Attention Purdue fans, we've partnered with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance to gift 2 lucky winners a VIP football game experience at either the home game against Indiana or the away game against Michigan this season. Prizes can include a VIP experience, 2 tickets, hospitality passes, parking, and hotel accommodations. Want a chance to be at home or on the road with the Boilers? Be sure to enter online at PurdueHomeAndAway.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Interception of the season, costly one. It happens in the end zone. SC with the ball at their own 20-yard line. On the go and want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country? Download the free Varsity Network app. Available on Apple and Android with new features this season. It's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now.
Mark, hard to fault a player for trying to make a play. He was trying to hit E.J. Horton in the back of the end zone, but a couple of cardinal rules broken on that play.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't going to make it to the end zone, but, you've got 3 points at least, and he tried to find the receiver in the end zone. The ball was slightly behind him, and he goes for the pick, but a tough mistake, and Ryan just trying to force something that maybe wasn't there and just try to get the points.
You have a feeling this becomes a big drive for the Boilermaker defense to try to get the momentum back. Purdue starts with 3 down linemen here, and they hand it off to Jordan. He's on the right side. He's over the 20 and dragging Charles Correa for a couple of yards. They'll put him down at the 22. Only a pickup of 2 on the play.
A little change up front-wise, 3-man rush, and then enables Charles Correa to pursue from inside out that time. Another solid open field tackle by the linebacker.
USC quickly up to the line on 2nd down and 8. They hand it off to Jordan, this time trying to circle the left side, and Manny Powell drops him for a loss back at the 20-yard line. 2nd tackle for loss this season for the senior from Columbus, Ohio.
Well, so far, tackling has been superior for this Boilermaker defense. A lot of open field tackles against a very quick running back, and that time Manny Powell from the linebacker position makes the hit.
And Darius Coffey comes in as the extra defensive back. C.J. Nunley also checks in at defensive end. On 3rd down and 10 for the Trojans. Seems to be some confusion offensively with Luke Lake McCree, the tight end, as he finally winds up lining up on the left-hand side. Now he'll line up as a slot that way. 3rd and 10 at the 20. A little bit of a high snap under pressure. The throw to the far side is going to be caught. Great catch out there at the 45-yard line by Tanook Hines. A true freshman from Houston. He's a 5-star guy, and he makes a 25-yard catch, just out-leaping the Boilermaker defender, and it was Ryan Turner.
The receivers are winning the one-on-one battle so far, and that's an amazing catch by Tanook Hines, and he's the 3rd cog in this trio of excellent wide receivers.
Very highly touted receiver coming in. He makes the catch there for 25, 1st and 10 Trojans at their 45-yard line. They bring Lemon in motion to the near sideline. And there's a handoff coming that way. Trying to cut back. This is the backup running back, Eli Sanders. And he's got good yardage over midfield to the Boilermaker 48. Charles Correa on the tackle, but they give him a gain of 6. Put him down at the 49.
Yeah, always attacking USC with Eli Sanders in that time. And a nice cutback and gets good yardage on the first down play.
2nd down and 4. There's a play action. They throw to the far side. Pass is caught by Lemon. He's at the 40. He's at the 35. Spins down to the 30 and the 29-yard line. Charles Correa on the tackle, but that's a pickup of 20, and Southern California marching here on its 3rd offensive possession.
Boy, they are moving, and Lemon that time, the recipient of that quick wide receiver screen, and gets a couple of great blocks, and he's awfully good in the open field and gets another big gain in the passing game.
Make it their 2nd offensive possession. They had a field goal in the first one. Eli Sanders, the running back. They bunched 3 receivers into the short right side on 1st and 10 at the Purdue 29. Now the tight end comes in motion to the left, and he stops at the wings position. As it's a play action, Maeva looking. Throws to the near side. He's got Lane out there one-on-one, and he almost made the one-hand catch, but it's incomplete. Tony Grimes was the defender on the play, but he was well defensed, and that'll bring up a 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, awesome coverage that time. Prolonged fake up inside, and the Boilermakers didn't bite. Tony Grimes running step for step with the wide receiver, and that was great defense.
Maeva so far is 5 of 6 for 121 yards. USC with 135 yards of total offense so far. They have a 2nd down and 10 at the Boilermaker 29 with 1:05 to play in the first quarter. Trips to the left-hand side. And they're going to hand the ball off. Sanders has a big hole. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. There's a flag down. This one's coming back.
Yeah, it's a hold.
It's going to be a hold. Everybody in the stadium saw it. And the question is where it was and how much it'll cost, because they would have been 1st and goal inside the 2.
Well, Purdue blitzed right into that, and they made a nice block, but then there was a hold.
That's Jacoby Lane, the wide receiver. A spot foul, so that'll take it back to the 30, and it should bring up a 2nd and 11. So they basically wind up losing a yard on the play, but not the down.
Yeah, once again, a great open field opportunity for USC. They attack you in a lot of different avenues through the pass game and in the run game, but that time guilty of a hold, and that'll slow this drive down.
Trey Smith checks in at defensive end. One thing we've seen already with Southern Cal, they've got some team speed. 2nd and 11 at the 30. Maeva looks over to the sideline, maybe changing the play call with under 10 on this play clock. Now he wants everybody in tight. They bring the tight end in motion. Play clock is down to 1. Maeva back to throw. Got time. Throws over the middle. Pass is caught inside the 5. That's the tight end, Lake McCree, a John Mackey Award nominee. And Miles Slusher saves a touchdown at the 4-yard line.
Well, beautiful throw that time by Jaden Maeva. Just right down the seam to that tight end, and that was a dart right over the inside linebacker. And he has a clean pocket and a very well-thrown football.
1st down carry for Wayman Jordan, but he stopped after a very short pickup by Charles Correa, and that will take us to the end of the first quarter. So after 1, USC leading Purdue 3-0. Trojans on the touchdown door here as we start the 2nd quarter. We'll take a break. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Ethan Trent, offensive lineman for Purdue University. On the field, my job's simple. Protect the quarterback at all costs. Off the field, landowners need that same kind of protection for their farm and family's legacy. That's where the Halderman companies can help. They know how to read the field and make the right decisions to protect what's important. Every play counts when you're building something that lasts. If it has anything to do with the business of farming, Halderman can help. Visit halderman.com to learn more.
No big deal, but you've been earning cold
Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yep, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Franciscan Health is proud to be the official medical provider for Purdue Athletics. Does a sudden sports injury have you on the bench? We can assist. Franciscan Health sports medicine specialists have mastered a team approach to sports injuries. You'll have access to a network of orthopedic professionals, rehabilitation services, and highly advanced technologies and treatments to get you back out on the field. To learn more, visit franciscanhealth.org/sportsmedicine.
Which schools will win the Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the upcoming year? Check out how your favorite school is doing at L Directors Cup on the X platform or online at thedirectorscup.com. Winners announced in June 2026. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACDA, the crowning achievement in college athletics. You hear the roar of the crowd. No, the game hasn't resumed. The Boilermakers, Rose Bowl, Big Ten champions from 25 years ago, are currently being celebrated down on the field.
Yeah, you heard a little bit of Drew. It wasn't a boo. It was Drew as he was right behind Arnett Tunnel as they Arnett Tiller as they came down the Tiller Tunnel and onto the field. Again, a great celebration this week to celebrate 25 years since the Boilermakers beat Indiana to clinch a Rose Bowl bid. The Boilermakers, after one quarter here, trailing 3-0. USC 171 yards of offense, 147 of that through the air. Purdue had 97 yards and 71 through the air, and just a mistake inside the 10. Purdue gives up some points, and now you want to see if that defense can have another goal line stand.
Yeah, Purdue had a great offensive drive, and unfortunately it ended with a turnover and no points, and then USC comes right back and marches down the field. Big plays in the passing game, and now embarking on another scoring opportunity. Let's see if the Boilers can hold them out of the end zone once again.
Lemon had 2 catches for 41 yards in that first quarter for Southern California. Jacoby Lane had a big 59-yard catch. Ryan Brown was 4 of 7 for 71 yards, but also a costly pick in the end zone. Southern California will start the second quarter here with a 2nd and goal at the Boilermaker 3. USC going to our right here in the second quarter. They're dressed in white jerseys, red helmets, and yellow pants, or gold pants, as Jordan is the running back. Boilermakers in all black jerseys, black pants, and black helmets with white numbers. All right, here we go. Second quarter underway here with a 2nd down and goal at the 3. Ball sitting on the left hash. Mayava claps his hands, brings a man in motion, and it'll be an inside handoff to a keeper, Mayava, and he's in for the touchdown. Jaden Mayava fooled everybody in the stadium, including the Boilermaker defense. He kept it on the option play, and he is in the end zone for the score.
Well, we know he has that ability, and it was a great fake up inside. The Boilermaker defense was converging on the ball carrier, and Mayava waltzes into the end zone for their first touchdown of the ball game.
You could tell everybody in the stadium was fooled because there was no reaction.
Yeah,
It's like,
right.
Okay, what happened? We don't know here. So it's a 9-0 USC lead just 6 seconds into the second quarter, and Ryan Sayre will kick it for the Trojans. He is 16 of 16 on points after this season. One thing the Boilermakers did in that first quarter, they snapped the string where USC had scored in double figures in every quarter this season, as Sayre's kick is good. And so we have another timeout with 14:54 to play here in the first half. Our score is USC 10, Purdue nothing. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
At Indiana Kitchen Premium Pork Products, just 20 miles down the road from Mackey Arena, we're not just really good bacon makers.
We're Purdue alumni.
We're student interns.
We're student parents.
We're fans.
We're season ticket holders.
We're John Purdue Club members.
We're Boilermakers.
I'm Russ Sherwood at Indiana Kitchen, and on behalf of everyone here, we're proud to say our bacon is more than just locally made. Our Indiana Kitchen bacon is boiler made.
Visit IndianaKitchen.com, proud sponsor of Purdue Athletics.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
We know to contact Indiana 811 at least 2 working days before every dig. But did you also know spraying a white line around the area you plan to dig means utility flags will only go in that area? Fewer flags in the yard? Easier mowing? Everybody wins.
Everybody except my kid. I don't want to mow the yard.
Everybody except for your kid wins. Contact Indiana 811 at least 2 working days before picking up a shovel. It's the only way to dig. Learn more at 811.safedigindiana.com.
Boilermaker fans. Did you know that Flex Technology Group helps leading-edge companies get out of the office printer and copying business? We're a legendary company with legendary people and a legendary platform that will help your business improve document workflow and increase business efficiencies. To learn more, visit our website, flextg.com. That's FLEXTG.com.
USC extends their lead to 10-0 thanks to Jaden Mayava short touchdown jaunt. Take your life and career to the next level with Purdue Global. Purdue's online university built for working adults. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Well, Mark, we said it after the last series for the Boilermaker defense. Kind of thought that was a big one to try to get the momentum back, but a 10-play, 80-yard drive that took over 4 minutes. Now you feel like in order for Purdue to kind of stay in it, keep the crowd in it, they need to come back with a response here.
Yeah, this needs to be a big series here for the Boilermakers. Twofold, give that defense a little bit of a rest and also recapture that offense momentum that you had, doing some nice things in the passing game. Ryan Brown was sharp all the way down inside the 5 and then made the critical mistake, but they had some good things going. You got to get back into that rhythm and get that first down, and then things start clicking for you. But this is an awfully critical drive here early in this second quarter.
Need to stay out of negative play situations. Purdue has given up 3 tackles for loss in its first 2 series. Antonio Harris is back at the goal line, hoping to field this kick from Ryan Sayre, who's had a couple of touchbacks already. On the season, he has 20 touchbacks out of 23 kickoffs. Got a big leg. And this one looks returnable. Harris comes up to the 5-yard line. He comes in the middle of the field at the 10, the 15, the 20, and he's cut down at about the 22-yard line. Kennedy Urlacher, and yes, that is Brian Urlacher's son, makes the tackle for the Trojans.
Looked like there was some opening there in the original once he got past the 15, but then it closed in pretty quickly on the coverage by USC. And now Boilermakers starting at the 22. Hopefully you can get some good offensive selection here. Get Devin Mockabee. You don't want to get away from him as well. So let's see what they can do here in this drive.
It's Antonio Harris to start this series. Mockabee has 5 carries early on for 28 yards. Ryan Brown brings him out 1st and 10 at the Boilermaker 22-yard line. Brown claps his hands, and he fakes the handoff. He's going to run it on the right side. He shakes through 1 tackle, and he gets up to the 26-yard line. It looked like that was Eric Gentry who got into the backfield. Cameron Fountain eventually made the tackle after a 4-yard stop.
Ryan Brown doing a nice job faking up inside. Took a big hit across the face mask as he turned the corner, but he held on to the football and was able to get positive yards.
Kind of had that head slap like the old Deacon Jones days.
I know it.
2nd down and 6, and everybody now under the age of 50 is Googling Deacon Jones. 2nd and 6 at the 26. Brown has plenty of time. He should take off. Now he does. He's at the 30, and he slides down, and they're going to put him short.
Well, that is horrendous.
That's a horrendous spot. It should be where the slide starts, and the slide started at the 32. We're right in front of us. That's a horrendous spot by the head linesman now and the near sideline. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 1. But again, it's also Ryan's got to give himself, make sure he's got enough cushion. But he easily had the 1st down before the slide there. So it's 3rd down and 1 at the 31-yard line. USC crowding the line of scrimmage as Jackson comes in motion, and they hand it off to Harrison. He is tackled for a loss, and that spot is really going to cost him. Jakeem Stewart making the tackle back at the 29-yard line, and that will bring out the Boilermaker punt team.
Boy,
that's a big call by that official.
Yeah, whether it was the right call or not, Ryan has got to make sure he's got that the 1st down yardage, and now the running game collapses, and that's a critical 3-and-out here for the Boilermakers.
Mekhi Lemon is back at the 30-yard line. Jack McAllister, he needs a cannon here. He's got a little bit of a wind at his back, and he's got a high high spinner. Lemon calls a fair catch on the run at about the 32-yard line. We have a flag down back near the line of scrimmage. And we'll see which way that one goes. A 39-yard punt with no return. That's an automatic first down. I didn't get what it was, a personal foul. I couldn't hear the rest of that. Oh, leaping, that's it. The guy that tried to block the punt tried to leap over the shield, and that is a penalty. You're not allowed to do that. So that's a free 15 yards, and the Boilermakers get the ball up at the 44. So we've had clapping and leaping this year called for penalties.
That's right. Wow, I wasn't expecting that call, and that's a big break for Purdue, and that's just a sense of knowing the rules by USC coverage there.
Leaping the Shield. That sounds like a good band name. Devin Mockabee, the running back for the Boilermakers, on this 1st and 10 play at the 44. See if Purdue can take advantage. Trailing here 10-0 with just under 13 minutes to play in the first half. Tuggle comes in motion to the near side. Brown with a play action. Ryan's got plenty of time. He's going to step up. Now he throws late to Mockabee, and it's incomplete. Ryan, just a little bit of hesitation. You know, it's one of those, if you're going to run it, you got to run it.
Yeah.
But if not, stand in the pocket and let things develop a little bit.
He's got decisions. And you're facing man coverage. And this secondary has given up some big plays this year, but Ryan's just not seeing it quickly enough or making that decision quickly enough in his mind.
We also have to keep in mind, this is Ryan Brown's 5th start. So he's not exactly a real experienced guy. Jesse Watson he comes in motion to the near side on 2nd and 10. High snap. Mockabee gets the handoff. Devin shakes a tackle, and he's over midfield. They'll put him down right at the 50-yard line for a 6-yard gain. Anthony Lucas, a transfer from Texas A&M, a senior from Scottsdale, Arizona, on the stop.
Awesome effort that time by Devin Mockabee. He was hit right about 2-yard gain and then was able to plunge forward for another 4.
Trips to the left-hand side on 3rd and 4 right at midfield. USC showing a blitz from the weak side. Let's see if they back out of it now. One of their defensive backs crowded up to the line of scrimmage. That was Chasen Johnson. And here he comes. Boilermakers pick it up. Brown has time, throws over the middle, pass is caught. Nitro Tuggle with a leaping catch at the Trojan 36-yard line. Braylon Conley on the stop, but that's 14 yards and a Purdue first down.
Well, that's more like it for Ryan Brown. He stood high in the pocket, and Devin Mockabee just stoned the rusher, and that enabled him to find Nitro Tuggle for a big gain in the first down.
Tuggle gives the Boilermakers a 1st and 10 at the USC 36-yard line. Purdue trailing 10-0, but driving here early in the second quarter. Brown again wants to throw on 1st down, rolling out to his right, throws to the far sideline, pass is tipped and incomplete, and I think we're going to get a hold against the Boilermakers here. Chasen Johnson on the coverage out there against Corey Smith.
Personal foul, hands to the face.
Wrong again. That's a 15-yarder against Devin Tompkins. It was not a hold. It was a hands to the face against the Trojans, and they have been hurt. This will be their 4th penalty for 45 yards in the first half.
Well, we like when you're wrong, Tim.
I love it. It happens enough. You should have enough practice here. That'll put the ball at the 21-yard line. So a leaping the shield and a hands to the face have given the Boilermakers now a 1st and 10 at the Trojan 21-yard line.
Now is where you've really got to execute as things tighten up here as you near the red zone, and Ryan Brown's got to be solid in his reads and decision-making, and protection has got to be really solid here.
Malachi Thomas is the running back on 1st and 10. Thomas gets the carry. He's inside the 20 and spins all the way down to the 16-yard line. The Boilermakers in the red zone. This trip brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. Tompkins on the stop, but that's a 5-yard pickup.
That's a good forward push by the offensive line, and then Malachi Thomas with a lunge forward for a nice first down gain.
Thomas, a Virginia Tech transfer with 5 yards there. 2nd down and 5. The Boilermakers in the red zone for the 2nd time today. They came up empty on their opening possession. Here's a throw to the far side, and Jesse Watson dropped the football. He was out there with a blocker and unfortunately couldn't hang on, and that'll bring up a 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, ball behind him, pressure coming off the edge that time, kind of got in Ryan Brown's vision, and was not able to make the connection. Certainly, maybe a catchable ball there, a little bit behind him, stopped his forward progress, but unfortunately incomplete.
We've seen USC bring blitzers. That time it was Bishop Fitzgerald who came in on the blitz. Now a 3rd and 5 for Purdue at the USC 16-yard line with exactly 11 minutes to play in the first half. Play clock is down to 5. Trips bunch to the right-hand side. Now the play clock at 1. Brown claps his hands, takes the snap. He's hit as he throws. The ball is fluttering in the air. I think it'll be an incomplete pass. It looked like his arm was going forward. I never heard a whistle. So it's either a fumble out at the 16 or it's an incomplete pass.
Fumble forward, out of bounds, ball returned to the previous spot.
They are going to call it a fumble. So it's a fumble that goes out of bounds. It's the same result because it would have been the same distance. And so that'll put the ball at the 16-yard line, and it'll be a 4th and 5, and that'll bring out the field goal unit with Spencer Porath. It was Eric Gentry who made the hit on Brown just as he was trying to throw it. So Spencer Porath, 3 for 3 this year on field goal attempts. This one will be a 34-yarder from the left hash mark. Boilermakers trying to get it back to a one-possession game here. And now we've got a whistle, and what do we have? Well, Porath is going to get a practice kick. And that's good because it hit the right upright. So it's a good thing it was a practice kick. Just kidding there. Didn't mean to kick it. I think USC may have called a timeout. They couldn't have challenged it because even if that's, whether it's a fumble or not, it's the same yardage. So there's nothing there. But the USC...
the 22-yard line where it is 4th down.
Oh, okay, I see what they're saying. The Brown was hit at the 22. They said it was a fumble. He fumbled forward, so it comes back to where he was hit.
Yeah, okay.
So that's going to make this a 40-yard field goal from the left hash mark. Well, Spencer's had a chance to worm his leg up here. And now they're going to move the ball that was on the left hash mark to more of the middle of the field. All right. Eventually, we're going to get a field goal try here from Spencer Porath. 10-0 USC, 10:55 to play in the first half. A 40-yard attempt. Snap is back. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Spencer Porath boots it through from 40 yards out, and the Boilermakers are on the board here with 10:49 to play in the first half. Our score, USC 10, Purdue 3. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Football fans know the only thing more exciting than a Boilermaker touchdown is a successful two-point conversion. Purdue students can take that competitive advantage off the field and go for 2 with Purdue's Degree Plus. Earn 2 undergraduate degrees in 4 years for the price of 1. A Bachelor of Science and a Bachelor of Arts from the College of Liberal Arts. Go for 2 today. Convert your minor into a major career advantage with Degree Plus in the College of Liberal Arts. Higher education at the highest proven value, and then some.
Searching for quality, high-trained electricians and contractors? Turn to Real Journeyman. Our local IBEW 668 has over 600 skilled workers serving Benton, Carroll, Cass, Bolton, Tippecanoe, and White counties. Each Real Journeyman electrician completes 720 hours of classroom training and over 8,000 hours of on-the-job training during their 4-year apprenticeship, ensuring you get the best in the business. For a list of safe, reliable, and professional electrical contractors, visit realjourneyman.com.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yep, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Spencer Porath puts Purdue on the scoreboard. With that 40-yard field goal, Purdue trails 10-3. Purdue fans, your new favorite podcast has arrived. Check out For Pete's Sake, the official podcast of Purdue Athletics, with myself and Joey Molinaro. New episode coming this week, and it's available on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, and the Purdue Sports app. Visit PurdueSports.com/podcast to learn more.
All right, start, the Boilermakers with the scoring drive. 10 plays, 56 yards. It took a little bit over 4 minutes off the clock, and it's officially a 39-yard field goal for Spencer Porath, and it's 10-3 Southern California. And Trojans have had the ball twice. They've gotten inside Purdue's 10 twice, and luckily the Boilermakers able to hold them to a field goal on one of those possessions.
Yeah, and they're everything as advertised. They are a potent offense, and they've got weapons galore, and they are able to spread the football around and come up with a couple scores. And the Boilermakers, to their credit, answered that with a couple of gratuitous penalties that we'll certainly take, and able to punch through a field goal to get this back to a one-score game.
Seth Turner will kick it away. Makai Lemon is standing at the goal line. Turner this season has 9 touchbacks on 13 kickoffs. Kicking from right to left or from south to north here in quarter number 2. And he puts his right foot into a driving kick to the near side, and it goes well through the end zone for a touchback. So USC will start at the 25-yard line. Trojans looking to break a 15-game losing streak in games that were played east of the Rocky Mountains.
Well, Ncaaf is 6 for 7, 147 yards. Very impressive so far, 86% completion. Let's see if the Boilermakers can make some adjustments here, get a little pressure. He looks awfully comfortable in the pocket for right now.
That was one of the things that Barry Odom talked about in the pregame. They've got to get him off his spot. If you let him sit back in the pocket and give him all day, he's going to find people, and they've got good targets to throw to. By the way, Winston Berglund, who missed last week's game with an injury, is in right now with for the Boilermakers as one of the 3 linebackers. 1st and 10 for the Trojans, and they hand it off to the running back Eli Sanders coming to the near side. He's at the 31-yard line. That's a 6-yard pickup. Manny Powell makes the tackle.
So far, the Boilermakers have done a pretty good job in the rushing attack. It's the air game that has hurt them mostly in this first half, but pretty good tackle there.
Going with a 3-3-5 set here. Mayava looking to throw. He's got plenty of time. Now he throws over the middle. Wide open is Jacoby Lane. He's got the ball at the 45, and he's tripped up there by Miles Slusher, but too much time there again for them to throw a 14-yard pickup to Jacoby Lane, and Mayava continues to march the Trojans down the field.
Only a 3-man rush that time, and a lot of room up inside for Lane to make that catch. He's a big, tall receiver and a nice target for Mayava.
You got C.J. Madden in there with Ian Jeffries and Jamarian Harkless up front. The Boilermakers with 3 linebackers in there, Correa, Powell, and Berglund. 1st and 10 USC at its 45, leading 10-3. Claps his hands and hands it off to Sanders. Sanders tripped up by Taj Rael, and boy, if he doesn't make that tackle, we might be hearing the USC band again.
You're right. Taj Rael came blitzing from that safety position to make a great tackle in the open field. That's you're right. He may have been able to turn the corner for about 50-yard touchdown.
It is a 5-yard pickup for the Trojans, who are now at 199 yards of total offense. They have a 2nd and 5 at midfield. This time a play action. Mayava under pressure, hit as he throws, and he throws it away. Makai Lemon, the nearest receiver, but good pressure in the backfield. Ian Jeffries forced him to throw that one early.
Boy, finally got some contact on Mayava. Just a 3-man rush once again, and the ball went awry. You thought there may be an opportunity to get that first pick, but Slusher was not able to get there.
USC 2 of 3 on 3rd downs, and Darius Coffey comes in as an extra defensive back for the Boilermakers. USC facing a 3rd and 5 at midfield. Sanders stays in as the running back. They've got 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Now they bring a man in motion. And Mayava with a handoff to Sanders. Sanders trying to turn the corner, makes a move, and he is tackled short of the first down by Coffey. Coffey makes a terrific tackle, and that'll hold it to a 1-yard gain and bring up a 4th down.
That's terrific pursuit. There was the first missed tackle, but the rest of the troops came roaring around the corner to stop him for minimal gain. Now 4th and 4.
Tony Grimes had bad leverage and missed the open tackle, but then the Boilermakers were able to bounce it outside. And so now the Purdue with a 4th down and 4, and USC is going to go for it at the Purdue 49-yard line. You can hear the crowd. And now we've got a tie. I think Purdue's going to call a timeout. I don't think they were. Yeah, I don't think they were set up defensively the way they wanted to be.
First timeout Purdue, their first of the half.
So the Boilermakers take a timeout here, and we will as well. Southern Cal facing a 4th and 4 at the Purdue 49 with 8:27 to play in the first half. The Trojans lead Purdue 10-3. This is Boilermaker football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
At Purdue University, we're providing solutions from West Lafayette, Indianapolis, and across the globe as one of U.S. News and World Report's top 10 most innovative schools. Together, we're in the persistent pursuit of the next giant leap, like building the business school of the future, advancing our leadership in computing and AI, and addressing complex challenges by improving health outcomes for all living.
All right, Southern California with a 4th and 4 at the Boilermaker 49. They bunch 3 receivers to the left-hand side. Mayava back to throw. Mayava throws. He's got a man wide open. This will be a first down at the 45, the 40, and sliced down at the 37. That's again the tight end, Lake McCree, who came across the field before Tony Grimes made the stop.
Yeah, a lot of bodies in the middle of the field there, and the tight end comes out the other end. Nobody able to stay in pursuit. They may call it a little pick play, but otherwise he was out in the open for the first down.
King Miller is in there right now for the Trojans as a running back. Josh Burney is in the lineup for the Boilermakers as one of their defensive linemen. I don't think we've seen him yet this season. 1st and 10 for Southern California at the Boilermaker 37 as USC. That was the first time this year they've gone for it on 4th down. Here's Miller with a big hole, 35-30 and down to the 28-yard line. Taj Rael in the stop. King Miller is a walk-on, but he's got some famous relatives. His uncle is rap producer Dr. Dre.
All right. Wow.
There's your trivia tidbit of the day. He picks up 9, and that'll bring up a 2nd down and 1 at the 28.
Well, it's a big stable of running backs, and King Miller, the third one to carry in this game, and he finds a lot of room.
So 2nd down and 1, the Trojans at the Boilermaker 28. Miller, nope, they're going to hold it with Maeva on the keeper. He's inside the 20 and down to the 17. That's the same play they scored the touchdown on. Badori Hines made the tackle, but that's an 11-yard pickup. And now the Trojans back in the red zone, looking to score in their 3rd straight possession.
Yeah, Maeva keeps possession again and a lot of running room. Missed rolls here. You've got to be able to anticipate the quarterback carrying the football. Those who have that responsibility have got to stay disciplined on the outside.
Boilermakers make a couple of changes defensively. Smiley Bradford checks back in. 1st and 10 USC at the Purdue 17. We're at 6:35 to play in the first half. 10-3 Trojans, but they're knocking on the door for more. Mayava back. Again, plenty of time. Throws over the middle. Got a man wide open. That's the running back, Miller. And he's slung down at the 10-yard line by Charles Correa. That'll be a 7-yard pickup.
Well, 3-man rush denotes zone coverage in behind and a lot of room right over the football. Just easy pitch and catch for about 7 yards on the first down. So Mayava continues to dice the secondary and continues to get a lot of good time to throw.
2nd down and 3 for the Trojans. Clock is rolling. We're going to be inside 6 minutes at the next snap. Now Purdue brings Harkless and Jeffries and Nunnally into the game. Play clock is down inside 10, but Purdue does have the opportunity here since Southern Cal substituted. They can do it as well. 2nd and 3 at the 10. Play clock at 3. Mayava claps his hands, brings Lemon in motion, and now we have a flag, and that's going to be a false start against the Trojans. That will be their 5th penalty today for 60 yards.
Yeah, that's been the one negative.
Offense number 67. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's the center, Killian O'Connor, a 6'1", 295-pound junior out of Ladera Ranch, California. That'll bring up a 2nd down. Ball back at the 15-yard line, so a 2nd and 8 as the clock again begins to roll. USC 239 yards of total offense, 180 of that through the air. And again, they lead the nation in pass offense, 405 yards per game after 2 weeks. bring a tight end in motion. That's Walker Lyons. Here's an inside handoff to Miller, and Miller's dragged down again. Charles Correa, who's had a terrific first half, holds it to a 1-yard gain at the 14-yard line.
Well, that's a great pursuit by the interior line. Good push at the line of scrimmage. A lot of tacklers at the football. An excellent job by the D.
All right, so the Trojans now facing a third down at the Purdue 14-yard line, 3rd and 7 for USC. So far today, they are 2 of 4 on third down tries. Again, coming in at 69%. They've got 2 tight ends in the game, but one split up way to the left and one out to the right. Maiava back. He throws a quick one. Pass is caught by Lemon, and Lemon is stopped short of the first down. Good open field tackle by Winston Berglund. They put him down at the 9. That's going to bring up a 4th down and about 2. They're going to put it inside the 9. It'll be at the 8. So officially, this will be a 4th and a long yard. Southern California will go for it. C.J. Madden comes in. And let's see if the Boilermaker defense can come up with a stop. Breon Ishmael comes to the sideline. 4th down and a yard at the Purdue 8. This time they line up the running back Jordan right behind Maiava. And Maiava takes the snap, fakes the handoff, keeps it, and he's got the first down. You kind of had a feeling that might be coming. Berglund on the stop. That's the same play they scored the touchdown on earlier in the game, and the Boilermakers bid on the inside fake, and it's a pickup down to the 6, so a 2-yard gain. And again, USC 2 for 2 so far today on possessions and scores, and they're trying to make it 3 for 3. And unfortunately for Purdue, also taking a lot of time off the clock on this drive.
And also, Tim, 2 for 2 on 4th down opportunities on this drive.
Yes, after not having tried a 4th down yet this season. So it's 1st and goal for the Trojans at the Boilermakers 6. Clock is moving with under 3.5 minutes to play here in the first half. 10-3 USC on top. Maiava hands it off to Jordan. Jordan shakes off a tackle, and he's in for the touchdown. He bounced off a tackle at the 5-yard line, and Wayman Jordan picks up his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season, the 25th of his career, and USC takes a 2-score lead.
What you saw there, Tim, is the effectiveness of Maiava keeping the ball. Now Purdue defensively has to pay so much attention to the quarterback as a running threat that it just takes one more set of eyes off of the running back, and that running back that time was Wayman Jordan, and he found his way to the end zone.
That's a 13-play, 75-yard drive, and it took 7 minutes and 31 seconds off the clock. And as Rob mentioned, they converted twice on 4th down. It was Sayeri to attempt the point after, and it is good. So we have a timeout here with 3:18 to play in the first half. It's Southern Cal 17, Purdue 3. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
At Purdue University, we're providing solutions from West Lafayette, Indianapolis, and across the globe as one of U.S. News and World Report's top 10 most innovative schools. Together, we're in the persistent pursuit of the next giant leap, like building the business school of the future, advancing our leadership in computing and AI, and addressing complex challenges by improving health outcomes for all living things. Learn more at purdue.edu/newsroom.
If your company is seeking to relocate or expand quickly, Hancock County, Indiana has a wide variety of business sites, including 4 shovel-ready certified silver business parks, plus higher than normal broadband capacity with an extensive fiber network with more than 2,000 miles of lines. Connecting opportunity with success. Contact the Hancock County Economic Development Council at www.hancockedc.com or at 317-477-7241.
Raymond Jordan, a touchdown run. As USC adds to its lead, they're up 17-3 over Purdue. Listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. Time for a field report brought to you by BW Fusion. We know the challenges farmers face, and we're here to help you win. Our biological and crop nutrition products are built on data and designed to drive maximum profitability from every acre. BW Fusion, less in, more out. That's how we farm now. Here's Kelly Kitchell.
2 fourth-down conversions on that scoring drive, and that was the key to that thing. You get them in 4th and 5 in midfield, you get them in 4th and 2 at the 10, and they're not able to stop on either one. The linebackers have to be really disciplined with their eyes on that because they're doing less of misdirection in the backfield, but that really hurt them. The defense isn't playing awful right now. They gave up the long play early, but they made them earn that one. It's just the 4th-down conversions couldn't get off the field.
By the way, Mark Herman has not gone home. He's gone down on the field. He's going to be part of a presentation. Gary Danielson, who's been the outstanding color commentator on several different networks right now at CBS, is retiring at the end of this year, and they're going to give him a special presentation. Gary, a former Boilermaker here. So they're going to have an on-field presentation. I think Drew Brees may be involved in that as well. So that's where Mark is, and we'll get him back in the second half. Antonio Harris ready to return this kickoff from Ryan Sayre. 17-3 USC, 3:18 to play in the first half. And Sayre puts his right foot into a driving kick, and Harris will let it sail over his head for a touchback. Well, we've talked about this is a big drive, this is a big drive. I would say this is a very big drive, Rob, because if Purdue can get on the board here and take most of the time off the clock, make it a one-score game going to the locker room, you feel like you're okay. Otherwise, if Southern Cal gets the ball back, keep in mind they also get the third quarter kickoff.
Right, that was going to be my point. SC does get the ball to start the third quarter. That's why this is such a huge drive for Purdue. Not only do you want points, you need to eat up all 3:18 on that
You
clock.
want a 3-minute and 18-second touchdown drive here. All right, trip to the left-hand side. Purdue 1st and 10 at the 25. Ryan Brown today 5 of 10, 85 yards and a pick. It was a costly one in the end zone as Purdue was driving to try to get back into the game early. Here's Brown with a handoff. Maccabee has room. He's at the 25, the 30, and spun down at the 32-yard line. Eric Gentry with the tackle. 7 more yards for Maccabee. That gives him 41 yards on 7 carries. 2nd down and 3. Clock is moving with 3 minutes to go. 2 receivers each way. USC brings pressure up the middle. Here's a swing pass to Maccabee. This one's coming back. Maccabee shook a tackle, but they're going to call a hold. The Boilermakers on the right side of the line, there was a defender who was going to run free, and Purdue's going to pick up its first holding penalty of the season.
Holding. Offense number 78. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. 2nd down.
There are penalties sometimes that you have to take, but Keene Coley had to take that one because otherwise Ryan Brown would have taken a sack.
Yeah, and it was Cameron Fontaine, the 6'5", 265-pound sophomore, who was bearing down on Ryan Brown. And yes, that's one of those you either take the holding penalty or you get your quarterback smashed into the turf here at Ross H. Stadium.
Unfortunately, it negates what would have been a first down pass to Maccabee and brings up 2nd and 13 for Purdue at the 22, and it stops the clock momentarily. Now it's running with 2:40 to play in the half. Jackson goes in motion, and Brown hands it off. And there's another flag. That's an inside handoff. That's Jaheim Merriweather. But I think we might get, well, I'm not even going to guess. It is another hold. Well, we saw back-to-back penalties on Purdue last week. It's defense. See, that's why we shouldn't jump the gun here. It's Jakeem Stewart, a defensive holding penalty, which is a automatic first down for the Boilermakers.
I did not see that one, Tim.
It was thrown right away.
Yeah, trying to get a look at the replay. I didn't see it. It was, as you said, right in the interior.
Jakeem Stewart's a guy that might be one of the stars of the future for the Southern Cal team. Yeah, he grabbed and threw, and you don't see the call made very much. 1st and 10 at the 34. Brown back. Brown play action. Throws over the middle. Pass is caught by Burhan. Slips a tackle at the 35. He's at the 40 and close to a first down. They'll put him down at the 42, make it the 43. Fitzgerald on the tackle. That's a 9-yard pickup. That'll bring up a 2nd and 1, and that might be the final play before the 2-minute warning. Let's see. Is Purdue going to take another snap? They're going to try it, and they're going to get it. Here's a quick pass in the near side. Tuggle makes the catch, sidesteps a man, shakes the tackle. He's at midfield into Southern Cal territory, and finally dragged down at the 46. That's a gritty 12-yard pickup, and Purdue has a 1st and 10 in USC territory with 1:51 to play in the first half. We have our 2-minute timeout. Purdue trails Southern Cal 17-3. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Electric Plus has the mission to be the best electrical contractor in Indiana, leading the way in new construction, modernization, commercial, industrial, and service repair. We are 100% employee-owned through our ESOP, meaning every job is powered by people who have a stake in our success. With offices in Lafayette, Avon, Kokomo, and Bloomington, we serve our communities with pride, offering 24/7 emergency coverage when it matters most. Visit electricplus.com to learn more. And as always, boiler up.
At Indiana Kitchen Premium Pork Products, just 20 miles down the road from Mackey Arena, we're not just really good bacon makers.
We're Purdue alumni.
We're student interns.
We're student parents.
We're fans.
We're season ticket holders.
We're John Purdue Club members.
We're boilermakers.
I'm Russ Sherwood at Indiana Kitchen, and on behalf of everyone here, we're proud to say our bacon is more than just locally made. Our Indiana Kitchen bacon is boiler made.
Visit IndianaKitchen.com, proud sponsor of Purdue Athletics.
You deserve credit for the work you've put in, recognition for what you've learned. Purdue Global is designed especially for working adults, and it's backed by the power of Purdue, one of the nation's most respected and innovative universities. So you can earn a degree that you're proud of and employers respect. You're worth the work it takes to get an education you can be proud of. It's time for a comeback. Start yours today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
Second down and 1.
The 2025 Purdue football season is presented by Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Coming up, going into the halftime locker room, Kelly Kitchell will visit with head coach Barry Odom. His halftime comments will be presented by Keystone Cooperative, proudly serving Midwest farmers for nearly 100 years. Keystone Cooperative is centered on you. Speaking of Kitch, we'll hear from him 10 seconds from right now. As we pause 10 seconds for station identification, this is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Yeah, that was an absolute gritty performance by Nitro Tuggle there. Nitro's a kid that has moved here from Georgia. He's an Indiana kid, but he has got as much athleticism and talent as anybody in the country, and it's good to see him put that on display.
Unfortunately, it went for naught because the officials during that timeout have ruled that the play came after the 2-minute timeout should have been called, so they're going to take it back to the Purdue 42-yard line where Purdue has the 1st and 10. So the Boilermakers still have plenty of time here. They've got 2 timeouts left. They've got 2 minutes, and you'd love to get on the board. You'd love to get a touchdown here, get some momentum going to the locker room, and again, make it a one-possession game. Purdue's been outgained 254 to 140 so far in the first half. And Brown's going to throw a quick one to the far side. Pass is caught out there. This is Michael Jackson. He has tackled. Great open field tackle out there by Marcellus Williams. It was just a one-on-one, and he stopped it after a short pick.
Yeah, 2 defenders for SC out there, but Corey Smith does a good job of blocking 1.
Yeah.
He can't block 2.
Yes, and by the way, that was not a 1st and 10. It was actually a 2nd and 2 play, so they got the first down to the 45. Now it's a 1st and 10 at the 45 with 1:45 to play in the half. Brown with a play action, rolling out to his right. He's going to try to turn the corner, and he throws it to the sideline out of bounds. Good decision there by Ryan Brown as Corey Smith was the closest to it. That'll stop the clock with 1:38 to play and bring up a 2nd and 10.
Great decision there, Ryan Brown. Throw the ball away.
Yes.
Live to fight another day. Don't take any type of a negative play here. Still plenty of time with 1:38 remaining in this half. And Purdue does still have 2 timeouts.
Yes. Southern California, 5 tackles for loss so far today. 26 already on the season.
Wow.
2nd and 10 at the 45. Brown down this time. Plenty of time. Now he throws short over the middle. It's caught, but it's actually going to be a loss on the play. George Burhan was tackled by Eric Gentry just as he caught the ball. That'll be another tackle for loss of a yard to the 44.
Gentry played that perfectly. Purdue was trying to set up a middle screen right there, and Gentry, the middle linebacker, never was fooled. He had his eyes on Burhan the entire time.
Well, now that the Boilermakers are facing a 3rd and long, USC has decided to take a timeout with 1:25 to play. Officially, they'll call it no gain. It's 3rd and a long 10. The clock stopped at the Boilermaker 45-yard line. USC's defense giving up 16.5 points average in its first 2 games. I mentioned Danton Lynn is the defensive coordinator for this team. Rob Ryan, and we mentioned him, the linebackers coach. I saw him at the elevator earlier in the game. I can tell you the hair is as spectacular in person as it is on television.
I read a really cool article this week on Rob Ryan. I wish I could remember where I read it.
I believe it was either ESPN or it may have been on SI.com. One of those two. I read the same one.
And yeah, just talking about how he can see himself riding off into the sunset, coaching college football at the end of his career after all of those years in the NFL.
The Boilermakers, with their turnover here in the first half, are a -2 on the season. USC is a +3. And USC just outside the top 25 receiving votes in both the AP and coaches poll this week.
On that note, USC was not in the preseason top 25, which is significant because it was just the second time in the last 25 years that USC was not a preseason top 25 team. I think they were preseason number 30 if you went further down, but they weren't preseason top 25 as they have been all but, well, one other time until this year in the last 25 seasons. With that, let's go down to the field. VW Fusion Field Report. Here's Kelly Kitchell.
Yeah, this is a big conversion here, guys, and one of the big things is you want to convert, but if you don't convert, you want the clock to keep running and make USC call a timeout, at least burn one of them before you get your punt team on the field. So on this conversion, it's either got to be a completed catch or a first down, or if they're going to run it, whatever they're going to do. But you want them to be able to use that because you don't want them to have 2 timeouts and over a minute to go to march down the field. They've got the most dynamic receivers in all of college football.
Yes, they do, and we've seen them win some one-on-one battles in its first half against the Boilermakers. By the way, it's past sunset here, a game that we thought we'd be home by now after 8 o'clock Eastern. If you're just tuning in and wondering, what are these guys still doing there? We had a 3-hour and 5-minute weather delay to start this one because of severe thunderstorms that just kept barreling through north central Indiana. We were supposed to kick at 3:40. We finally got it underway at 6:45. So here we are at 8:03 and still 1:25 to play in the first half. Boilermakers facing a 3rd and 10 at their own 45. 2 receivers to the near side and 1 to the short side. And Brown's got a couple of guys in the backfield with him. One is Maccabee, and I assume the other might be the tight end Burhan. We'll see if he splits out or if he stays there to start this formation. 3rd and a long 10. USC shows a blitz. Purdue may check out of their play here. Play clock is at 13. They're looking over to the sideline. Still looking. And now we're ready to go. Brown waits for the snap. Claps his hands. He's back. USC brings pressure, and USC sacks him back at the 35-yard line. That was Floyd Boucard. Boucard, a freshman from Montreal. The loss of 9, and that is their 4th sack of the day and their 13th of the season, all the way back at the 36. That's a loss of 9, and that'll bring out the punt team.
And USC immediately burns a timeout. They want to stop that clock at 1:20. We've seen it all day long that Purdue's offensive line has struggled with that twist up front, and USC keeps getting home with that one simple move, and boy, Purdue's going to have to get that figured out at halftime.
Well, if you're going to stay in this ball game and give yourself a chance in the second half, this final 80 seconds, you've got to keep the Trojans off the board. And that means, first of all, you need to get a good punt away here, and you got to stop Makai Lemon, who's a threat every time he touches the ball. We'll see if the Trojans come after it on 4th down and 19 back at the 36-yard line. Jack McAllister in to kick it away. That's a spiraling kick. Sends Lemon all the way back inside the 15. He catches it at the 10. Trying to reverse course, and he is, Well, he shakes through one tackle, but he's finally dragged down at the 12-yard line. Taj Rael had the first opportunity at him, but it was finally Hudori Hines who made the tackle, a 53-yard punt and a 1-yard return.
Rael does a super job. He doesn't make the tackle, but he slows him down enough that the rest of the black shirts can converge on the return man and keep that to a very limited gain. Now, if you're USC, Tim, you're backed up to your own 12. I'm guessing they'll see how their first play or two go.
Yeah. Oh, I've got to believe they're going to be aggressive here. They've got trips to the right-hand side. The running back is Eli Sanders. They've got a 1st and 10 at the 12. They have a minute 8 and 1 timeout. And rolling out to the near side and throwing the ball away. That was Maiava was under pressure that time from C.J. Nunley, who got the start today, had a couple of sacks last week, and that's what we're going to have to see here in the second half. Purdue's going to have to get some pressure on Maiava.
And I tell you what, USC might want to get a little bit conservative here because
Purdue
you go
has
3 and out. Yeah, 3 and out quickly. You give the ball right back to Purdue.
So 2nd and 10 at the 12, and there's a fake handoff. They throw it inside, and Hines is stopped inside the 10, back at the 9-yard line. Smiley Bradford with a big tackle for loss.
Bradford just absolutely blew up the blocker that was out in front of this play. They'd had it set up nicely, but Bradford just makes a good play. An offensive lineman standing right in front of him. Bradford blows past him to make the tackle.
Thought the Boilermakers might take a timeout here on 3rd and 12, but they're going to let it run. Play clock is at 17. Game clock is at 30. Now, you got to believe if they get a stop, they'll at least make the Trojans try to punt the ball away and go for a punt block. 3rd and 12 for Southern Cal with 20 seconds to play in the half. I would think they would keep it on the ground here, and they do. And a big hole for Sanders. Sanders over the 20, the 25, the 30, and he's shouldered out of bounds there by Taj Rael at the 30-yard line. 20-yard pickup, and now letting that clock run seems like a pretty good idea as we're down to 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're right. Purdue, had they taken a timeout, obviously hindsight's 20/20, but USC picks up a first down run. They still have a ton of time, but because the clock continued to roll, there's only 8 seconds left here.
Southern Cal trips to the right-hand side, and again, these receivers are dynamic. You're in scoring position 70 yards away with this group. Maiava is back. Purdue only rushes 3. Maiava's got plenty of time. Now he scrambles, and now he's going to be sacked. He's going to be sacked by, and that's D'Amico Kennedy with his first sack back at the 21-yard line on what will be the final play of the first half.
Nice to see Purdue get home with a defensive lineman. You said it about 60 seconds ago, Tim. Purdue needs more of that in the second half.
Yes, they do.
Saw Nunley with a quarterback pressure. And now let's check in with Kelly Gitchu, who's with Coach Barry Odom.
Coach, a couple 4th down conversions, extended some drives for USC. What's your overall opinion of the first half?
Yeah, we're doing some things self-inflicted. We drove the ball so well, and then the turnover killed us. Missed one opportunity on defense. We got to be able to get off the field when it counts. We'll come back here. There's some things that I think we can go attack here in the second half. We got a little life to us. We'll be all right. Thanks, Coach.
Coach Odom's halftime comments presented by Keystone Cooperative, proudly serving Midwest farmers for nearly 100 years. Keystone Cooperative is centered on you. Our score at the half, USC 17, Purdue 3. We'll have our halftime report next. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Boilermakers, you ready to one-up your rivals off the field? Abbott and the Big Ten are back with the We Give Blood Drive. By showing up to donate blood, you can help your school win $1 million for student or community health. Score a limited edition home field design Purdue t-shirt, and most importantly, save lives. Go to bigten.org/Abbott to find a donation location and put Purdue in the lead. That's bigten.org/Abbott.
Keystone Cooperative is centered on delivering the farmer-owned cooperative of the future, starting today. There are hundreds of decisions being made to ensure the success of the family farm for the next generation, and Keystone has the resources to meet the needs of your operation. We consider it an honor to partner with CountryMart to provide premium diesel fuel to ensure your engines run clean for the duration of the work. Proudly fueling the Boilermakers, Keystone Cooperative, centered on you.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol.
University Bookstore is the official textbook source for Purdue Athletics and the home of the original Purdue Pete. Get ready for another Touchdown Monday. You score in home games, win or lose, and you save up to 40% off on in-store purchases. Gear up for home games with the #1 place for Purdue. University Bookstore leading the way with 2 convenient locations, State Street and right across from Mackey Arena. University Bookstore is the official textbook source for Purdue Athletics.
U.S. Foods and the Purdue Boilermakers. What a recipe for success. Like Purdue, we both stand for quality and value. From our state-of-the-art Indianapolis-based distribution center, we at U.S. Foods are committed to meeting our customers' needs by providing all your quality food service products throughout Indiana and northern Kentucky. It's what we do to bring guests into your business every day that makes the difference. Enjoy the game, and remember U.S. Foods, the official food service supplier of Purdue Athletics. We help you make it.
On the Purdue Global Sports Network, from Learfield, brought to you by Purdue Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of Purdue Athletics. Also brought to you by Hill Mechanical Contractors, building the future for over 89 years. Welcome to Boilermaker Halftime.
USC leads Purdue 17-3. We have reached halftime at Purdue's Ross-Age Stadium. Blackman, a very cool moment just a moment ago down on the field. The cradle of quarterbacks, well represented. Mark Herman, Drew Brees, and Gary Danielson shown on the big screen as Gary Danielson, who's working the broadcast tonight for CBS television. The former Boilermaker great was being honored in front of the home fans here at Ross-Age Stadium. 17-3, USC leads Purdue. Let's take a listen to the first half highlights. Boilermakers had the first possession of the game starting from their own 25. A gutsy call early. Purdue went for it on 4th and 1 from their own 34 and made it. Extended the drive, but Purdue did eventually have to punt. USC's first possession of the game started from their own 9-yard line. They came away with points, albeit 3 of them, on this Ryan Sayuri 24-yard field goal.
So the Boilermakers stiffen inside the 10. Sayuri trying to put USC on the board early. Snap a little bit low. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good.
Sayuri makes it 3-0 USC. That's with 7:39 to play in the first quarter. Purdue on its second offensive possession, probably its most impressive drive of the night. The Boilermakers take the ball from their own 25, drive the ball right down the field. Unfortunately, Purdue's second turnover of the season comes at an ill-advised time, an interception in the end zone.
Brown claps his hands. Brown back, looking. Now he steps up in the pocket. He throws at the last minute, and it's intercepted. Intercepted in the end zone. It was bobbled and intercepted, and it was Bishop Fitzgerald who came up with the pick.
Fitzgerald's takeaway gives the ball to USC at their own 20-yard line, and they take advantage of the takeaway as they're able to turn it into points offensively. Jaden Maiava, the Mr. Do-Everything quarterback for the Trojans, scoring here on this touchdown run.
Maiava claps his hands, brings a man in motion, and it'll be an inside handoff to a keeper, Maiava, and he's in for the touchdown.
That was the first play of the second quarter. So now it's 10-0 USC with just 6 seconds expired in quarter number 2. Purdue will finally get on the scoreboard on their first possession of the second quarter. Purdue taking the ball over at their own 22-yard line and driving the ball into position for a Spencer Porath 40-yard field goal.
Snap is back. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Spencer Porath boots it through from 40 yards out, and the Boilermakers are on the board here with 10:49 to play in the first half.
Porath has been perfect in field goal opportunities this year. 10-3 the score at that point. 10:49, as you heard Tim mention. Only one more scoring play for either team in the second quarter, and that is a Wayman Jordan touchdown run for USC. This is significant because USC converted a 4th and 4 and a 4th and 1, all part of a 13-play drive that allows this Jordan touchdown run.
Maiava hands it off to Jordan. Jordan shakes off a tackle, and he's in for the touchdown. He bounced off a tackle at the 5-yard line, and Wayman Jordan picks up his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season, the 25th of his career.
That concludes the scoring in the first 30 minutes, making the score USC 17, Purdue 3. Halftime statistics are coming your way when we return to Ross-Ade Stadium. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
This is a commercial for Pioneer Seed Corn.
In 1926, Pioneer revolutionized farming with the first commercial production of hybrid corn, and we've been innovating ever since.
The one that started it all. The number one seed to beat. The one for you.
In 2026, we celebrate a century of innovation. Plant the 100th season. Plant Pioneer. Visit pioneer.com/100.
At Purdue Federal Credit Union, our credit cards grow with you from graduating in your cap and gown, landing your first job, marrying your best friend, and bringing your own Boilermaker into the world. Carry a card that helps you celebrate all of life's big moments while showcasing your loyalty to where it all started. And with our new exclusive Purdue credit card designs, you can proudly show off your Boilermaker pride every time you pay. Purdue Federal Credit Union, the official credit card for Purdue fans. Federally insured by NCUA.
Boilermaker football lives here.
30, 20, he's gonna score!
This is Purdue football from Learfield.
Hancock County, Indiana, located just 15 minutes from downtown Indianapolis near I-70 and I-465, is open for business. Learn why we are one of the fastest growing communities in Indiana. With access to available land, infrastructure, transportation, and a regional airport, join other national brands like Amazon, Carvana, and Walmart, and discover why we are the best kept secret in central Indiana. This message brought to you by the Hancock County Economic Development Council. Visit us at hancockedc.com or at 317-477-7241.
Talking on the phone is difficult if you've been exposed to loud noises over time. Combat veterans, factory workers, farmers, gun and motorcycle enthusiasts can have trouble hearing on the telephone. Relay Indiana helps return clarity to your phone conversations. Relay Indiana also provides free loaned equipment to those who qualify. Get the CapTel caption telephone from Relay Indiana. Visit relayindiana.com now.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Purdue University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Halftime at Purdue's Ross-Ade Stadium, USC 17, Purdue 3. I'm Rob Blackman with a look at the halftime numbers. 11 first downs for USC, 11 for Purdue. USC 79 rushing yards, 184 passing yards. Purdue 38 rushing yards, 96 passing yards. All told, the Trojans 263 yards of offense, Purdue 134. The Trojans are 3 of 6 on third down. Purdue just 1 of 7 third down conversions. USC perfect on fourth down opportunities, 2 for 2. Purdue 1 of 1 on fourth down tries. The Trojans a perfect 3 of 3 once they've gotten inside the red zone. 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Purdue is 1 of 2 in red zone trips, a turnover and a field goal. Quarterback comparison, Ryan Brown to the Boilermakers, 8 of 14, 96 yards, no touchdowns and interception. He's been sacked, however, 4 times. Jaden Mayava, 11 of 14, 184 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He's been sacked once. He was sacked on the final play of the first half. USC leads Purdue 17-3 when we come back. It's a scoreboard update from Purdue Federal Credit Union. Compliments of Brian Houseworth. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Boilermaker fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Purdue football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Purdue Boilermakers. Let's go, Boilermakers! SeatGeek.
At Purdue University, we're providing solutions from West Lafayette, Indianapolis, and across the globe as one of U.S. News and World Report's top 10 most innovative schools. Together, we're in the persistent pursuit of the next giant leap, like building the business school of the future, advancing our leadership in computing and AI, and addressing complex challenges by improving health outcomes for all living things. Learn more at purdue.edu/newsroom.
Boilermaker football all season long.
Touchdown, Boilermakers!
This is Purdue football from Learfield.
Boilermaker fans, did you know that Flex Technology Group helps leading edge companies get out of the office printer and copying business? We're a legendary company with legendary people and a legendary platform that will help your business improve document workflow and increase business efficiencies. To learn more, visit our website, flextg.com. That's FLEXTG.com.
Boiler up, farmers. Just like the Boilermakers fight for every yard on the field, BW Fusion helps you fight for every bushel in the field. We know the challenges farmers are facing, and we're here to help you win. At BW Fusion, our crop nutrition programs are built on data, powered by innovation, and designed to maximize profitability from every acre. That's a game plan you can count on all season long. Learn more at bwfusion.com. BW Fusion. Less in, more out. This is how we farm now.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, my friends, across the great state of Indiana. This is Brian Houseworth live in studio tonight in your college football scoreboard update. Big Ten Top 25 brought to you by the great folks at Purdue Federal Credit Union. Purdue Federal, proud to be the official credit union of Purdue Athletics. Discover their exclusive Purdue Visa card designs at PurdueFed.com. We're at the half right now. Normally, especially an afternoon game, I'm not on the air at this time of the day, but I am because we had a 3-hour lightning delay earlier, so we're just at the half right now. Brad Nessler, Gary Danielson, and West Lafayette calling it on CBS. Of course, Tim and Mark and Rob calling it on the Purdue Global Sports Network. USC leading Purdue at the half by a score of 17-3. Lots of other scores in the Big Ten, but I want to get to the maybe biggest game of the day, or at least at this point, top 25 matchup. What a thrilling game. Number 6, Georgia. Number 15, Tennessee. This game was tied at 38 going in overtime. Tennessee had a chance to win it. They go off. They make a false start, lose 5 yards. They miss the kick, goes in overtime. In overtime, Vols kick the field goal, going up by 3. So Georgia can either go for a field goal to tie it or go for a win. Let's see what Kirby tried to do. Out of the shotgun. Hand it to McCray. There he goes. He drives in. They grab him from behind. Did he get the ball over? Close to the goal line. No signal yet.
After further review, it is a touchdown.
Oh, yeah! Rocky Top crumbles. Dogs are winners. 44-41 in overtime. How's that for a finish? How it sounded on Learfield is that Scott Howard there on the call. Georgia wins 44-41. Heartbreaking loss for Tennessee. Elsewhere in college football, let's get to the Big Ten. Number 9, Illinois, leading Western Michigan second quarter in Champaign, 10-0. Number 1, Ohio State. Pretty impressive football team. They're playing Ohio. Low-scoring game second quarter. They've had weather as well issues in Columbus. Buckeyes up by a score of 13-0. Julian Sang has a fantastic arm. He has a touchdown throw for Ohio State.
Donaldson in the backfield, and Saying the quarterback looks to throw. Pressure coming. Saying looking, rolling to his right. Julian Saying. Saying now will fire on the run into the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Max Clare, tight end. Max Clare hauls it in.
That's how it sounded on Learfield. Paul Keels there on the call again. Buckeyes up 13-0. Number 22, Indiana last night beating Indiana State 73-0. Fernando Mendoza, just a tremendous quarterback at Indiana. 19 of 20, 270 yards. He had 5 touchdowns. His younger brother got in, throws 2 touchdowns. There's a very good football team in Indiana this year. Again, Iowa over UMass right now in the second quarter. It is 20-0. Mark Gronowski, the Hawkeye quarterback, has a touchdown for the Hawkeyes, who are also been pretty impressive as well in terms of play calling.
Gronowski rolls out wide left, throws on the run, caught, touchdown, Iowa. Seth Anderson has his second scoring grab with 7:40 to play in the first period.
Gary Dolphin there with a call from Learfield. Maryland beating Towson 44-17. Rutgers over Norfolk State today in Piscataway 60-10. Michigan State beating Youngstown State. The Penguins 41-24 was the final there. How about number 4 Oregon? Dan Lanning 34-14. They beat Northwestern. At number 2 Penn State wins their ball game 52-0 over Villanova. Florida right now and LSU playing in Baton Rouge. Low scoring game. Gators are up 3-0. Our out of town scores brought to you by Purdue Federal Credit Union. Tim Newton standing by with your second half kickoff right after this at Ross-Ade Stadium. I'm Brian Houseworth live in studio. This is Purdue football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
You want it? We got it. University Bookstore has you covered on all Purdue athletic sports apparel. Shop online at PurdueU.com. Anything and everything you need. Or visit our main location across from the Union and our stadium store across from Mackey Arena. You want it? We got it at University Bookstore. University Bookstore, more than just a bookstore. UBS, a proud partner of Purdue Athletics.
You deserve credit for the work you've put in, recognition for what you've learned. Purdue Global is designed especially for working adults, and it's backed by the power of Purdue, one of the nation's most respected and innovative universities. So you can earn a degree that you're proud of and employers respect. You're worth the work it takes to get an education you can be proud of. It's time for a comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years.
McAllister Rentals. The Cat Rental Store is your one-stop shop for rental equipment and shoring supplies. Tough jobs call for tougher equipment. At McAllister Rentals, you'll find all the top quality equipment you need for the job. McAllister Rentals. We make your tough job easier.
Indiana farmers, building new markets takes time and pays back dividends with long-term demand for your crops. High oleic soybean oil drives new demand for Indiana soybeans to domestic and international markets. Plus, it's a healthier oil, more desirable to customers. Your Checkoff is building this demand right here in Indiana. Purdue Athletics is proud to offer their foods prepared in heart-healthy, high oleic soybean oil this season. Learn more about this oil at incornandsoy.org/premiums. This message was funded by Indiana soybean farmers and their Checkoff.
The 2025 Purdue football season is presented by Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Also brought to you by Case IH. Get in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/boilermakers. Now, with the call of the second half, here's Tim Newton and Mark Herman.
17-3 USC over Purdue as we get ready for the second half, and the Trojans will get the third quarter kickoff. 68 degrees right now, by the way. All the rain has moved through. Again, a 3-hour and 5-minute weather delay to start this one. It was 70 degrees officially at kickoff, so the temperature didn't get into the 80s like we expected, Mark, but the rain sure did get here with the lightning and the thunder.
Yeah, all those things, and we expected a hot, sunny day, but didn't get it, so right now we're here at 68, but that first half, obviously the numbers tell the tale that USC dominated, and you just felt like they were in control most of that game. Boilermakers did some good things on offense and, a couple things on defense, but this ends up to be another critical series here, Tim, to stay within shouting distance, as they say, to USC. 17-3, you're down a couple scores. You can't afford to let them drive it down and put another one on the board.
USC had the ball 4 possessions in that first half. They got 2 touchdowns and a field goal, and then they ran out of clock in that final possession. But They held the ball for almost 17 minutes in the first half.
Yeah, a lot of big plays on offense. They're a talented group, and the Boilermakers have just got to hope for an opportunity here to get a turnover, maybe turn this game around a little bit, shift that momentum back more towards the black and gold.
Seth Turner to kick it. Malachi Lemon is waiting at the goal line. And Turner gets another high kick away, and Lemon will retreat through 2 yards deep. He's going to bring it out. He's at the 5. He's at the 10. He's at the 15, and he is hammered at the 16-yard line. Lemon showing a little, I'll say courage, if not good sense, as now we get some pushing and shoving after the play. As the Boilermakers did a great job there in special teams, and so Southern Cal's going to start this drive inside the 20 at the 16-yard line.
Yeah, I wasn't sure he was going to bring that out, but once he did, excellent coverage that time, and now, yeah, good starting position here as a Purdue defense standpoint at the 16.
We have now gone 5 halves of football with this Purdue defense not creating a turnover yet. This would be an awfully good time to break that.
I love what you're thinking. Let's see.
Wayman Jordan is the running back behind Mayava. They send Lemon in motion to the wide left side. And Jordan gets the carry. He's over the 20 to about the 22-yard line. Miles Slusher made the stop. That's a pickup of a long 6 on first down.
Boilers go back to a 4-man line. We saw a little bit of 3-man, 3 linebackers at different times during that first half, but this is a little better pass rush group and certainly stopping the run here on first down.
2nd down and 4 for the Trojans at the 21. Running back on either side. As they're bringing our man in motion, that's the tight end. He stops as a wing to the right, and a play action. Mayava back to throw. Throws a deep one down the near sideline, and that pass is incomplete, and they're going to get a flag.
Oh.
Makai Lemon was one-on-one there against Tony Grimes, and Tony never got his head around and looked for the football, and I think that's what they're going to call him for.
Yeah, Tony was in perfect position as he should have looked around.
15-yard penalty.
Looking at it again. We've seen worse, but there was contact there, and he did knock Lemon off of his stride. That'll be the 3rd penalty tonight against Purdue for 40 yards. And unfortunately, instead of having a 3rd and 4, now they'll have a 1st and 10 at the 36.
Yeah, second pass interference when they see single coverage. He's going to give it a go, and that time, once again, called with the infraction.
We'll see Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State later in the year. I'm not sure we'll see a better collection of receivers than what we're seeing
these are NFL
this evening.
Guys.
1st and 10 at the 41, and they hand it off to Jordan, and he's hammered for a short pickup. It's Charles Correa who's having a terrific ball game in this one. Now we got some pointing and pushing. That's Tanook Hines having a conversation out there, I think, with Tony Grimes. They're exchanging emails so that they can discuss more after the game. Pickup of 1, 2nd down and 9 at the 37. Now they bring Hines up on the line of scrimmage and knock Lemon back into the slot. Purdue only rushes 3. Mayava's got plenty of time. Now they bring a late blitzer in Powell. Here's Mayava still scrambling out to the right, still scrambling, and he's going to throw the ball away. He threw it to the sideline. The receiver came from out of bounds, so even if he had made the catch, McCree, it wouldn't have counted. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 9.
Well, 2 good things there. Good coverage, good pressure, and that was excellent job defensively, and guys were making pursuit angles and just wasn't able to get the sack down, but made Mayava throw it out of bounds.
They kept Manny Powell as a spy, and as soon as Mayava started to roll out that way, he came up and forced him back the other way. 3rd down and 9. Southern Cal tonight is 3 of 6 on 3rd downs. Here comes a blitz for Purdue. Mayava's got time. He's got a man open. That's Lane. He's got the catch inside the 30 to the 25, maybe the 22. Hodori Hines was down on the coverage, but it's Jacoby Lane, the 6'4", 200-pound junior. His helmet came off, so he'll have to come out, but that's a huge play for 42 yards and another Trojan first down.
Yeah, another go route, single coverage. Hodori Hines. Mayava just threw another dart and perfectly thrown and perfectly executed. Big play, another 3rd down conversion for USC.
That's 3 catches now for 115 yards for Jacoby Lane. 1st and 10 for the Trojans at the Purdue 21-yard line. Mayava, This time fakes it, throws a short pass to the other running back, Eli Sanders, and he stopped for a short pickup of 2. Smiley Bradford was there along with Grimes on the tackle. It'll bring up a 2nd and 8.
Well, this defense, we've seen some good things, a couple, 3 plays, but you got to get USC off the field, and that's the most critical part right now.
It's awfully hard. They get you in single coverage.
Yes.
Boy, they have great athletes on the outside, and we've seen it so far tonight. 2nd down and 8 at the 19. 12:40 to play third quarter. Trojans leading 17-3. Purdue with 3 down linemen. Mayava fakes the handoff. He's in the pocket. He throws it in the near side. Pass is caught. Nice tight roping play. No, they're going to call it incomplete. Lemon didn't come down with it. He was right on the sideline at the 8-yard line on the near side, but the pass is incomplete, and that'll bring up another 3rd down play.
Yeah, this is huge. You've got to keep him out of the end zone on this drive. Keep it to a field goal attempt, and now it's incumbent to bring pressure, and you've got to be able to find the football if you're a cornerback here. These are tough wide receivers to cover, but somebody's got to make a play.
C.J. Madden comes on as a pass rusher here on 3rd down. 3rd and 8 at the 19. Mayava is back. Purdue only rushes 3. Mayava scrambling out. He's under pressure. He throws the ball to the sideline. It's incomplete. Good coverage down the field. Jordan, the running back, was the intended receiver. Grimes, though, on the coverage, and that'll bring out the USC field goal unit.
Yeah, that's a super job. Once again, flushing Mayava out of the pocket and then covering up down the field and nowhere to go for him as he tries desperately to find an open receiver. None to be had. That's an excellent job on the 3rd down.
Ryan Sayre, 3 of 3 on field goals this season. This would be a 20, make it a 37-yarder. This would be his longest of the season. It's at the right hash mark. 17-3, USC trying to take a 3-score lead here early in the 3rd quarter. From the right hash mark, Sayre puts his foot into it. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. So with 12:15 to play in the 3rd quarter, it is Southern Cal 20, Purdue 3. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Boiler up, farmers. Just like the Boilermakers fight for every yard on the field, BW Fusion helps you fight for every bushel in the field. We know the challenges farmers are facing, and we're here to help you win. At BW Fusion, our crop nutrition programs are built on data, powered by innovation, and designed to maximize profitability from every acre. That's a game plan you can count on all season long. Learn more at bwfusion.com. BW Fusion. Less in, more out. This is how we farm now.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Sayre with a field goal, his 2nd of the night, as USC extends their lead now to 20-3. Tonight's game sponsored by Rheem Manufacturing. Rheem, engineered for life and proud home of Purdue grads around the country.
Well, 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals in 5 possessions for the Trojans. They lead at 20-3, and now it's up to Purdue's offense to get some points on the board and try to get this crowd back involved into it.
Yeah, get some plays, stay ahead of the chains here, and try to avoid those negative plays. I know they're very active up front, but
but the Boilermakers have got to find some outside plays like they did early in this football game where Ryan Brown completed 3, 4, 5 in a row and marching down the field. Got to find that rhythm, continue to work in the running game, but Ryan's got to be decisive. Get rid of that football because the rush is caving in on him.
A couple of halftime scores that are closer than you would expect. Ohio State leading Ohio 13-3 at the Horseshoe, and at the half, Illinois leads Western Michigan 10-0. Wow. Here it's 20-3 USC over Purdue, and Sayre will kick it off to Michael Jackson III. Let's see if Purdue can get a run back here. Boilermakers 134 yards of offense. USC is now at 313. Maeva 13 of 19, 228 yards. This is returnable for Jackson at about the 3-yard line. He's at the 15, he's at the 20, he's at the 25 and dragged down there. Nice open field tackle. And that was Marcellus. Now let's see, that was Garrison Madden, a junior from Hampton, Georgia, on the tackle and special teams for the Trojans. So it'll be Purdue football. They will put it down at the 25-yard line, so give him a 23-yard kickoff return. And now Ryan Brown will bring the Boilermaker offense out. Ryan in the first half, 8 of 14, 96 yards, and 1 crucial interception. Devin Maccabee had 7 carries for 41 yards. And Brown fakes the handoff. He's rolling out to his right. He throws a quick one. Far sideline. Got a man open. Ahmad Branch has the first down up close to the 45-yard line. That'll be a pickup of 20 on the play from Brown to Branch.
Very well executed that time. Ryan Brown on the run from the get-go, and Ahmad Branch pushes up, gets the defender out of his back pedal and makes him turn, and then Ryan Brown delivered a strike right on the money, right on time.
DJ Harvey on the coverage, a fifth-year senior from Palmdale, California. 1st and 10 as Purdue bunches 3 receivers to the left at the 45-yard line. Brown takes a snap, throws a quick one on the near side to Jackson. Jackson splits a couple of defenders and gets up to the 49. Good open field tackle there. Tamir Robinson split a couple of blockers. He's a transfer from Penn State, and he held it to a 4-yard gain.
But it's quick rhythm. Get rid of the football. Get positive gains. That's what this offense needs. Nothing negative. Ryan's able to get rid of the football on time.
It was the negative play. 6 tackles for loss for USC in that first half that kept the Boilermakers behind the chains. 2nd and 6 here at the Purdue 49 with 11:05 to play in the third quarter. Here comes a USC blitz, and Brown hands it off to Maccabee, and he is hit for a big loss. Tamir Robinson, just as we talk about the TFLs, they come up with one there for a 4-yard loss.
Boy, and the defender came right over the guard tackle gap, just untouched, and he almost took the hand off.
He did.
It was that close. So definitely a missed assignment on that play, and you're right, Tim, another TFL.
3rd down and 10 for the Boilermakers. Purdue is 1 of 7 on 3rd downs, and one reason is they've had a lot of long yardage situations. 3rd and 10 at the 45. 2 receivers to the wide right side. Brown looking, throws to the near sideline, pass is caught, 1st down. Nice tumbling catch there by Nitro Tuggle at the USC 42-yard line. DeCarlos Nicholson was guarding him, but that's a 13-yard gain and a 1st down.
Great execution there on 3rd down. Good route. Ball was on time, and Ryan just stood in there. Good protection once again by the line.
1st and 10 at the 42. They throw another quick one. This is Burhan, but Burhan is stopped after a short pickup. Christian Pierce, the junior from Fontana, California, holds that to a 1-yard gain. They'll put him down right at the 41.
Yeah, you'd hope for a little better blocking outside to give Burhan a little bit of room. That time, an excellent job of shedding the wide receiver block and tackling Burhan for just a yard gain.
So it's 2nd and 9 for the Boilermakers at the USC 41-yard line. Purdue trailing 20-3, trying to get back into it here early in the third quarter. Back to throw. Brown steps up, throws deep over the middle, and he overthrows the intended receiver. Ahmad Branch was running a deep post pattern, but the ball well overthrown. That'll bring up a 3rd down and long. DeCarlos Nicholson again on the coverage for the Trojans.
Well, I like taking a shot, and Ryan moving up in the pocket well. He had a step maybe.
Yeah.
It would have taken a perfect throw to hit Branch on the play, but That'll help back it up a little bit defensively, and maybe you get something up underneath.
Devin Tompkins was putting pressure on. Maccabee comes out. You've got Antonio Harrison now on this 3rd and 9 play at the 41-yard line. Clock stopped, 9:25 to play in the third. USC shows blitz. They twist up front. Here's a swing pass to Harris. He's at the 40. He's at the 35. He's at the 30. He's got a first down. Bishop Fitzgerald pushed him out of bounds at the 26-yard line, but that's a 15-yard pickup, and the Boilermakers keep this drive alive.
Great answer to the blitz and man coverage. Antonio Harris with a quick release. He had no pass protection responsibilities, and he's able to outflank the USC defense and pick up a huge first down.
Harris, the 6th different receiver for Ryan Brown. 1st and 10 as Jackson goes in motion from the 26. They throw it backward. Jackson can throw it here. Now Jackson throws back to Brown. That's a lateral. Now Brown's going to pick it up. He's at the 30, the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Touchdown on a broken play. It was a throwback to Ryan Brown. The ball went over his head. He picked it up on the hop, and he runs in for the score.
That's just how you draw it up, right, Tim?
You couldn't do that in a million years if you try to do it again.
Ryan Brown picks up the fumble and goes unescorted down the sideline for the score. Oh, my God.
You think of all the execution you try to make, and you completely botch a play, and it winds up being a touchdown. It'll officially go down as a rushing touchdown for 26 yards to Ryan Brown.
Now under further review.
I don't know why this is under review. The Close Shave Instant Replay brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gel
Well, that's
when
what they're looking
Barbasol
at.
delivers an instant, thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value. They have to be looking to see if it was a backward pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it did. It certainly looked like it to us from up here. We're going to take a look. We're looking at the replay now. Jackson throws the ball from the 34-yard line.
34.
It was tipped right about the 34. That's going to be, now the official, the line judge on the near side immediately pointed backward, which would indicate it was a lateral. It was close. So if it was not a lateral, that's an illegal forward pass because that's 2 forward passes on the same play.
Okay.
So that would be a penalty against Purdue.
Well,
so it's
that
either
would
a
be
touchdown or a penalty against Purdue. So to say this is a big call might be an understatement here.
Yeah, this is huge. So he runs forward, takes it at the 34, and
the ball was tipped by, here we go, here's the call.
The play, both passes were backward.
There we go.
The ruling a touchdown.
There we go.
all right.
So there you go. It is a touchdown. 26-yard touchdown for Ryan Brown, and Purdue is right back in this one, trailing 20-9.
Well, heads up by Ryan Brown to just make a play out of that. The ball bounces, and now he could have easily thought, well, that's incomplete.
Was the first pass to Jackson backward? I thought the first, because he said both passes.
That was definitely backward.
All right. So he said both passes were backwards, so that is correct. So Porath into attempt the point after. Snap a little bit high, but the kick is up, and the kick is through. All right, we got a ball game here with 8:47 to play in the third quarter. Our score is USC 20, Purdue 10. Go for an extra point on the field and in your future. With the Degree Plus program from the College of Liberal Arts, you can earn 2 degrees in just 4 years. It's 20-10 Trojans. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
At Ream, we engineer a full line of air and water products that deliver reliable performance, comfort, and energy savings, providing just the right temperature for virtually any time and any place. Count on us for innovative products backed by 100 years of expertise and a bold commitment to sustainability. Visit Ream.com for a professional near you. Ream, engineered for life, and proud sponsor of Purdue football.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol.
Boilermaker fans, did you know that Flex Technology Group helps leading edge companies get out of the office printer and copying business? We're a legendary company with legendary people and a legendary platform that will help your business improve document workflow and increase business efficiencies. To learn more, visit our website, flextg.com. That's FLEXTG.com.
At Purdue Purdue University, we're providing solutions from West Lafayette, Indianapolis, and across the globe as one of U.S. News and World Report's top 10 most innovative schools. Together, we're in the persistent pursuit of the next giant leap, like building the business school of the future, advancing our leadership in computing and AI, and addressing complex challenges by improving health outcomes for all living things. Learn more at purdue.edu/newsroom.
On the go and want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country? Download the free Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android. With new features this season, it's easier than ever to listen and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now. Let's head to the field. A BW Fusion Field Report with Kelly Kitchell.
You know, you see offensive linemen try to cut D linemen, but as soon as all 5 linemen on that play just went to the ground, they didn't even move forward. They went to the ground. As soon as they did, I said, uh-oh, something's up here. And then, you know, you could tell they had fun practicing that play, and it didn't work to perfection, but it was perfect enough to get a touchdown. And what a heads-up play by Ryan Brown to pick that ball up and continue on.
And just to clarify, the first pass that he threw to Michael Jackson was backward. So if they had ruled that second pass had been forward, it just would have been an incomplete pass. It was deflected. The defensive end or the linebacker on that side read the play and got his hand on the pass, but fortunately it had been backward, which makes it a live ball. Ryan Brown picked it up on the scoop, and just the way you drew it up from 26 out. So 20-10, Seth Turner to kick it away. And it's Lemon lets it go over his head for a touchback. So Southern Cal at the 25. Let's see if that fires the Boilermaker defense up. The only time they've stopped Southern Cal was at the end of the first half when the Trojans ran out of time. Other than that, they've scored on their other 4 possessions tonight.
Yeah, 50% on third down conversions. And so let's see. Yeah, this is fire up this defense a little bit. Get after him. Get after this quarterback and create some havoc in this backfield.
And I'm just going to keep calling for that turnover until it happens. Right. Eventually, Sanders Ellis is in there now as a linebacker along with Charles Correa. So it's a 1st and 10 for the Trojans at their 25-yard line. Mayava back to throw on 1st down. He throws it deep over the middle. He's got the tight end in Purdue territory. Tony Grimes was on the coverage, but it was the tight end, and that is Lake McCree with a big pickup to the Boilermaker 46-yard line. That's a 36-yard pickup.
Yeah, McCree, a post route from his inside position there, and it was right down the hash mark. Perfectly thrown, and that guy is a big-time receiver. He's had a big-time game this day.
Make it a 29-yarder, but it's still a big one as the Trojans now over 250 yards in passing. They're already in Purdue territory at the 46 with a 1st down. And here's a fake handoff. Mayava in the open field. Slusher, though, forces him to the sideline where Tony Grimes pushes him out of bounds. That time, Mayava on the keeper is held to a 2-yard pickup to the 44.
Yeah, good discipline that time. You cannot let Mayava beat you on the running game. And that time, a couple guys in the secondary were watching him and able to escort him out of bounds.
Mayava tonight has carried the ball now 7 times for 14 yards. He's completed 14 of 20 passes for 257. Josh Burnley and D'Amico Kennedy come in. Kennedy got his first sack of the season earlier in this one. They're up front along with C.J. Madden on the 2nd down and 8 play midway through the 3rd quarter. Mayava with an empty backfield. Throws to the far sideline. It's almost intercepted. Almost intercepted, and it was Miles Slusher who jumped the route and had the ball go through his hands at the Purdue 40.
Boy, Miles Slusher read that from the get-go and undercut the route and almost came up with a diving interception. So that was a great read, great coverage, and almost the first turnover of the year.
Well, USC 4 of 8 tonight on 3rd downs, another 3rd and 8 here. They have 2 receivers into the boundary, ball sitting on the left hash, a tight formation, so the field is overloaded on the left. And now they bring Lemon in motion to the near side. We'll see if they try to isolate him. And they're going to keep it. Nope, they're going to hand it off inside, and there's a close to a 1st down, but they got him down at the 38-yard line. I thought Mayava kept it, but that time he handed the ball off, and Slusher makes the stop on Eli Sanders. It's a pickup to the 38, and that'll bring up a 4th and 2. They are 2 for 2 on 4th down tries. And you got to believe that they're going to be looking at that quarterback option again where Mayava keeps the ball.
Yeah, he's awfully good with the ball handling, and they're trying to figure out their call here as the play clock trickles down.
Yeah, they're going to have to hurry up. The play clock is down to 8, and they're just now getting to the line. I think they're going to have to take a timeout here. We'll see. Yes, they do.
Yep.
Lincoln Riley over to the official. They were not going to get that play off in time. So the Trojans with a 4th and 2 coming up at the Purdue 38-yard line. We're going to keep it here with 6:40 to play in the third quarter and USC holding a 20-10 lead.
Well, you've got to keep your eyes on Ncaaf with holding the football and then maybe giving him a run-pass option. If you collapse on him in the run, then he dumps it off. So I'm sure Mike Shearer is sharing all the options here of what to think, but you've got to have disciplined eyes, but you've got to push this line of scrimmage and hopefully create some confusion in the backfield.
Luke Heward is the offensive coordinator for the Trojans, but Lincoln Riley has coached some outstanding offensive players during his career, which has spanned time at Oklahoma and at Southern Cal. He's coached 3 Heisman Trophy winners, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, and Caleb Williams, and they've got a lot of talent. I don't know if you pick out one guy. I mean, Lemon is certainly maybe their most dynamic playmaker, but Ncaaf, only a junior. He'll have another year left after this one. He's a great quarterback.
He's a keeper, yeah. Very good player, smart, big, and throws a great deep ball as well as being a very accurate passer.
All right, the Ross Age faithful making some noise. 4th and 2 at the 38. USC quickly to the line of scrimmage. Here's Ncaaf with a short pass. It's going to be complete for a first down. And again, it's the tight end. This time, Walker Lyons comes out and picks up the yardage to the 29-yard line. A 9-yard pickup, Taj Rael on the stop. And they just ran a little drag pattern, the 7th different receiver. And it's Walker Lyons, who spent a Mormon mission in Norway.
Well, they had wide receivers blocking, and he caught the ball behind the line of scrimmage, so he was able to get that first down yardage pretty easily.
Boilermakers need to hold him to no better than a field goal here, trailing 20-10 with 6:05 to play in the third quarter. 1st and 10 at the 29. Here's Jordan on a carry. Spins out of one tackle, but he's tackled for a loss. Correa had the first shot at him, and they finally got him down. Jamarius Dinkins at the 31-yard line. That'll be a tackle for a loss in the Boilermakers' 6th of the night.
Boy, yeah, Charles Correa came in, made first contact. He was there quickly, didn't finish the tackle, but at least made the ball carrier spin away, and then the rest of the troops came in for a tackle for loss.
Charles Correa and Miles Slusher have 9 tackles apiece, including 7 solos. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 12 for the Trojans at the Purdue 31-yard line. Purdue showed a blitz there, may have done it a little bit early. Powell was creeping up to the line. And now USC may be changing its strategy as they tighten everything up. 2nd and 12. Ncaaf with the snap. He's back. He has time. He throws the ball on a slant, and it's incomplete. Nice job by Hudori Hines to come over the top and bat the ball away from the intended receiver, Walker Lyons.
Yeah, that's textbook play by Hudori Hines. He kept the right hand away from his waist, came in left-handed over the top, and knocked that football away. So that's exactly how you defend the up route.
That'll be the 2nd PBU of the season for Hines, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 12 for the Trojans at the Purdue 31-yard line. Again, they tighten the formation. Hines is to the near side. Ncaaf back. They throw it over the middle. Pass is tipped and almost intercepted. Ball went through the hands of Manny Powell, and then it fell to the turf at about the 15, and that should bring out the USC field goal unit.
Excellent underneath coverage that time, as Ncaaf was able to try to squeeze it in there, and excellent job by Manny Powell.
Jacoby Lane was the intended receiver. Now Sayre, this would be a season long for him. This will be a 48-yard field goal from the right hash mark. Good time for a block kick, wouldn't it?
Sir.
Just saying. The punter, who we've not seen yet, Sam Johnson, is the holder. This will be a season long for Sayre. Snap is down, the kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Sayre boots it through, and so USC scores again, but the Boilermakers hold them to a field goal with 5:01 to play in the third quarter. It's Southern Cal 23, Purdue 10. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
At Purdue Federal Credit Union, our credit cards grow with you from graduating in your cap and gown, landing your first job, marrying your best friend, and bringing your own Boilermaker into the world. Carry a card that helps you celebrate all of life's big moments while showcasing your loyalty to where it all started. And with our new exclusive Purdue credit card designs, you can proudly show off your Boilermaker pride every time you pay. Purdue Federal Credit Union, the official credit card for Purdue fans. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
USC leading Purdue 23-10. We're late in the third quarter. Kohl's has back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget. When you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, we visit with Kitch with a BW Fusion Field Report after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, he talks about coming to this game, how many athletes that USC had compared to Purdue. The one guy Purdue has is Nitro Tuggle. We saw him, you know, his best catch of the day was all for naught early in the game. So they hit the 2-minute timeout. Before that, I'd love to see the ball in his hands because he's absolutely electric. If we can get to Nitro in space, he can make something special happen.
Michael Jackson is deep for the Boilermakers at the goal line. Sayre ready to kick it away. Sayre's been perfect tonight. 3 for 3 on field goals, including a 48-yarder there. And it's a 23-10 USC lead. Again, this team came in averaging 66 points in its first 2 games, leading the country in scoring. And the Boilermaker defense has bent a little bit, haven't completely broken. They haven't really shut USC down, but they've held at least a few drives to field goals instead of touchdowns to give them a chance here. As Sayre puts his right foot into it, and Jackson lets it sail over his head for a touchback. Well, the Boilermakers scored on a busted play the last time. Let's see if that gives them some momentum here, and a touchdown here would make it very interesting in the final 20 minutes.
Yeah, and you never want to turn back good fortune, and the Boilermakers had that on that last drive, but you'll take it, and they did a lot of good things leading up to that play, so I like the direction they're moving, and see if they can get some good plays where Ryan Brown is getting rid of the football quickly, quick throws, quick catches, good positive yards on first down.
4 wide receivers in there for the Boilermakers. You've got Jesse Watson out there as one of the 4, 2 on each side. Maccabee, the running back, on 1st and 10 at the 25. Maccabee gets the carry, shakes a tackle. He's going to try to turn the corner. Now he cuts it back up, and he gets 5 up to the 30. Eric Gentry on the stop. Good decision there. He was not going to be able to outrun the defense to the sideline, so he cut it back up and got what he could.
Yeah, he broke out of the pack originally and then was able to get some open field and then turned it up quickly to get that good 5-yard gain.
So a 2nd down and 5, and here's a play action for Brown. He's under pressure. He throws the ball to the sideline, wide open for a catch, sliding to his seat. That is E.J. Horton Jr. and Christian Pierce on the coverage, but that's a pickup to the 41 and a Purdue first down.
Ryan Brown, good job that time. Quick pressure as the defender really overwhelmed the tackle, but Ryan was able to find E.J. Horton.
Now Watson comes to the near side. Again, 2 receivers each way. 1st and 10 at the 41. Brown this time hands it off to Maccabee. Maccabee bounces off one man over the 45 to the 47. Eric Gentry and Desmond Stevens the second on the tackle, but that's a gain of 6 on first down.
Love it, and Maccabee will slow down the rush. He's able to get a good push up in there, and you'll take that all day long against this defense.
Second down and 4 for the Boilermakers at their 47, trailing 23-10, 3:40 to play third quarter. Brown this time throws a quick one, pass is dropped. It was a little bit ahead of Horton. He had a blocker out there. He had Michael Jackson out there as a blocker, but unfortunately Horton couldn't haul it in, and that'll bring up a 3rd and 4.
Very unfortunate because they had something going there. They had a nice block, and if E.J. Horton comes up with that, he's got room up inside to at least get the first down.
Yep. Now a big third down try here. Purdue 3 for 9 on third downs. The running back, by the way, is Malachi Thomas. We saw in a similar play situation earlier him come out of the backfield in this situation and pick up a first down. Here comes a man in motion. That's Jackson to the near side. They play action. Brown throws over the middle. Got a man open. Nitro Tuggle. 35-30. It's a foot race. He's back. Cuts back. 25. Down to the 20-yard line. Bishop Fitzgerald on the tackle. But again, the Boilermakers with a trip to the red zone. Brought to you by the team on top at Case IH.
Well, Ryan Brown throws that as well as anybody. The quick, skinny post that time hits Nitro Tuggle right on the numbers, and he's able to blow through the defenders for a big gain into the secondary.
33-yard completion down to the 20, 1st and 10. And here's a handoff to Thomas, and he's stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. Nothing doing there. It'll be a 2nd and 10 at the 20. Devin Tompkins again, along with Braylon Shelby on the stop for the Trojans. So 2nd and 10. Clock is moving. 2:45 to play in the third. USC is leading 23-10, but the Boilermakers with a 2nd and 10 at the Trojan 20-yard line.
Ryan Brown has had 7 carries in this ball game, just 22 yards, but let's see if he ends up keeping one of these to give himself a little open field with an option play.
2nd down and 10. Ball on the right hash. They bring a man to the near side. Here's Brown back. Brown under pressure. He's hit as he throws. There's a pass that's going to be intercepted. Intercepted by Jamal Jarrett. He may go all the way. He's at the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5, the touchdown. Jamal Jarrett, 6'5", 360 pounds, and he lumbered down the field. I don't know if it'll officially be a fumble or an interception, but 68 yards, and the Trojans with a back-breaking play on defense.
Boy, the luck turned, and the Boilermakers got a break, and this time they got a break against them, and now this huge turn of events in this football game.
Don't know what the officials are talking about. Either way, whether it's a fumble or an interception, the ball was caught out of the air, so it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of officially what they'll call it.
Sideline interference, USC. That 15-yard penalty being forced on the ensuing kickoff.
Yeah.
Try for point.
It's not going to help. That's not going to help. That's a backbreaker.
Yep, that is.
Honestly, you came through. It was, I think it was Cameron Fountain who came through and hit him, and the ball popped straight up in the air, and Jamal Jarrett, 6'5", 360. He's a transfer from Georgia. He picks the ball out of midair, and instead of cutting it to a one-possession game, now USC leads it 29-10. Sayerian to attempt the point after. That is a backbreaker. And the second turnover, looks like they're going to officially call it an interception as the extra point is up and good. So an interception return, a pick 6 from the defensive tackle Jamal Jarrett. 70 yards officially. And with a timeout, 2:15 to play in the third. It's USC 30, Purdue 10. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
At Duke Energy, we're making Indiana's energy grid stronger and more resilient, ready for storms and growing energy demands. We're adding more power to the Indiana grid. We're using new innovations and smart technology to restore outages faster. And we're doing it all in cost-efficient ways to keep bills as low as possible while we serve you with reliable energy when you need us most. Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future.
The train is coming. This is Boilermaker Football from Learfield.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Talking on the phone is difficult if you've been exposed to loud noises over time. Combat veterans, factory workers, farmers, gun and motorcycle enthusiasts can have trouble hearing on the telephone. Relay Indiana
helps return clarity to your phone conversations. Relay Indiana also provides free loaned equipment to those who qualify. Get the CapTel Caption telephone from Relay Indiana. Visit RelayIndiana.com now.
Pick 6 for a D lineman who weighs 350 bills. That is a D lineman's dream. USC extends their lead to 30-10. Want more college football after our game? Tune into the College Football Blitz. It's free on the Varsity Network app. Think of it as college football's version of NFL's Red Zone with nonstop action every Saturday from noon to midnight Eastern. Just open the Varsity Network app and search for College Football Blitz to keep the excitement coming.
Well, they brought a blitz on the play. It was Kamari Ramsey coming from the secondary, but Devin Tompkins, who's had a big game for USC up front, was a player that actually tipped the ball up in the air as Brian Brown was trying to throw it. I think Jamal Jarrett, they list him at 360. I'm not sure what he is when he puts his second foot on the scale. He's a big, he's a large dude. American, and he was able to run down the field, and he showed some pretty good speed for a guy that's carrying that much weight, I can tell you that.
There was nobody left to chase him, and he got the field down the field pretty quickly.
Well, the Boilermakers have a chance here, though. If you remember, there was a sideline interference. It's the second time that USC's been penalized 15 yards for apparently making contact with an official. That means they have to kick the ball off here from their 20-yard line, and that should give Michael Jackson and the kick return team a chance to run something back here.
Well, and there's been times where I thought Michael Jackson may get it turned into a big return. Just takes one block, so let's see if Boilers can execute here on this return.
Purdue trailing 30-10. Sari puts a very high kick. Jackson will field it at his 14-yard line. He's up to the 25, the 30, the 35, and all the way up to the 37-yard line. So good field position here for the Boilermakers. And it was Ryan Quintanar who made this tackle for the Trojans. So the Boilermakers with a whole fourth quarter and part of a third here. Got to try and get back into this one. Score a touchdown here and then see what you can do. Purdue with 264 yards of total offense. Ryan Brown tonight, 15 of 24, 193 yards, but 2 costly interceptions. Can't blame that one on him. No. The first one you can, not that one.
He got hit right in the delivery, and that ball popped straight up. So, yeah, that's just an unfortunate, and give the defense credit on that one.
Yep. Here's Burhan coming from motion the other way. Here's a pitch to Mockabee, and he's tripped up in the backfield. Another tackle for loss. Jaden Walker comes up from his linebacker spot, redshirt freshman out of Portage, Michigan, and that will be the 9th tackle for loss tonight for Southern California. 58,065 in attendance, and kudos to those who have stayed through what is now approaching well, it's really 8 hours since a lot of us got here today. That's a long time.
It has been a long, long day.
Yes.
But great action by USC on that play. Beat the right tackle on it and tackle for loss again.
Second down and 13. Brown this time hands it off inside, and Jaheim Merriweather is cut down at the 36-yard line. He got a couple of yards at Desmond Stevens on the stop. You really want to get a first down conversion here because you have a feeling, Mark, if Purdue doesn't score and has to kick it away, this one could spiral quickly in terms of the score.
Yeah, that last play just took a lot out of you, and if you don't respond here quickly and make this first down, yeah, it could be tough.
Boilermakers are going to throw to over the middle. The pass is caught. Diving catch on a one-hand reception by Jesse Watson. The pass was behind him. He tipped it up in the air to himself, and he came down with the catch. And now we've got, I think, a flag from the far sideline. I think it's offside. I don't think USC got their last player off the field. They were making a substitution. That's a spectacular catch by Jesse Watson. Hopefully it'll hold. USC 7 penalties tonight for 85 yards. Purdue 3 for 40. Long discussion.
Offside defense. The exiting player was in the offensive backfield at the snap. That penalty is declined.
Yep.
First down.
Yep. They'll decline the penalty. So it's a 21-yard pickup on a pass from Brown to Watson, and that is another receiver. So that'll be the 8th different receiver who's caught a pass tonight.
That was outstanding.
Yes, it was.
Oh, my God. Jesse Watson kind of corkscrewed around and hauled that in one-handed behind him.
1st and 10 at the 44. Southern Cal shifting the line defensively. Here's a fake handoff, throw over the middle. It's incomplete. That was a bad throw by Ryan. He had a man open coming over the middle. Nitro Tuggle was coming from the left side to the middle, and the pass was behind him, and they'll bring up a 2nd and 10.
That was low and behind. Ryan has been throwing that route extremely well tonight, and that ball just kind of went low and away on him, and he'll take that one back any day.
Boilermakers bunch 3 receivers to the right side. Southern Cal comes with the blitz. They throw the quick one up that way to Michael Jackson. Jackson is not able to shake through a tackle. That's Desmond Stevens, the middle linebacker, who got him down at the 40 after a 4-yard pickup. Certainly 4-down territory here as Purdue faces a 3rd and 6 at the Trojan 40.
Yeah, no question. You've got 2 shots here at a first down, and let's see what Coach Josh Henson dials up here for the Boilermaker offense.
We are to 20 seconds in the 3rd quarter. Purdue does not have to run a play, but of course they'd like to run as many plays as they can here, trailing by 20. 3rd and 6 at the 40. Man coming in motion, that's Jackson. Brown with a long count. Here comes a blitz. Brown throws to the near side. Pass is caught. Jackson slips the tackle. 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10-yard line. Michael Jackson slipped the tackle, and he's all the way down inside the 10. Another trip to the red zone brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. DJ Harvey and Jade Abisari make the tackle, and that will bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter after a 30-yard pickup. So the Boilermakers will have a 1st and goal at the USC 9 when we start quarter 4. After 3, it's USC 30, Purdue 10. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
You deserve credit for the work you've put in. Recognition for what you've learned. Purdue Global is designed especially for working adults, and it's backed by the power of Purdue, one of the nation's most respected and innovative universities. So you can earn a degree that you're proud of and employers respect. You're worth the work it takes to get an education you can be proud of. It's time for a comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream, delivering a quality shave at an honest value for over 100 years.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Boilermaker fans, did you know that Flex Technology Group helps leading-edge companies get out of the office printer and copying business? We're a legendary company with legendary people and a legendary platform that will help your business improve document workflow and increase business efficiencies. To learn more, visit our website, flextg.com. That's FLEXTG.com.
To 10 as we open the 4th quarter. Purdue trailing, but the Boilermakers are in the red zone. Boilermaker football brought to you in part by Twin City Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, and the Chariot Automotive Group at drivechariot.com. Let's get a field report. It's brought to you by BW Fusion. We know the challenges farmers face, and we're here to help you win. Our biological and crop nutrition products are built on data designed to drive maximum profitability from every acre. BW Fusion, less in, more out. That's how we farm now, and that's how we check in with Kelly Kitchell.
I'll tell you what, a lot of Purdue coaches that have been very successful here have had those wins early in their career that kind of catapult them. It'd be great if this was the one tonight. If we can come here, in the 4th quarter and just make the 4th quarter a Boilermaker 4th quarter and shock everybody that left this building and want to come back in and celebrate. I hope nobody has given up on this team. I know the team has not given up on themselves. Let's go. Let's finish this thing.
Well, we were talking, Kitch, after that unfortunate pick 6 that Southern Cal came up with. We're going to learn a lot about this football team early on in the next 17 minutes. I mean, you can roll over and die, or you can keep fighting, and it's great to see Purdue has responded now with a drive that's gone inside the 9-yard line.
Yeah, still competing. Guys are making plays, and that's a heck of an effort by Michael Jackson to take that ball down inside the 10. He broke the tackle, A lot of defenders around him, but he was able to make a play, and that's what they needed. Somebody to go out there and make a play, and now let's get in the end zone here and finish this thing off.
USC 357 yards, Purdue 318. The difference in the game, 2 turnovers. Purdue threw an interception in the end zone when they were inside the Trojan 5, and then USC, as Purdue was driving, comes up with a pick 6 on a deflection. Essentially, it's a 21-point swing on 3 turnovers in a game you're trailing by 20. First and goal to 9. Here's Maccabee with the carry. Maccabee hog-tied down. That'll be right at the line of scrimmage. No gain. And again, Keyshawn Silver that time. 6'4", 330-pounder out of Rocky Mount, North Carolina on the tackle.
Now, once again, that zone play ends up handing it to Devin Maccabee. A little bit of room out there for Ryan Brown in case he wants it. But first down play. Let's see what happens here on the second down.
They bring in an extra tight end, Christian Moore, and Christian Earls in for the Boilermakers on second down and goal at the 9. Moore comes in motion. Brown waits for the snap, and he's back to throw. Brown throws a slant, passes caught, touchdown. Touchdown, Boilermakers. Nitro Tuggle with the score. And Purdue with a touchdown here in the first minute of the third quarter gets back within 2 scores.
Well, that was a rope that time. Play action from Ryan Brown. He set his feet, and he and Nitro Tuggle are really developing something here in this ball game. Nitro gets inside on the slant route, and Ryan Brown puts it right on the numbers for the score.
First touchdown pass tonight for Ryan, the 5th of his Boilermaker career, or 5th of the season, and the 9th of his career. And now Spencer Porath into attempt the point after with 14:17 to go. Way is good. 30-17. Purdue trailing with 14:17 to go. The defense needs to make a stand when we come back. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
When you're a Boilermaker, you don't accept the status quo. You demand more. More action. More glory. More, period. That's why you belong in a Kloss. If you were made for more, Kloss equipment was made for you. From combines and forage harvesters to tractors and hay tools, Kloss machines deliver more efficiency, more performance, and more confidence, helping you score big every season. Visit Kloss.com. That's CLAAS.com to learn more.
Boilermaker fans, you have the power to save lives. Did you know that just one organ donor can save 8 lives? And the need for life-saving organ donations is real. There are more than 100,000 people waiting right now. Here at Purdue, we believe in rising to the challenge. On the field, in the classroom, and in our communities. So why not rise to one more? Visit DonateLifeIndiana.org to sign up as an organ donor today. Let saying yes to organ donation be your next giant leap.
Franciscan Health is proud to be the official medical provider for Purdue Athletics. Does a sudden sports injury have you on the bench? We can assist. Franciscan Health sports medicine specialists have mastered a team approach to sports injuries. You'll have access to a network of orthopedic professionals, rehabilitation services, and highly advanced technologies and treatments to get you back out on the field. To learn more, visit franciscanhealth.org/sportsmedicine.
Nitro Tuggle, touchdown catch. Purdue is a little bit closer, trailing 30-17 with almost the entire fourth quarter to play. Purdue Athletics would like to thank and recognize members of the Black and Gold Club who support Purdue Athletics through their sponsorship at the highest level. Black and Gold Club members include Indiana Packers Corporation, Beck's Hybrids, Purdue Federal Credit Union, Purdue Global, BW Fusion, Riley Children's Health, Wabash, and State Farm Insurance. Each are great partners of Purdue Athletics.
Well, the Boilermakers creeping closer in the total yardage category. USC 357, Purdue 327. We go back again. The difference in this game right now, the 2 turnovers.
2 turnovers, absolutely. It takes scores off the board and gives them an extra possession, and they were able to take advantage of it. So penalties have gone against USC. That turnover stat looms very large in this football game.
Ryan Brown, 19 of 29 for 257 yards, a touchdown and 2 picks. Jaden Ncaaf has been outstanding tonight, 15 of 24, 266 yards. And Seth Turner will kick it off for the Boilermakers to Makai Lemon. Lemon's been fairly held in check. I hate to say that too loudly because he can break out at any time, but he's caught 3 passes for 47. He's a dynamic player. Lane is the player that's really hurt Purdue tonight. 3 catches for 115 yards. All right, Purdue, they're creeping up like they're expecting an onside kick, and nope, it's going to go over Lemon's head, and it kicks into the end zone for a touchback.
Yeah, very cautious play there by USC, just making sure they guarded against the onside kick. But now this defensive possession is gigantic here for Boilermakers.
The special teams, again, going over the student section, the Ross-Ade Brigade like last week, and trying to get them fired up. USC has had the ball tonight and scored on every one of their possessions, except for the one that ran out of time in the first half. So it's time for the Boilermakers to force a punt or a turnover here and try to get back into this football game. Wayman Jordan is the running back, along with Ncaaf is been in control tonight, guiding this USC offense. Transfer from UNLV, and Barry Odom speaks very highly. Says, I want him to have a miserable 4 hours and a great season after that. Ncaaf throws a quick one on the far side. There's Lemon spinning away from Hudori Hines. He stopped just short of a first down at the 34. Taj Royale came to finish him off, but that's a 9-yard pickup on first down.
Yeah, that's a tough job out there. You're out on an island against a very talented wide receiver in Lemon, one-on-one, and Hudori Hines holds his own, and Taj Royale able to come in and clean up.
2nd and 1. We'll see if the Trojans go for a home run here or just keep it on the ground with Jordan. Ball sitting just out inside the 35. And they are going to hand it off to Jordan. Jordan is through a tackle, and he's up the sideline, finally out of bounds in front of the Trojan bench at the 49-yard line. Alex Sanford eventually got him down, the Arkansas transfer, but the Jordan broken tackle gets him extra yardage. He picked up 15 on the play to the 49.
Yeah, that should have been stopped for no gain. A couple missed tackles right at the line of scrimmage, and then he was able to turn the corner and pick up a first down and nice yardage.
Again, the Boilermakers have to come up with a stop here. Jaden Richardson to the near side, Lemon and Hines to the far side for the Trojans on 1st and 10. They're at 13:15 to play, a 13-point Trojan lead. Ncaaf claps his hands it off to Jordan. Jordan again with good yardage, barreling forward into Purdue territory. He'll go all the way to the 44-yard line. 7 yards before Manny Powell is able to make the stop.
Yeah, it's like the Boilermakers are worried about the passing game, so they kind of forget to fill their lanes in the rush defense, and that's a good 6-7 yard gain on first down.
I mentioned the receivers. The other guy that's really hurt Purdue tonight is their tight end, McCree, who has 3 catches for 67, and all 3 of those have been timely.
Yeah. Seemed like they were on third down.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 wide receivers to the left side. On 2nd down and 3, Southern Cal staying ahead of the chains. It really gives them a lot of options here on play calling. They hand it off to Jordan. Jordan slits through a defense and gets another first down to the 40. 4-yard pickup before Manny Powell makes the tackle. But again, USC just taking some time now off the clock and marching down the field.
Yeah, they're being very productive on first down, and then it opens up the playbook on 2nd down. They were able to easily pick that up. So Purdue's got to pick it up right now as USC approaches the 40-yard line in Purdue territory.
Josh Burnley in there again for the Boilermakers on the defensive line, along with D'Amico Kennedy, as the Trojans have it with a 1st and 10 at the Purdue 40. Ncaaf taking a long time. They've got King Miller in now as the running back, and Miller gets the carry. And again, Miller's got 5 yards before contact. Charles Correa makes the stop, but that's a pickup all the way down to the 34. Another 6 yards on first down.
Yeah, with that 3-man front, it's just hard to clog those lanes, and they're getting a good push in there, and all of a sudden you're 5 yards, 6 yards down. They double team the nose tackle, and then there's nobody else to clean up. So Purdue is staying with that 3-man front, but they've got to commit linebackers. Up in there as well.
Winston Berglund shot in from the weak side, slowed him down. They do get a pickup of 1, but it'll bring up a 3rd and 3.
Yeah, that's a terrific effort. Added another rusher with the linebacker, Winston Berglund, who's coming off injury problems, and he delivered a shot that enabled just to be a short gain.
3 for the Trojans at the Boilermaker 33-yard line. Again, Purdue needs to come up with a stop here. Mayava. Play action, rolling out. Is a flag down. Mayava under pressure, throws the ball out of bounds. Now let's see. The flag was thrown pre-snap. And let's see what the line judge says. Was it an illegal formation or offsides against Purdue? Those would seem to be your two options here. Let's see. And if you're Purdue, if it's against them, do you decline it and bring up 4th and 3? It looks like it is against USC. This is a tough call. Do you make it a 3rd down and 8?
Formation, more than 4 in the backfield offense. That penalty has been declined.
All right, so they're going to bring it down to a 4th and 3. You got to believe USC is going to go for it here with 10:15 to play.
Yeah, and I agree with the declining the penalty. You don't want to give them an extra chance to get that on 3rd down. So got to make a play here, defense.
So Mayava has Wayman Jordan now as the running back. They've used the option in this situation. They've also thrown in this situation to the tight end tonight. Purdue's coach is jumping up and down the field, trying to make sure they got the right people out there. Mayava back to throw on 4th down, throws to the far side man, wide open Mekhi Lemon, and he's got the 1st down. Odom was trying to call for a timeout, Coach Odom, and the official didn't see it. And Jacoby Lane now telling Coach get back, and, that's not right. But that was tough because I think Barry could see right away that they were going to be in trouble in that formation.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there, and got into zone coverage, and nobody was able to rotate over to Lemon, and he was able to easily pick up the 1st down.
Miles Slusher pushed him out of bounds, but that was an easy pitch and catch for the 1st down. Pick up of 7 on the play, and now we're under 10 minutes to play. 30-17, USC on top. Boilermakers again with 3 down linemen. And Mayava, play actions. He's looking. He's got plenty of time. Rolling out now to his right. He throws it to the end zone, and that pass is caught and dropped. Hines almost made a spectacular one-handed catch. He couldn't bring it down with the left hand, and it just goes as a long foul ball to bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, 2 double-team coverage there, and almost an incredible catch as Mayava just lobs it into the end zone. He almost came down with that.
Yeah, Hines showing again why he's such a highly touted freshman. That would have been spectacular. Just couldn't bring it down as he bobbled it, so that the incompletion stops the clock with 9:41 to play. Smiley Bradford checks out. Trey Smith is in. 2nd down and 10. The Trojans at the Boilermaker 26. They're certainly in field goal range, but even a field goal would keep it a 2-possession game at 16 points. Mayava keeps it on the option. He's rolling out. He is hit by Correa and forced out of bounds. That's a big tackle for loss for Charles Correa back at the 29-yard line.
Yeah, great read that time. Mayava kept the football, and Charles Correa was in hot pursuit that time and got him down for a tackle for loss.
That is Purdue's 7th tackle for loss today. And it'll bring up a 3rd down for the Trojans. They're going to put him out at the 30-yard line, so it's a loss of 4. And it's a 3rd down and 14 back at the 30-yard line. They've got Lane and Lemon to the near side. 2 running backs, one on either side of Mayava. And they're going to hand it off inside to Jordan. Jordan popping through it. He's got a good yardage pickup to the 19. They ran a quick hitter there and picked up 11. And now another decision for Lincoln Riley on 4th and 3. Does he send the field goal team out, which it looks like he will. And this would give them a 16-point lead with just under 9 minutes to play. So that didn't get them the 1st down, but did give them better position for a field goal.
Well, kind of a conservative call there, just to give yourself a little better field goal position here, and the kicker's been money all night long.
Sayre is 3 for 3 today, 5 for 5 on the season. This will be a 37-yard attempt from the right hash mark. Snap is down, the kick is on the way, and the kick is no good. It hit the upright. That upright has a magnet to the football. It's twice now this season. It's bailed the Boilermakers out. So Purdue stays alive with 8:24 to play. It's USC 30, Purdue 17. This is Boilermaker football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
For 48 straight years,
Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Build Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
There is no denying winning is in our DNA. This is Boilermaker football from Learfield.
55 or older and into that whole saving money thing? T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
USC comes away empty. It's only the second time tonight that the Trojans have had an offensive possession that ended without points. The only other one was the end of the first half when they ran out of time. Take your life and career to the next level with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university built for working adults. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu. Boilermakers trail 30-17, 8:24 to play as we get a BW Fusion Field report from Kelly Kitchell.
You know, Tim Newton said it best. We're going to find out a lot about this team after that pick six. Are we going to fold or are we going to fight? And I'll tell you what, these guys are fighting out here. And I love to see it. The confidence is growing. I'm walking up and down the sideline, and the body language is great. Everybody's intently listening to their position coach. Everybody's on the same page right now. We'll see if the Boilermakers can put one in, and then it's a little rear end clinching time for the Trojans.
Yeah, you know, if you can get that score, Kitch, to make it a one-possession game, Mark, that really tightens them up a little bit.
Oh, you bet. So this is a big opportunity after the missed field goal, and see if Purdue can just generate a great drive here and make this game really interesting with 8 minutes to go here.
All right, 1st and 10 for the Boilermakers at the 20. Brown rolling out. He's under pressure. Got to throw it away. He had guys in the backfield chasing him, and they didn't bite for the fake. It was Floyd Boucard who was back there. Now we have a flag down on the far sideline. Let's see what that one's all about. The clock is stopped with 8:18 to play here in the 4th quarter.
There is no foul for ineligibles downfield. The ball was legally grounded.
Okay.
2nd down.
Penalties in the game so far. Southern Cal 7 for 85. Purdue 3 for 40. Boilermakers with the incompletion there brings up 2nd and 10. Ryan Brown after that incompletion now 19 of 30 for 257. That 257, by the way, the most that Purdue quarterback has thrown for against USC. Drew Brees had 248 in that game back in 1998 in Los Angeles. 2nd down and 10. Trip to the right-hand side. 4-man rush for the Trojans. Brown's got to throw it away. No, but he gets it to Jackson at the 25 to 30. Down the left sideline, 35-40, and out of bounds in front of the Trojan bench. Bishop Fitzgerald pushed him out at the 42, but that's a 22-yard pickup.
Well, almost a little ad-lib play there. Ryan Brown's throwing off his back foot with a little pressure, and Michael Jackson's coming right underneath. Ryan knew where he was, and Michael caught it right on the run and turned up for a big first down.
That's his 5th catch of the night. Here's Brown to throw on 1st down. Throws to the near sideline. That pass is incomplete. He had 2 receivers out this way. He had Jackson short and E.J. Horton a little bit deeper, and the pass was too far for Horton. That'll be a 2nd and 10 with 7:56 to go.
Yeah, that's a long throw from that left hash mark all the way to E.J. Horton. You almost hope he would have thrown it to Michael Jackson, a little closer receiver.
You know, Michael Jackson made some guys miss, too. I'd like to see the ball. Him and Tuggle, both of those guys have been pretty dynamic tonight. 2nd and 10 at the 42. And here's Brown again under pressure, throws it to Horton. It's complete up to the 49-yard line. A 7-yard pickup. Kamari Ramsey on the stop. Ryan had to get rid of that one quickly.
Oh, in a big hurry. He was under major duress that time and was able to get the ball off accurately to turn that into a positive gain. That's a heck of an effort by Ryan Brown.
3rd and 3. The Boilermakers 6 of 12 so far. Brown looking to throw. Throws over the middle. Pass is caught. E.J. Horton inside the 40, down to the 38. Marcellus Williams on the coverage. That's a 13-yard pickup and another Purdue first down.
I'll tell you, E.J. Horton has delivered tonight. He has been gone to a lot of targets his way, and he has responded in a big way.
1st and 10 at the 38. Brown with a play action. Throws to the near sideline. Pass caught. Michael Jackson pushed out of bounds at the 32. Defending out there, Marcellus Williams, the redshirt freshman from Carson, California. Another 6-yard pickup. That'll bring up a 2nd and 4, and Ryan Brown is approaching, and in fact, that will put him over 300 yards passing tonight.
Yeah, there's just a couple throws he'd love to have back, but boy, he's been razor sharp here in this drive, and most of the ball game he's thrown it pretty accurately.
Malachi Thomas is the running back for the Boilermakers on 2nd and 4 at the 32. Jackson goes in motion to the left. Brown throws to Jackson on a tunnel screen. He slips one tackle, but just barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Close to a face mask out that way. It looked like his head jerked back a little bit, but it'll go for maybe a pickup of a foot, and the Boilermakers will face another 3rd down.
Yeah, Michael Jackson goes in motion and comes back, and boy, it did look like a lot of face masks there. I don't know how they missed that.
And the guy's head jerks back like that. How can you not see that? 3rd and 4 at the 32. USC jumped offside. There's the flag. Purdue has a free play here. Brown throws it. It's tipped. It's going to be incomplete, but the Boilermakers are going to get a free first down there as USC jumped offside. That'll be their 8th penalty for 90 yards tonight.
Offside, defense number 10. Enforcement of a 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
Braylon Shelby, whose dad was a football standout at Arkansas, with the penalty, and that'll take it to the Trojan 27-yard line. And Purdue with the 1st and 10 with 6:07 to play.
Well,
all you need is a score, a stop, and a score.
That's right. Yeah, that's not asking too much.
Right, here comes a man in motion. That's George Burhan. 1st and 10 at the 27. Again, USC jumps. The Boilermakers have another free play. They throw to the end zone, and that pass is intercepted. Now Williams can just, I guess he's going to run it.
You got to tackle.
Well, yeah, eventually they will. And there's another flag back in the backfield. So we had 2 flags down. We had one at the line of scrimmage, so they were offside, but there's another flag down back at the 36-yard line. So we'll see what that one's all about. You can hear the student section saying, you can't do that.
On the play both by the defense. Offside, defense number 1. That penalty has been declined. Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense number 6. That 15-yard penalty being forced to the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Anthony Lucas, it is a talented USC football team. It is an undisciplined USC football team.
You are exactly. That's 10 penalties or so, and over 100 yards almost. So yeah, this is a part of it. And they've been jawing all night.
Yes.
So yeah, this crew just kind of plays it by their own deal here.
Boilermakers back in the red zone. This trip brought to you by the team on top at Case IH. Purdue with a 1st and 10 at the USC 14 with 5:54 to play. Trying to make it a 1-score game. Tuggle comes in motion to the near side. Brown looking. Brown throws to the end zone. The pass is caught. Tumbling catch. And they're going to say no. Incomplete. First side, we didn't get a good look at it.
Well, Ryan threw it for the pylon, trying to get back shoulder to Michael Jackson, who has come up with a big game tonight.
Jackson
just couldn't reel it in.
He didn't argue. We're going to look at it now, and the ball. It moved. It moved when it hit the ground. Yep. So that'll be a 2nd down. Again, field goals don't help Purdue. They've got to have a touchdown here. 2nd down and 10 at the 14. Well, the crowd is going to react, but that was clearly an incomplete pass. Here's Brown to throw. Brown over the middle. Intercepted, and maybe another pick 6. Brown is the only man who can make the tackle, and he does. I think that is Fitzgerald again. Bishop Fitzgerald jumped the route, and the 3rd Purdue turnover might be the backbreaker.
Yeah, he stared that one down far too long, and the DB just made a big break on the football, and just another terrible red zone mistake.
Yes. 3 turnovers, Mark, and a game that you're losing by 13 points, and you could argue that that's been a 28-point swing with those 3 turnovers. Purdue with 2 red zone mistakes, and then you get a pick 6 where you're driving, and now a lot of the fans that have been hanging around are going to head for the exits, and that's really unfortunate.
Boy, when you get in the red zone, you cannot afford those turnovers. You've got to make something into the end zone and not, not stare him down. And that's just what he did, Ryan, and trying to guide that football in, and the DB was watching his eyes the whole way.
Bishop Fitzgerald is a 5th-year senior. He started his career at this junior college, was at North Carolina State. In his career, if you add his JUCO interceptions, that's his 14th career interception. And that was a backbreaker with 5:37 to play. Well, the Boilermakers haven't had a turnover created yet, or takeaway created, and if they're going to have any chance of winning this one, they've got to do one right now. And let's see how cautious Southern California becomes here in the final 5 minutes.
They're going to run clock, so they're going to take their time here. They've got the ball game in hand with a couple score lead, but it's just a shame those mistakes have really haunted the Boilermakers.
Ryan Brown tonight, 24 of 38, 305 yards and a touchdown, 3 very costly interceptions. Michael Jackson with 7 catches for 70. E.J. Horton, 5 catches for 70. Nitro Tuggle, 4 catches for 69. But the Boilermakers now are -4 in turnovers on the season, and Southern Cal improves to +5. And unless Purdue can take the football away at least once here, Purdue's going to fall for the first time this season.
Yeah, they've just done so many good things, and it's a shame that, 3-4 plays are going to dictate this football game. They have fought hard throughout this game and taken it down to almost 55 minutes and just competing at a high level, but the mistakes just come back to bite you.
Well, again, the moral victories are for people who don't win, right?
Yeah, right.
You do feel a little bit better about where this program, you feel a lot better about where this program is. And the fact that you can look at those 3 plays and say, those turn the game, you correct those mistakes, and you got 9 more games.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Let's see what the Boilermaker defense can come up with as Ncaaf brings the Trojans out. Wayman Jordan is the running back. Jordan hasn't had very much activity tonight. He has only he's carried it 14 times for 51. Southern Cal, 131 yards on the ground. Sanders has been their leading rusher, 7 carries for 53. Purdue with 4 men up front defensively. And they are going to hand it off inside to Jordan. He's over the 35 to the 40 and all the way up to the 45-yard line. It was Hudori Hines who came up to make the tackle, but that's a pickup of 10 in a USC first down.
Yeah, you got to keep after them here until that clock runs out. Somebody's got to come in and strip that football because, USC's just going to grind away here, and you don't want to give up another score here and have them run right through your defense.
That's the 20th first down for Southern Cal. Purdue actually has 23 first downs tonight. But the clock is moving with 5:05 to play. Trojans 1st and 10 at their 45. They lead at 30-17. Claps his hands it off again. Jordan sidesteps a man, runs over a couple, and he's got a first down inside the 45 to the 44. An 11-yard pickup. C.J. Nunnally, the 4th, makes the stop.
Once again, that inside zone play, a nice cutback, and nobody really finished it until the end there with C.J. Nunnally.
This will be the 63rd play coming up for Southern Cal. Purdue has run 64 plays. Time of possession is just about even now. Well, I take that back. Southern Cal's had it 4 more minutes, and they've got it here with 4:20 to play. 1st and 10 at the Purdue 44. Ncaaf letting some play clock run down. Again, the tight end comes in motion. That's Lions. They've got 2 tight ends to the right side, and they run it that way with Jordan. Jordan bounces it outside. He's at the 40 and shoulders his way through to the 39-yard line, and there's a late flag for a late hit. And so that's going to be a major against Purdue. Taj Rael, a little bit late getting to the party there, and that's going to take the ball inside the 25-yard line.
After the play was over, personal foul, late hit, defense number 21. That 15-yard penalty be added at the end of the run, automatic first down.
That's the fourth Boilermaker penalty for 55 yards. They came into this game number 1 in the Big Ten and number 2 nationally. They had 5 total penalties in their first 2 games, but 4 coming tonight. Southern Cal, 9 penalties for 104 yards.
Oh, yeah, they've been ridiculously penalized, and, yeah, that's the one real negative of this team as you look at them. They are not real disciplined in that regard.
1st and 10 for the Trojans at the Boilermaker 24. They have not punted yet tonight, and doesn't appear that they will do that on this drive either. The only time they didn't score was when they ran out of time at the end of the first half. There's a handoff to Jordan. He's got a big hole, 25-20, 15-10, and dragged down, touchdown saving tackle by Richard Toney Jr. But a 1st and goal for the Trojans at the Boilermaker 9-yard line.
You know, before this drive, the Boilers have done pretty well against the rushing attack, and there's just been huge holes. A lot of tired defenders out there and not able to finish this deal.
You know, we talked about the turnovers being a big factor. The other thing you look at, Southern Cal tonight is 4 for 4 on 4th down conversions.
Yeah, that demoralizes you when you can't get them off the field on that 4th down play.
Eli Sanders, the running back, on 1st down and goal at the 9. Mayava again brings the tight end in motion, claps his hands, and he gives the ball off to Sanders, and Sanders is down to the 5-yard line. But right now, Southern Cal just grinding out the clock here. D'Amico Kennedy on the tackle, but the interception that Purdue threw there when they had a chance to cut it down to a touchdown, any oxygen that was left here in Ross State left.
You're right. Yeah, that was hard to stomach.
2nd and goal for the Trojans at the Boilermaker 5, 2:30 to play. Now, what's turned out to actually be a beautiful night weather-wise. We had to wait long enough for it. 3-hour and 5-minute delay to start this one. 2 receivers to the left. I would imagine they'll try to keep the ball on the ground here. Mayava claps his hands, hands it off again to Sanders. Sanders is tripped up at about the 2-yard line, and that will take us to our 2-minute timeout. Jamarian Harkless, the man they call Chops, with the stop. And so we have 2 minutes to play here in Ross-Ade. Our score, USC 30, Purdue 17. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
Franciscan Health is proud to be the official medical provider for Purdue Athletics. Does a sudden sports injury have you on the bench? We can assist. Franciscan Health sports medicine specialists have mastered a team approach to sports injuries. You'll have access to a network of orthopedic professionals, rehabilitation services, and highly advanced technologies and treatments to get you back out on the field. To learn more, visit franciscanhealth.org/sportsmedicine.
The train is coming. Touchdown, Boilermaker! This is Boilermaker football from Learfield.
Built better, packed with more power and delivering an exceptional cut, nobody delivers more at a better price than Bad Boy Mowers. Hi, Chase Weaver, your sales specialist at Bobcat of Lafayette. It's pure classic American muscle and industry-leading innovation that is making Bad Boy the fastest-growing zero-turn mower in America. Visit Bobcat of Lafayette for availability, pricing, and financing details. Bad Boy Mowers, American-made power and strength at a better price.
At Purdue University, we're providing solutions from West Lafayette, Indianapolis, and across the globe as one of U.S. News and World Report's top 10 most innovative schools. Together, we're in the persistent pursuit of the next giant leap, like building the business school of the future, advancing our leadership in computing and AI, and addressing complex challenges by improving health outcomes for all living things. Learn more at purdue.edu/newsroom.
2 minutes remaining in this one. USC leads Purdue 30-17. The Trojans appear to be on their way to a 3-0 start. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com. That's SYNC mygame.com to find out how.
All right, USC with a 3rd and goal at the Boilermaker 2 with 2 minutes to play, and a lot of pride involved here. Mark trying to keep them out of the end zone. USC 461 yards of offense, 179 on the ground, 282 through the air. And here in the fourth quarter, they've just really kind of run the ball down to Purdue's throat here in the last couple drives.
Yeah, they have, and Purdue knows they're going to run the football, and they just haven't had an answer for it. I just think the mistakes have just been too hard for this football team to overcome. They have battled immensely through this football game, and they've done a lot of good things offensively and defensively at times, but it's just been a struggle.
Yep. All right, let's see. The Trojans are going to keep their tight end in the backfield along with Mayava and Wayman Jordan on third down and goal from the 2. Timeout-wise, Southern Cal has 2 left. Purdue has 3, in case that becomes a factor at some point. Mayava looks over the Boilermaker defense and see if he goes under center here. It looks like he might. Yep, they're going to bring a man in motion. That's Lemon. So Mayava under center. Hands the ball off to Jordan. Jordan stopped in the backfield. He's able to struggle back to the line of scrimmage, and now it's a 4th down and goal.
Good surge that time. A lot of guys committed to the line of scrimmage, and just an excellent push. Good inside take there by
Tony Grimes and Manny Powell came in to make the first contact. So Southern Cal 4 for 4 tonight in 4th downs. And they're facing a 4th and goal. I think they're going to let the play clock run all the way down and take a timeout. Play clock right now is at 13, and the game clock is at 1:26. And I think they're going to kick a field goal instead, looks like. How about that? So forget all that stuff. They're going to kick a field goal. No, they're not going to kick a field goal from there because they're going to take a delay of game penalty unless they took a timeout, which they did with 1:13 to play. Interesting.
Timeout, USC, their second of the half. It will be.
I would think, and this is not to rub up the score. You kick the field goal here. You still got to kick the ball off. If you go for it and don't make it, Purdue's got to go 95 plus for a touch. Exactly. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So I'm not understanding this logic, and.
They're not paying me millions of dollars to make those decisions either, I would point out. Maybe you're trying to give your field goal a field goal kicker a little bit better. I know exactly what Alan Karpick is writing down. Nick Saban, 97 Michigan State.
That's right.
Kicks the field goal, it gets blocked, and Purdue winds up winning the game. How about history repeating itself here?
Speaking of things that are illogical, what about this, guys? USC tonight is 4 of 13 on 3rd down, but 4 of 4 on 4th down.
After they hadn't attempted a 4th down in their first 2 games. This will be a 19-yard field goal from the right hash. The only thing that's tough about it is the angle. Sayeri has been 3 of 4 tonight. And the kick on the way is good. So with 1:10 to play, USC stretches a lead to 33-17. And so they will kick it off here, and the Boilermakers will have one more opportunity to try to get some points on the board.
Yeah, it'd be great if they could squeeze out another score here at the end of this game, make you feel a little bit better about it. You've got 3 timeouts, over a minute to play, so maybe Ryan Brown can redeem himself in a little bit of a way here and march the Purdue Boilermakers down the field.
Before we get to the kickoff, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield. Well, we are 4 minutes shy of the 7.5-hour mark on our broadcast, which is not the record.
Not the record.
The record was 2023 when we were on the air for 10.5 hours at Virginia Tech. Fortunately for Purdue, that was a better result than it looks like this one may turn out to be, as the Boilermakers trail 33-17. Sayeri will kick it off. Purdue against Notre Dame next week up in South Bend, first road trip, and then the Boilermakers will have a week off before they play for the Cannon 3 weeks from today here at Ross-Ade Stadium. Sayeri approaches and kicks one to the near side, and it's going to sail over Antonio Harris into the end zone for a touchback. So Purdue will take over at the 25. Again, they've got all 3 timeouts left, and we'll see here. How conservative will you be? How will you air it out? Will you try to just get some yardage on the ground? And
well, you hit one of these receivers on the run, and these guys can make people miss. And Ryan has shown that he can deliver the football. So I'd imagine you're going to see some fireworks here in this drive.
The offensive line's got to give him time to throw. That's the one thing here. You don't want to have him get hit and force another turnover. You got two receivers out each way. Now Michael Jackson goes in motion, and Brown is back to throw. Brown under pressure. Brown sacked. That's the problem. Southern Cal knows that you're going to throw the football here as Purdue takes a timeout, and they come up with their 5th quarterback sack of the night and their 10th tackle for loss. And that was just a complete pocket breakdown.
Yeah, nobody held their ground on that one. I think all 4 defensive linemen participated in that sack.
Cameron Fountain was again in on the play. He was the player that really kind of forced, or one of the players that forced that turnover that turned out to be the 70-yard pick six, and it's they just had a hard time keeping him out of the backfield tonight. It'll be a 2nd and 17 with 1:03 to play.
Yeah, you don't want Ryan taking another big hit like that. So
maybe a screen pass here, something where you can get some pressure off.
Yep.
You see Southern Cal, and they got some big horses up front. And this is a team that's got talent. There's no question about it. And again, we've seen a little bit of lack of discipline at times tonight, especially with penalties, but they've got a lot of talent. They do another twist up front. Brown under pressure, running for his life to the near sideline. Throw it away, Ryan. He didn't in time, and now he takes another sack back at the 15. That's the case where he's got to sling the ball and throw it away.
Yeah.
And avoid another sack.
So the runner was out of bounds prior to throwing the ball second down.
So that is sack number 6 and tackle for loss number 11.
Well, when they're coming, like, you've got to throw short, run long. You cannot wait for guys to run deep routes because this pressure is really coming in on him.
So now it's a 3rd and 20 for the Boilermakers back at the 15. Southern Cal rushing 4. Again, they twist up front, and they're going to throw it away. He was trying to throw a screen pass to Antonio Harris, but it was sniffed out, and Ryan just threw the ball at his feet. And so Purdue goes 3 and out, and that's going to give Southern Cal a chance to get the ball back with 50 seconds.
Well, that was an ugly series.
Yes, it was. And again, though, Mark, you're really hamstrung there because they have no regard at all for the run in that situation.
They're just coming. They're coming. So,
Well, they're not going to send anybody back to field this punt. Nobody was ready. It was a false start, so Purdue's going to be marched back.
11 players never set. Offense 5-yard.
I mean, they wanted to get the kickoff quickly, and now Mekhi Lemon comes out to field the punt. Fourth and 25. This one kind of got away in the last 5 minutes a little bit.
Here's a stat for you guys. That was the first 3 and out of the game for either
How about
team.
All right, here's a high kick. Lemon says, I'm not getting near that. I'm not getting another hit. It's going to take a great roll, and this is really going to help. The average of Jack McAllister goes all the way down to the 22-yard line. That's a 68-yard punt. That's going to help the average.
That'll help it.
And I would assume here with 35 seconds, the Trojans will probably take a knee and take this one to the locker room. So they will go to 3-0, 1-0 in the Big Ten. The Boilermakers fall to 2-1, and they will be 0-1 in Big Ten play. And unfortunately, Joe Tiller will remain at this point the last coach for Purdue to win his Big Ten opener, as he did that in 1997 against Northwestern. So Maava will be under center. He'll take one snap, takes a knee, and that will do it. As the players start to shake hands and congratulate both teams coming off the sideline in what was a very, very long night and a very, very long day. And finally, a little after 10 o'clock Eastern time, we're ready to wrap this one up. Our final score tonight from Ross-Ade Stadium, it's the USC Trojans 33 and the Purdue Boilermakers 17. We'll be back with our postgame show presented by Kloss with plays of the game and comments from head coach Barry Odom. This is Boilermaker Football on the Purdue Global Sports Network from Learfield.
At Ream, we engineer a full line of air and water products that deliver reliable performance, comfort, and energy savings, providing just the right temperature for virtually any time and any place. Count on us for innovative products backed by 100 years of expertise and a bold commitment to sustainability. Visit Ream.com for a professional near you. Ream, engineered for life, and proud sponsor of Purdue football.
Keystone Cooperative is centered on delivering the farmer-owned cooperative of the future, starting today. Centered on the valued relationships that have built and grown the cooperative for 100 years, Keystone specializes in refined fuels, seriously local propane, agronomy, grain, animal nutrition, and swine production. We strive to lead, serve, grow, and embrace our cooperative advantage. Keystone Cooperative.